I just saw they're remaking Moana. It's just the most cynical shit ever. We got to start, otherwise I'm gonna get
Moana
upset.
live action.
Yeah,
I mean, all right, whatever. They're
yeah,
not going to get to it. These live action movies are going to start bombing.
yeah.
Like I don't like no one's really that excited. Like I'm sure they'll eke out a profit, but they're not going to do that well.
Hmm.
Fucking remake ones that like need help.
I know,
Like
I know. Like not like the best ones, which is clearly
yeah.
what they started doing, and it like worked for a little bit. But
Mm,
like I bet Little Mermaid's gonna make money, but
I guess,
I
but
don't, I don't know. I don't think these things have the legs that they want.
mm, I mean, the Maleficent one just made sense because it's like yes, like because that movie barely has a plot. Like those
Yeah.
like early Disney movies are like there's a girl and she lives with these people, and then there's an evil person, and then true love conquers all. Like that's the plot of like half the Disney films before 1960. Like so you could totally just do some whatever with it. But then they were like, why don't we remake the movies that are unimpeachable classics and like are already good, and like you could just show them to people without changing anything,
Yeah, like literally remaking Lion King was psychotic.
Yeah, like
Like
that
if
was
if Disney didn't have that bulletproof brand for that last decade,
mm,
people would have fucking rioted.
yeah. Well, Lion King's a weird one because Lion King is that weird like it's also like one of the biggest hits in Broadway history,
Hmm.
like that they were able to translate it to Broadway. And there's an argument to be made that like you could do a more adult version of the Lion King with while still retaining, the musical elements, right? Like
Hmm.
there's an argument, but then like they didn't even bother. Like they're just like, let's just do Lion King. But there's the weird fucking what's his name movie that's coming. Fucking Moonlight.
Oh yeah, Lion
Barry
King 2.
yeah, Barry Jenkins Lion King,
Hmm.
which is like, I mean, literally that's the only thing they could have said to get me to go to the movie, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's just like I'm like, fuck, now I gotta fucking watch this shit. Like, I'm so angry, but like, hey, Barry Jenkins needs the money. I mean, I'm not gonna be too angry at him. Guy has made some unimpeachable classics already. Like, Moonlight is incredible. So
Yeah. I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt, not the movie itself, but I'm like, I bet he will try to do something interesting.
yeah,
Whether or not it
it,
works, I'm not even gonna bet it's gonna be on him.
yeah. I bet you it'll be interesting at least. Like,
Yeah.
it's gonna be one like where I can't believe this actually got made, you know?
Hmm.
Like one of those movies, which just doesn't really happen anymore.
Yeah,
So
no, no.
it'd be cool if it were to happen. But yeah, but fuck that. Fuck Moana.
Yeah.
Um, I misread a headline that said Beale stars were eager to work with Barry Jenkins. And I was scrolling past and I thought it said Star Wars Barry Jenkins. And I was like, oh shit. Aw. Like, I got excited for half a second. And then I was like, oh. Aw.
Oh, indeed. Indeed.
Although Barry Jenkins, it doesn't look like, is he? Oh, okay. For a second, I thought he wasn't listed on the Lion King movie anymore. I'd be like, you got rid of the one interesting thing, but
Oh
I
yeah.
guess,
If they do it without him at this point, like there's no reason to watch it.
yeah. But
Like he
hey,
is the reason, you
yeah,
know.
exactly. Uh, but hey,
Yeah.
uh,
Okay, now we can start.
Welcome to the city. I like to call the Big Apple.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to another episode of the Waffle Press Retrospective, the failed award contenders. I'm your host, Diego Crespo. With me today is my co-host, Matt Garingo.
that's me.
These might be failed award contenders critically, financially, or any other way you
Well,
deem
you can't.
failure possible, but
Can
they
you
are
be
not failures in our hearts.
Can you be a failed awards contender financially? Like this, I don't know if that is relevant to the theme of this miniseries.
No, but there's some
We seem to have
crossover
another
with the
one. Because
yeah.
no offense, a lot of awards contenders tend to not be huge money
Yeah,
makers.
I think we brought that up before too, where it's like production companies used to just like okay, we could lose money on this because we're gonna get like awards consideration and attention through it that way.
Well, there was
And
like there's the movies that are made like this is stuff that just doesn't happen anymore. But there were the movies that were made for the relationship. So it's like we want to work with Scorsese, but the only way we can get him in our studio is to greenlight a passion project of his, right? And then we can get him to take over some other project that'll be more profitable. So we're willing to lose money on his passion project to keep him in the studio. Or there was the if it gets nominated for awards, that guarantees like an extra $100 million at the box office, right? Like that used to be a thing.
yeah,
That if your movie was nominated for Best Picture, you could get like $100 million. And that just doesn't really exist anymore.
no. You know what else doesn't exist anymore? Our previous recording of this episode.
Yes.
No, it does exist. It's just on the Patreon.
It's in the Waffle Press vault on the Patreon.
Yeah, it's technically not completed because our initial recording time for it was like we had a minimal window that I had requested, and I'm gonna take the blame for that one because it wasn't enough time. You have
As
a lot
you
of thoughts
should.
about this movie.
No,
and,
look, I'll say this. Diego is 100% to blame. No. Well, no, I kept trying to find a time to do this episode because I knew I was gonna have a lot to talk about. And at the last minute, we were kind of hit with you had a limited window, right? Like I did not know sitting down. So then I was like, I should have just said then, let's delay it. Or what I really should have done was go like, okay, we'll record what we can, and then we'll pick up later. That's what I really should have done. But instead, I was foolishly like, no, I can get this all in a short period of time. And it just led to me. It was my fault, really. I was jumping all over the place. And I personally felt like I was being incoherent about the points I was making. And I barely tied it into what we were even there to talk about, which, yeah. So like and then like if even with all that, we decided, let's just pick it up later. And then I was like, I can't, like, let's just start over. So that I think I fucked it up. So
I still think it's actually worth listening to. So it's gonna be a bonus on the Patreon for anyone who's a subscriber to the Patreon. You'll also be able, by the time this is out, you'll be able to see my thoughts on The Last of Us because I've been kind of talking about that and sprinkling that into other conversations. So if you want a moderate hot take in that,
you know what didn't happen on the last episode because we didn't have time. Me murdering you for liking Scream 6.
Oh yeah.
What the fuck is that about? You motherfucker.
My bad.
Here's some. All right. I gotta throw you under the bus.
Okay,
Diego,
that's
right
fair.
So Scream 5 came out. Was that like last year?
That was last year. Yeah, a year from this last January.
A movie I watched and was basically like, like I didn't really like it, but I didn't like hate it, you know? Like I was kind of like, it's kind of like, okay, it's a generic slasher with Scream elements, right? Like, and like I didn't like, and it was also very easy for me to go, okay, the Scream movies after 4 aren't real Scream movies. I was perfectly comfortable drawing that line. So I didn't have strong opinions on it. Diego is like, this is the death of cinema. Diego was like really down on Scream 5. Like, fuck, I'm not wrong, am I? Like,
no, I hate
that
Scream 5.
movie.
I still do, by the way.
You were like viciously anti Scream 5. So like we do the episode, and in the time between the episode coming out, every now and then you would occasionally throw out how much you just hated Scream 5 unprompted. And I'd be like, okay, like, you know, it's not a movie I can like, I have any inclination to defend, you know, like, I'm like, hey, you're probably right. It probably is that bad. I don't care enough about it. And then as Scream 6 is coming up, Diego's like, oh God, I can't believe they're doing this again. Like I'm getting these text messages like every 3 weeks from Diego. I'm getting these text messages that are like desperate. like it's almost like I made the movie. I'm like, what do you want me to do? And Diego's like, oh God, we're gonna have to do it for the retrospective. And I'm like, well, we don't have to. Like, I'm kind of like, and I'm just like, I mean, we'll see. It's Scream 6. Like, what the fuck could it be? Diego's like, oh my God, there's some leaked information about Scream 6. If that's true, I am never watching another film ever again. He goes, this is what he's texting me. And then I'm like, and at this point, I'm like, fine, I won't see Scream 6. Like, the fuck do you want me to say? And I'm like, okay, let's not do it. Let's not talk about it. I'm perfectly fine ignoring Scream 6. I am not invested in it. Scream 6 comes out. It's in theaters for like 3 weeks, right?
Yeah, 2 or 3 weeks.
And then suddenly out of nowhere, Diego was like, oh, by the way, Scream 6 is a masterpiece.
I didn't say masterpiece.
Like, this.
I did not say masterpiece.
Has saved cinema.
I didn't say any of that.
I think your exact words were "fuck Godfather Part 2."
No.
Scream 6, baby, is where it's at. This is a master craftsman at work, as I like to say. We have cinema in this moment was saved. Scream 6 is an unimpeachable masterpiece that can stand with the greats of time. And I'm like, you talked me out of seeing it. After weeks of fucking the fucking sky is falling with Scream 6. Just to fucking turn around and pull that shit on me.
It was a very good time.
You could just apologize, is what you should be doing.
I am sorry for talking you out of Scream 6.
Yeah, you fuck.
I will have more thoughts if we ever get to that.
Well, now we got to do the fucking retrospective. Like, I was totally fine being like, Wes Craven's dead. We don't need to do more of this. Like, we didn't talk about the TV series at all.
Oh yeah, we didn't.
We have completely ignored the TV series.
Yeah,
and
I wasn't. To be fair, I don't think we're doing that out of spite. I think it was just like, let's just talk about the Scream movies.
Yeah,
that's what we know.
But we did do Hannibal for when we did the Hannibal retrospective.
We did. Maybe we should do the TV show then.
Maybe you should shut the fuck up.
Okay.
Maybe you need to back the fuck off, Diego. I'm in no mood for your shit.
All right. Maybe I'll do the TV show then.
We'll see. We'll fucking see. I don't fucking know.
All right.
Scream 6 make money?
It's made so much money.
Oh, really?
It's the most profitable Scream movie, I think, already.
That's wild. I did not know that. It felt like no one saw it.
No, it might be fizzling out because the big movies are coming in right now, but it was kind of a monster.
Yeah. Hey, that's actually kind of interesting.
Yeah.
Could have paid Nev Campbell apparently.
Yeah, they could have.
Movie makes that much money. You could have paid.
I'll have thoughts about that when we talk about that.
Did Nev Campbell die on her way back to her home planet?
No. There's just a line to be like, oh, Sydney's.
I mean,
safe.
To be fair, like Nev Campbell, like that's fucked up that happened. But I also give fucking Sidney Prescott a break. Like she went throwing up. Like
okay, I was gonna save that for the eventual episode, but yeah, I agree with that. Like, yeah, pay Nev Campbell, even if it was just a cameo where she's like, nope, fuck this, and goes into hiding. Like that spoiler, that's what happens in the movie. She's in hiding.
He lost 3 friends groups.
Yeah. Yeah, like at some point it just becomes less interesting if you're bringing back the same characters, because the only results, like the end result of that is it's going to get really boring because they're never going to die, or everyone's going to be pissed off because they're going to die, and it's like no one wants to see that. No one wants to see that character die.
Maybe a lesson Star Wars fans could take.
And I'll say like my criticisms about the characters in Scream 5, where it's like I don't know who any of these people are. The characters in Scream 6, it's like removing the legacy aspect of it really let them kind of come into their own. So I think you'll have that to look forward to.
All right.
Yeah. Hashtag Core 4.
I don't even remember what happened in Scream 5, to be honest.
Yeah, you get a recap. You get a vocal recap.
Other than David Arquette faked his death, and he's now living on a farm somewhere.
Yeah.
If they did that in one of these movies, then I would love it, truly. Like if they were just like, actually, he lived.
Yeah. I mean, if it's any character that's going to do that, it doesn't make sense that it'd be Dewey.
Yeah.
Because he just like every movie, it was like a close call. And then now he's like, I got tired of doing that. So I got tired of getting stabbed.
I got a little annoyed with being stabbed on 5 separate occasions. So I just decided if it happened again, I'm going in witness protection.
Yeah.
So.
Good call. Dewey,
Yeah, good
who's
call.
definitely out there and not dead. Because if Dewey died on film, I would die in real life.
Yeah. But all right. I guess I'll see Scream 6 if it's still in theaters.
Yeah.
I don't even know if it's playing near me anymore.
There are no stabbings in The Late Shift, the movie we're here to talk about.
Yeah,
today.
which we didn't introduce that yet.
We didn't. I told you there was an extra episode on the Patreon. I didn't even say what it was for, what movie it was for.
Well, we like to build. It's mystery box. We like to set things up, build the anticipation for what could happen.
Yeah,
You know,
it's The Late Shift.
We could be here to talk about a known failed awards contender, a fucking movie that should have done better, an unimpeachable classic. But no, we're here to talk about The Late Shift, which is a TV movie.
It's a TV movie. We will be talking about at least one unimpeachable classic next week.
Hey,
I'm not going to say what it is yet until the end of the episode.
We got two more after this for those keeping count.
Yeah.
But
all right, Late Shift is based on the book by Bill Carter. Film's written by George Armitage, directed by Betty Thomas. Stars
Betty
Kathy
Thomas,
Bates.
who did before this, did the Brady Bunch movie, which we talked a little. I'll save. There's another advertisement. I talked about some of the plot elements of the Brady Bunch movie on the Patreon episode. Goes on to direct the Howard Stern movie later, and then like their last movie was Alvin and the Chipmunks, the Squeakquel.
Is that the best or the worst movie title ever?
I mean, it's weird. It kind of replaced Electric Boogaloo as like the joke sequel title.
A little bit, yeah.
So like it's got some cultural value, you know?
Yeah,
like,
you know.
Well,
like sometimes it's just nice to have like a cultural artifact like that, you know.
You know what's really weird about those movies, in my opinion?
What?
That it's like peak, like we have to get famous people to voice our characters. And it's the fucking Chipmunks. You just speed up the voices.
Oh yeah.
So it's like Justin Long is Alvin. And it's just his voice sped up.
Yeah.
Christina Applegate played one of the girl Chipmunks. Like Anna Faris, Amy Poehler. Like it's weird, you know? Why did they do that? What is Hollywood thinking?
I'm willing to bet there was some money changed behind the scenes of those movies.
But those movies also made like $400 million each.
Yeah.
Because that's that weird, like they were kind of like whoever was responsible, like was the master of counter programming. Like they always went up against some other blockbuster, but like clearly with the intent of no one who's paying to see that is going to pay to see Alvin and the Chipmunks. Because the Road Chip, which, you know, is the lowest grossing, made 230 million, came out against Star Wars The Force Awakens, but that still made money, you know?
Yeah. It's like, well, maybe Star Wars is a little loud for the younger kiddies, so let's take them to Alvin and the Chipmunks.
But that was the strategy with those movies, was basically to like go up against a movie that they knew there was no crossover with. That's also those movies where like David Cross like signed on to do sequels because he was convinced that it wouldn't go anywhere. And then like he had to get dragged back into like doing 3 sequels, and he like goes on the air and like badmouths the movie like whenever he's promoting it.
I missed that. Holy
shit. He said some insane shit when those movies were coming out. Like he called out the producers by name.
Jesus Christ.
And he said shit like it was like it's like he's like all the negative things you think he called. So one of the producers is all the negative things you think about when you think about Jews. That was an actual thing he said on a talk show while promoting a children's film. Yeah.
Oh boy.
That was a time.
What's he up to right now?
I don't know. David Cross is weird.
He's a strange man. That's what I'll say.
He's very aggressive. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And he's very
sort of the opposite of his character from Arrested Development.
Yeah, that's what's weird. Yeah, he's really he's definitely not. He's not a lot of the character, because he usually plays like nerdy guys, right?
Yeah,
And
nerdy
in real life, he's
dweeby
like,
guys.
he's like super aggressive in real life. He's one of those guys, like, he was out there like picking fights with like Larry the Cable Guy and shit. Like, he's very openly, he was kind of like, he was a little bit like in the Janine Garofalo space, where Janine Garofalo was going on TV in the early 2000s and being like, the Iraq war is a mistake. And she basically burned her whole career down despite being right.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, she was like correct. Like everyone
Yeah.
who stops her from having a bigger career is a piece of shit.
Yeah. She straight up destroyed her career to tell everyone that the Iraq war was going to be a mistake, and she ended up being right,
Yeah.
Like, and she really could have said nothing. Like, I don't know, I'm not saying what she did was brave, but like, it wasn't like Janine Garofalo, people were listening to her, but she felt the need to speak up and was right, and got punished for it. But yeah, David Cross, because he's also like, he does like Mr. Show with Bob Odenkirk, another guy who's like kind of like secretly a really aggressive guy.
Yeah.
Bob Odenkirk less so though. Like, I think Odenkirk's mellowed a little bit, but they're both guys that like they consider themselves very principled. But also, didn't David Cross like walk out of an interview on Colbert or something like that, like in the middle of the interview?
Oh, I don't know, but you know what? It doesn't surprise me that he would have.
Like, there was that when Arrested Development came back for that last season that no one even remembers, was around the time that like Jeffrey Tambor got canceled, remember? And what's her name? Jessica Walter was giving an interview with the cast where she was like, Jeffrey Tambor treated me terribly. And like the whole cast kind of like tried to talk over her. Do you remember this?
I remember.
It was like it was like one of those moments where we've all tried to collectively pretend it didn't happen because it was kind of miserable. And I think what happened was David Cross went on Colbert shortly after that, and Colbert tried to ask him about it, and Colbert walked out of the interview. I think that's what happened.
Or Colbert walked, or he walks.
Cross walked. Cross walked out of the interview. Which, who knows, that maybe things have patched up since then. I don't know. But he was one of those guys where like for a while he was out there just burning bridges left and right. And hey, I mean, some guys are like that, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, that TV show, The Increasingly Poor Decisions of Todd Margaret. Remember that?
I remember the name. I never saw it.
One of the early like IFC things. I don't know if it holds up. I remember liking it, but it was also one of those like cringe comedy shows where like shit just kept going wrong for him, and probably like Weak Sauce, Arrested Development. I mean, not Always Sunny in Philadelphia type shit.
Oh yeah.
Of like, it's offensive, but they don't know they're offensive or whatever. Like, oh, hey, he's married to Amber Tamblyn. I forgot that.
Yeah, there's quite a gap there in the age.
I mean,
like it's not like the worst.
It's not the worst, but
it's not. It's just noticeable. That's all.
But when did they get married? How old was she when they got married? That's all I care about.
Yeah, let me see. Now I have to see this.
You can't be 19. Like, that's all. Like, I'm just like, you got to be at least 25. But
they married 2012, so she would have been like, she would have been in her late 20s.
Yeah, almost 30. I mean, whatever.
Okay.
No, I'm not gonna fucking. I think people get a little too weird about age differences online. I'm just gonna throw that out there.
Yeah.
Like, there is the weird, like, this 6-year-old is dating a 17-year-old. Like, that's fucked up. I'm not gonna say it is, right? But sometimes it's like, whatever. If it's two adults, whatever.
Yeah.
But not to make a big stand on anything.
No. I mean, I get it. Sometimes there's questionable stuff, and
it's that weird thing where like
if you're like okay, look, I'll say the age is just noticeable, like noticeably different, but it is probably one of the least weird versions of it, I guess.
Yeah.
Just considering like other people in Hollywood, like I'm not gonna make a big hubbub about it, I guess.
It's just, I've noticed a lot of it in that weird era where the right has weaponized everything they don't like as grooming. That they've also zoned in on, like, if there's an age gap of like 8 years, that's grooming now.
Yeah.
Between like consenting adults, like people in their like, where like the gap is like someone in their 30s and someone in their 40s, like, which I'm just like, whatever, man. Like, we really shouldn't care about that. Like, that's all I can say. But weird time to want to not be alive.
Yeah. Joke's on you. I never want to be alive.
Hey, someone just messaged me on the Discord. I don't know how to use Discord, by the way. Anyone that uses Discord.
Oh yeah, I should use that more.
Yeah.
People have
I
asked me to
should
use
get
that
my
more.
own page on the Waffle Press fucking Discord page.
Oh yeah, you kind of should.
The people are demanding it. But also, if you've ever private messaged me on, I keep getting notifications that say I got private messages on Discord, and then I check my inbox and there's nothing there. So I don't know what I'm doing wrong, but I'm not seeing your private messages. It's not because I don't like you. I just don't know how Discord works. Just want to throw that out there.
Yeah, I also don't I don't know how to read stuff on there.
It's a little weird. It's a little old forum-y, you know.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I used to love like looking at those old forums, but I was never part of them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like forums on the internet were like such a staple, I guess.
Well,
For so
forums
long.
also had page breaks, whereas Discord just like, here's everything that was ever said on this one topic. But
yeah, I mean that's
yeah.
why probably I Reddit stuck around. You know,
I have never figured out Reddit.
I don't use it, but I Google a lot of stuff, and Reddit will have comments on things or whatever, or like
Reddit is good when I'm trying to do like DIY stuff around my house. Like if I go, how do I build this bench this way? Like I can go to Reddit and some guy will have the perfect answer.
Or like as I've gotten more into like cameras and lenses and stuff like that, it's like, well, clearly you got to do this instead of this, or like this is more beneficial than that. Don't worry about this new thing. You have this old cheaper thing, and it's like, okay.
Especially in this age where like Google never gives me the answer I'm looking for anymore. Like when I Google stuff, it's like how to whatever, and then I will just add Reddit to the end of it because I know Reddit will actually give me the answer.
Yeah. Or if you're like me and you're like, man, I love the outfits of characters in the Life Aquatic with Steve Zissou. Where can I get those outfits or stuff that looks similar? Reddit will have the answers.
Oh my god.
Yeah. There's
show up one of those fucking beanies or whatever the fuck those guys are wearing.
There's one from Film Fashion, the subreddit. It says, anyone know where to get Willem Dafoe's drip from the Life Aquatic? ? And
when did you watch the Life Aquatic for the first time? This is a real tangent, but I'm just
yeah, fuck it. Oh god, it must have been like a year after it came out. Like I remember seeing the trailer and I was like, whoa, I'd never seen anything like that before at that point in my life. And then I saw it and I was like, I don't know. I was like, this is okay.
I watched it because I was a big Bill Murray fan as a kid.
Oh yeah.
And I was like, hey, a Bill Murray movie. And I put it on and was completely baffled by it.
Yeah. Now I do love it.
No, of course. Like I've aged into Wes Anderson, film Twitter's most controversial director, apparently.
Yeah, just because he's a guy from Texas that looks French.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, whatever.
Yeah.
Wes Anderson is Wes Anderson. He does the fucking same shit in every movie. You either like it at this point or you don't. Like, just fucking let's just draw the line and move on.
Yeah.
Like,
also, like, yeah, don't we want people to have distinct voices? Isn't that the whole fucking thing?
Yeah.
Whatever.
But hey, people are weird about that guy. But I was just straight up baffled by Life Aquatic the first time I saw it. Like I was too young for any of that humor, you know.
Like it's so dry.
It is like insanely dry.
Yeah.
Like,
which is funnier because it takes place mostly at sea.
I
get it.
But anyway, what was I gonna say? Fucking do you know, here's something I can't track, like how my comedy tastes evolved over time. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I have no idea how to track mine either.
I can track like my horror tastes and like just my movie tastes in general, but I can't track comedy. Like there was just a time where like just everything was funny, you know? Like if it had the cadence of a joke, it's funny. Like, what was the first comedy you remember seeing that you like were like, I don't like this?
The Benchwarmers, I think.
Oh my god, you know what? That's a close one for me too. Yeah.
Yeah, because I remember people in my school being like, oh, it's so funny. And like whatever, there's nothing wrong with finding that like any type of humor.
And it's that
like funny when you're
post,
in that middle school era or whatever.
it's that post Napoleon Dynamite era, you know, where like,
Yeah.
what's John Heater going to do? And like Napoleon Dynamite at the time is the funniest movie ever made if you're like 12, you know,
Yeah.
like, which that movie was like incredible. But you're like, they never really could figure out what to do with him.
No.
And which
But
is a
they
shame.
should.
Hey.
Anyways, but like, yeah, that was one where I was like, this. I just don't think this is funny. There is one funny joke though with the Puerto Rican baseball player.
I thought of the exact same joke with the paper that says I am 12 or whatever.
Yes.
I thought of the exact same joke.
Yeah,
I was like, I was gonna be like, yeah, there's only one joke that I really remember liking from it, and it was that exact joke.
yeah.
So hey, the other one I remember where it was like, which will be bigger when we get back to Happy Amblin, but I remember seeing I Now Pronounce You Chuck and Larry in theaters and being like, oh, this isn't good. Like, this is bad. And that kind of being this, and it being like this moment of like, oh, most Adam Sandler movies are bad. Like, because at that point I had seen Click the previous year and was like, Click, hysterical. Like funny movie. And within like that 1 year gap, I was like, oh no. Let's stop this. But that's not a good movie. We'll get to
No.
that when we get to it. But yeah, I'm trying, because like I think it's important because there are people that just, you know, comedy is so weird where you can't really make someone get comedy, you know, like you can't sit someone down and be like, here's why this is funny. It's not like you can explain the construction of, you know, a horror scene, right? And like, this is why this is scary. Like there's so many rules to horror. There's so many rules to action. Comedy is so elusive that I don't think there's anything set in stone, which is what makes it so difficult to talk about.
Yeah, like,
am I wrong? Like, I don't know.
I guess you could, like, I push back a little in that, like, there's a way to construct the joke, but you know, maybe this is why comedy and horror guys kind of tend to mesh well together too. It's like you can build up to a scare, you can build up to a joke, but if you don't find one particular thing scary or one particular thing funny, you cannot explain it to make them like it more, like you're saying.
Yeah.
You know, versus like you can state why a camera move is dramatic, you know, but you can't like tell someone like they have to like it because of that, you know.
But can you also like, there are things that you find funny that if someone asked you to explain why is that funny, you wouldn't be able to do it.
Yeah.
Like, you're just like, every time I see it, I laugh hysterically and I cannot put into words why it is funny. Like,
yeah, I thought of like thousands of viral videos.
Oh yeah, like most of Vine.
Yeah,
like,
most of Vine is fucking that covers it. Yeah,
like where it's like those people like reinvented comedy. Bunch of fucking broke millennials rolled out of bed one morning and made comedy history. like, and there's so much shit from that, from the Vine era that like I still remember to this day that will make me laugh when I think about it, and couldn't explain why it's actually funny. Like, could not put into words why 90% of that shit was funny. Why is mispronouncing Christmas funny? Like, you know, like, why is that funny? But it's fucking hysterical.
Yeah.
I just, it's
or a more recent
like,
favorite of mine.
I worry that discussions about comedy have kind of been overrun by people like Joe Rogan. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We're like, comedy must be dangerous. Comedy's got to be truth telling. Comedy's got to be offensive. Like, it's the woke people can't handle it. And I'm like, we have to be better at discussing comedy, but also like, there's no way to discuss comedy in a way that isn't like painfully boring. And also that makes you go, ah, fuck you. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
It's there's stuff, some stuff just is funny even without making any sense, and it's harder to put into words.
Yeah, I wonder like what what that is. Maybe it's the more conversational side of things. Maybe that's why people are drawn to like Conan and Mark Maron.
Or like, I mean, the ultimate example is Norm Macdonald, who like would straight up just tell jokes that are like fucking like Henny Youngman era jokes, but in his cadence, with his voice, with his inflections, it becomes the funniest fucking thing you've ever heard. Like, I mean, you've seen the moth joke. We all know the moth joke Norm did.
Yeah.
Which is like insane. And the punchline doesn't make any like, I mean, the punchline is so simple and stupid, but when he does it, it's funny. Like anyone else would have fucked it up. Or did you ever see, the Bob Saget roast he did, right?
Oh yeah.
Where he just got on there and just told old jokes out of like a joke book.
Yeah. And was that the one where people like kind of like started booing him off stage, basically?
Well, no, you can see like if you watch the uncut version, there is the version they aired on Comedy Central for the roast, where there's a lot of editing to make it look like it's landing a little better. But the full uncut version is full of long periods of the audience being completely baffled. Like it's that class thing of like all the comedians behind him are laughing, right? They're like, I can't believe he's doing this. And then the audience is like, what? Like, what? I don't get it. Like, I think I heard Norm in an interview say like, because like it was one of those like early viral things. People were like, wow, Norm like killed. And Norm's like, I didn't really feel like I was killing. The whole time I was up there, I was just staring into the angry eyes of Alan Thicke. Like, like the audience clearly wasn't with it, but it's where they're not booing. There's just that like silence, that like, that like that uncomfortableness when a joke lands but no one laughs. And he would just sit there and let it happen. And I don't know why that's funny. But it is.
I wonder if part of it is just like the uncomfortability of it, like you need to laugh almost as like a relief.
I do have that. I do have the reflex
something needs to happen.
Laugh. I mean, I think I've told you like that. I basically broke my brain watching Hereditary and basically laughed throughout that whole movie.
Yeah, which I still I don't understand. But other people have told me that's a very funny movie.
I want to stress that, like, I do think that movie's a comedy, but I want to stress that I was not laughing out of humor. Like I knew the movie was horrifying, but it still made me laugh, is what I'm saying. That instead of like fear, I laughed. For whatever reason, my body was like, this is how we're going to handle all this.
You know what?
There was a lady behind me crying at how intense that movie was. And yeah, I'm not trying to be like, that's not me being like, I was too cool for school. I laughed throughout Hereditary. It was just like my brain like broke and was like, the way we're going to deal with this movie is to laugh the whole time. Like,
totally get that.
So, but I don't like,
it's like you can't, like in some ways you can't believe what you're watching. So you just have to like laugh. Like is this really fucking happening? Not in like an ironic way, just like a,
do you want me to tell you
Jesus
a horrible
Christ
story? I might have told this on the podcast.
Sure.
A horrible story that's going to make you laugh.
Okay.
So, the doctor who delivered me when I was born killed himself.
What? What?
This is true.
What?
Yes. The doctor who delivered me when I was born at the hospital killed himself. He later in life, like by sheer coincidence, he ended up being our neighbor. He got caught in an affair that like he was having, and instead of going through with divorce, he killed himself. This really happened.
Oh my
in our neighborhood.
God.
Also, my magic teacher killed himself. Sorry. My dad, when I was in middle school, my dad was like, you have to do extracurricular activities because like that is important to like your college, whatever, like that you were part of clubs and shit. And the only thing that appealed to me was this magic class, and this 8th grade English teacher taught magic. And then it turned out he was sleeping with a student.
Ooh.
And he died in a car accident, which I don't think it was ever official, but people are like, yeah, that was intentional. Because it was like downhill into a brick wall,
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah. So my magic teacher killed himself, and the doctor who delivered me killed himself. I woke up the morning it happened, and it's that thing of like, you're getting ready for school. Why the fuck do they make kids get up for school before the sun is up, right?
Yeah, it's fucked
Like
up.
that's pure evil. Like, do it to adults whose lives are already dead. Like, they're not the children who still have hope for the future. But I get up and I go to the bathroom and I look out the window and there's like cop cars like all over at that house. I'm like, that's weird. And like somehow the news gets to me that before I get to school that like, hey, he killed himself. Like, that's what happened. And it turns into like holy shit, this is gossip that this guy killed himself. I go to tell someone, I swear to God, did not know this was about to happen. I go to tell an old neighbor of ours, hey, did you hear what happened to so-and-so? And they go, what? And I say, through laughter, he killed himself.
Yeah, that
That
is definitely insane.
I did not find it funny. I want to stress that, but my body was like, you're about to say he killed himself. You're gonna laugh now. Like, you're looking into someone's eyes and you're gonna laugh when you say this. So I don't know what that means.
I don't understand the human brain. So
have I'm sure you've laughed at inappropriate shit. Like when you're like, that situation where you're like, oh God, I really can't laugh right now, but I'm gonna laugh, right? Like,
yeah,
I'm sure you've been there.
Quite in that territory, but
nothing you want to tell.
No,
I'm just brave enough to tell the story.
I don't know. Nothing regarding deaths. I've never laughed.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, people I care about dying. It
is such a great, you don't understand how funny it is to tell people that the doctor who delivered you killed themselves and it being true. That's actually funny.
No, you know what? I should have asked, was it like right after?
That's the thing. It's like when you say that, you're like, hey, and then they're like, oh, that's funny. It's like, no, it really happened, but it was years later.
The trauma of the birth.
I think it's just my family's kind of fucked up when it comes to humor. I mean, one time I walked into my dad just laughing hysterically at stuff on YouTube, and I look at what he's watching, and he's just watching boats crash. Like boats like hitting bridges and shit. And he's like, he's laughing so hard he can't breathe. And I'm like, I guess this is what happens sometimes.
Yeah, maybe there's like a through line to like not to just try to pivot back to the late shift, but like, America's Funniest Home Videos, like when you're a kid and you're watching people fall, like that's all that show is, but it's like I thought it was funny at the time.
Well, why does Jackass have such wide appeal?
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's why all four of those movies are like classics.
That's just people destroying their bodies for our entertainment. They're literally hitting themselves with like military grade weapons. Like,
they're poisoning themselves.
And it's hysterical.
Or destroying their genitals.
The one where they like run through the hallway with all the tasers and the cattle prods. And like Bam Margera gets like hit in the face with the fucking cattle prod and goes flying through the air. Like, that's so horrifying. And every time I watch it, I laugh so hard I can't breathe. Like, what is that? Like,
oh my God. Yeah, it's pretty bad.
It's just like it's just kind of incredible that like trying to figure out why we laugh at things.
Yeah, I hope Bam is doing better soon and get some help.
Bam lives near me.
Really?
Yeah.
You have brought that up before.
I've been on the street and you just look over and there's Bam Margera. Like, it's just like you're like, holy shit. And it's like, yep, I hope he gets better. Like, which is all you can really do at this point. It's a shame. But hey, but Jackass, man. I mean, but also like not like early YouTube was mostly just videos of people getting hurt. Like,
yeah.
Or do you remember there's a video from way back in the day of some girl. I don't know why would you upload this? This is what's also baffling about that kind of stuff. But it was a girl, she was like trying to like videotape herself sing a song while standing on a table. you remember this?
No.
And it's like very bad audio. It was clearly meant for like a friend or something. And they're like on top of the table and they walk forward and they clearly don't understand how weight ratios work. And if you put all your weight on the edge of a table, the table is gonna flip. And they like fucking flip and like fall and like do not land easy. Like they hit the table, then the floor on the way down. Like,
Fuck.
and it's
I
like,
could just see it in my head.
yeah, it's hysterical though. But like that person got hurt. Like
Yeah.
it's one of those where like, no, they are hurt when that's over. Like, and of course the video also goes in slow-mo. So then you see them fall in slow-mo, which ends with them on the floor in slow-mo. You hear, which just makes it 10 times funnier.
Oh shit.
I have no point. I'm just like, are we just like all that like fucked up ultimately? Like people getting hurt is that amusing?
Maybe. Oh shit. I didn't even see a video. I'm just imagining it in
I
my
know.
head. Oh shit.
Sometimes all it takes is describing it is that it's funnier, you know?
Yeah.
Like,
Oh
you've
my
seen enough
god.
videos of people falling that like shit, it's just like, I mean, you've seen those videos where people just fall and like they there's a way to fall where it's like embarrassing, but you don't get hurt. And then there's like the polar opposite where it's like they hit everything on the way down. Like it's like it's just like you fell the worst way you could. And oh god, I don't know why I find that shit funny. I really don't, but like I find it hysterical.
Do you remember the first viral video that got shown on late night television?
No, I don't actually.
Me neither.
Do you have that answer?
No, I'll look it up though while you
Well,
find
there's
something to
also
talk
like
about.
there are those weird like viral before viral type things, you know?
Mhm.
Like famously South Park was like one of the like the original South Park thing was a viral video before before the internet, right? Like
Mhm.
they made the short video, which is like the first one is just like Frosty the snowman like killing the kids,
Oh yeah.
and then the other is Jesus fighting Santa. And those literally got passed around on VHS tapes by people. Like that's how you saw it back in the day. Was like you had to get like a bootleg of a bootleg of a bootleg of a bootleg to see it. And it was one of the early viral videos before that even existed. And like I've heard interviews with the South Park guys where they talk about they didn't put their names on it. So other people were getting work in Hollywood claiming they made the South Park video. Yeah.
Oh,
So like it almost fucked them in a weird way.
that sucks.
But it's interesting. So like there's those, like there are plenty of examples like that where shit just is, and that's, I mean, part of, we'll talk about it when we get to Letterman, but part of Letterman's appeal is he was doing stuff that would later be just viral content, but at the time no one was doing it, and he was doing it on a major network for everyone to see. Like that's where the shift comes from. But I'm trying to think, like, you know, like I remember Kimmel was one of the first guys to be like, we're going to show internet videos on the show, right?
Mhm.
Like the Daily Show definitely had some of that. Conan had a little bit of that back in the day. But I can't think of. There's also like there were those shows that would like show like viral videos and clearly not understand why they were popular, but would just show them, you know. What was that? What was that show? Some daytime talk show. I can't even remember.
No, I don't know the daytime ones. I know like it just became kind of popular in like Spike TV era, just to have like quote unquote talk shows where they would just show viral videos and
Well, there
have
was
people
like
react.
what was it? There was like Web Soup. Do you remember Web Soup?
Yeah, or like
It's like
Tosh.0,
Tosh.0. There was
which
another
lasted too
version.
long.
There was a show that Patrice O'Neill hosted back in the day that I can't remember. That was basically that. It was basically viral videos. It was called like Web something. I can't even remember, but like they showed viral videos on TV in a pre-YouTube era, you know?
Mm-hmm.
You remember VH1 back in the day did a 2-part the top 25 best viral videos of all time. Do you remember this? Did you ever see this?
I don't think so.
And I don't think you can really find it anywhere because it is that pre-YouTube thing. At the time, the number two videos were the Star Wars kid. Remember that guy?
Oh yeah, of course.
And which is again, that thing went like viral early because like Arrested Development like makes fun of that. Like Arrested Development has a whole subplot. And the number one was the Numa guy. It was like the biggest thing at the time. Which another thing that like I can't explain why that was so funny. It's just a guy singing to a foreign song, you know, like, but it was huge. It was like massive. It's like you would go to people's houses and they would show you a different version of it. Like, but like here, from what I remember, here are the other videos. Here were the other viral things that were in that list. This is just off the top of my head. There was the kid from Brooklyn. Do you remember the kid from Brooklyn?
No, I don't remember this one.
He was this old guy. I believe he's passed away. He was kind of like the early rant channel, right? Like, would be like, I went to one of them Starbucks the other days. They charged me $10 for fucking coffee. Like, that's the video. It's just him being like, I went across the street, the pancake house, got $10, got pancakes, fucking pound cake, a fucking drink. Like, that was like his videos. Like, I'm here today to talk about Quaaludes. Like,
This.
but like, you know, it was like early like rant videos being like, you know, the government ain't doing this shit right. Like, but he was like huge back in the day. Like, he was like this big guy who just did insane shit like that. There was the balloon office prank where like there was some student government at some college. They decided to prank the head of the student government by putting a bunch of balloons in his office, and the guy like way overreacts with anger to it, which is like, you know, it's like him being like, this is a waste of our time. It's a waste of fucking student council time. Like, it's one of those. And there was the Average Homeboy. Do you remember the Average Homeboy?
No, whoa, I'm like, I have so many blind spots.
I mean, I only know these guys basically because of this special, but the Average Homeboy was like a white guy rapper. Like, it was just like, that was still funny in the early 2000s. And it was the guy trying to, he made his own video in like the early 90s, and then it got posted online and it got shared around as like, this is so embarrassing. Like, this guy is an embarrassment. There is a video that is just a lady eating a bug. That was like the number 25 on the list, was just a lady eats a bug on camera. And people are like, can you believe this lady did that? And it's like, dude, that's Fear Factor.
Yeah.
I remember like Fear Factor. What was that?
I remember Fear Factor.
Yeah. But also it was like, it's still such a novelty at this time that kind of thing could go viral. The other was like Lonely Girl 15. Do you remember Lonely Girl 15, right?
Jesus, no.
Oh my God, you don't know Lonely Girl 15?
No.
Lonely Girl 15, I'll give a short version of this. That is it's a girl vlogging. She's like, hey, I'm a 15-year-old girl. Here's my boyfriend, blah, 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 I'm vlogging. And it came out later that it was all fake. That like it was an actress being paid to do this. And it was an attempt to be like, as you watch the vlogs, a sort of sinister plot became obvious, right?
Oh,
like it's like, oh, it turns out Lonely Girl 15 is part of a cult of some kind, like, and that her family is like part of some evil cult. It's one of those things where like the moment it was exposed, it immediately lost all steam. But I remember back in the day when I went on YouTube and was just looking up videos, the top videos at the time I started using YouTube regularly were a bunch of videos that were like, Lonely Girl 15 is fake. And it was people breaking down how they found out Lonely Girl 15 was fake. Like, that was the big story at the time. There was the Japanese Backstreet Boys. Remember them?
That I do have a recollection of.
Which is just two Japanese guys lip syncing to the Backstreet Boys.
Yeah, lip syncing was
wildly
huge. Popular.
It was insanely popular. I mean, that was most of YouTube back in the day. Like you go to YouTube, you would type in like a not like a Weird Al song, and you would find a guy lip syncing to it, right?
Mm-hmm.
I remember listening to Uncle Fucker from the South Park movie, and like the only version that was on YouTube that was like good quality was two idiots in like their college dorm room like lip syncing to it. And like that was the first result you got too. Like you type that in, that's what you got were those guys.
Mm-hmm.
It's just weird to think about. There was like, remember the surprised panda?
Oh
Like,
yeah.
surprised panda. There was the Tron guy. You know what? Jimmy Kimmel had the Tron guy on the show like in his first year.
I remember that.
Yeah. I'm not gonna bother looking up what happened to Tron guy. I think some things are better left unknown.
Yeah, just leave that in the
Just leave
void of
that.
space and time.
There was, I'm trying to think of who else. I mean, there's Chocolate Rain, which is like an early YouTube viral video.
Mm-hmm.
Which is one of the songs that like when you really listen to the lyrics, it's like this is actually a song about like systematic racism. And people are like, it's funny because he says Chocolate Rain a lot, and like he's got a deep voice. Tazon Day, that was that guy's name, right?
Yeah. He stuck around. Now he does like well, I don't know if he does it regularly, but he did some song like breaking
That's
down
about the economy. He did a song about the economy.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's doing like a lot of left. I mean, I think his work was always political. It's just that Chocolate Rain happened to go viral because people are like, "The fuck is this?" Like,
yeah.
it's that. I'm trying to think of like pre-YouTube. I mean, there's Charlie the Unicorn. You know.
Oh my gosh,
Like,
who could forget Charlie the Unicorn?
Yeah, which just had their big finale like last year,
Mhm.
the official end of the Charlie the Unicorn saga. Which I think came out in 2021. And in
Wow.
my opinion, was one of the top 10 films of 2021. So go check that out if you're interested. What do you remember? Like, what is some like YouTube viral shit do you remember?
Chocolate Rain is a big one.
Well, that's YouTube. That was a YouTube one.
Oh, okay. Pre that.
Yeah.
Well, like what would Homestar Runner be considered that?
Yes, Homestar Runner definitely
was the big one.
Homestar Runner was like Homestar Runner was so huge you could like actually see like Homestar Runner stickers like in public, you know? Like
well, Trogdor was still popular even up to like last decade.
Yeah.
Like maybe not popular, but like a known
Homestar Runner went away for a little while and then came back and did okay. Like it's not like huge, but like there are still videos that like get numbers, right?
Yeah.
Like,
do you know who created Homestar Runner?
I remember reading this once. They went on to do something, but I can't remember what. What was it?
All right. So Mike Chapman co-created it with Craig Zobel, right? Craig Zobel. I'm double checking this right now. Yep. Okay. Craig Zobel has gone on to direct feature films. He's done a little bit of television. He did a little series called Mayor of Easttown.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, which 2021, it was huge. He also directed The Hunt, Z for Zachariah.
Oh, wow. All right.
Something
That's
called
crazy.
Compliance. I have seen Z for Zachariah and The Hunt. I hear Mayor of Easttown is better.
I saw some of Mayor of Easttown. It was all right.
Yeah. He's also going to be directing on the Penguin television series, the Matt Reeves one.
Sure, why not?
Yeah.
But fuck all that shit. Homestar Runner was like comedy gold.
Yeah.
That stuff still holds up. You can watch that. Like a lot of viral videos you return to and you're like, I can't believe I ever found this funny. But Homestar Runner is like still funny.
Well, I mean, there's like we're talking about like what works in comedy, what doesn't. Two non-comedy guys talking about it, but like from our perspective at least, there are still like the build-ups to jokes. Like they're still like set up and payoff and stuff like that. Like it wasn't just random, which I think was like a lot of the shock factor. Like even if it wasn't trying to be like offensive, it was like this is so random and shocking. It's so funny. Like remember random lulls and stuff like that. That's what people would say. Or
when you're a kid and like you go online for the first time and like people are cursing, right? Like you're not exposed to as much cursing in your regular, or like it's like, oh, it's Mario, but he says fuck, you know, like that. I remember as a kid, you're like, Sonic the Hedgehog said fuck, that's so fucking funny, and now you're like, that's not funny at all.
Yeah, or what's that one like Pokemon short? This might have been YouTube, not pre-YouTube.
But there's a lot of Pokemon stuff.
Well, yeah, let me get more specific. We're like Pikachu, Ash throws Pikachu out to battle like a Butterfree or something like that, and then Pikachu like hurts his knee, and he's like, "Ah, fuck!" And it's just like that's half the video
Yeah.
is just Pikachu being like, "Oh, you fucking
You know what
fuck."
kind of stole all these videos thunder was Robot Chicken. Like Robot
Yeah.
Chicken kind of was that. Like it was just like pop culture and cursing. Like
Mm-hmm.
so like that's like Adult Swim kind of taps into that early. Like, I mean, Tim and Erica's like viral videos, but they just happen to air on TV, you know?
Yeah.
Like uh it's crazy. Homestar Runner was big. I remember like the end of Z World. Remember that video?
Oh God.
Yeah.
Whoa. E-Bomb's World, right?
Yeah,
Is that where
E-Bomb's
that was
World back in the
from?
day.
Fucking hell. Good Lord.
But didn't like E-Bomb's World like steal all their content basically?
Oh,
Like
did they see? Like I never like looked into that because I was so young, but I guess in hindsight that makes a lot of sense. Unfortunately.
it was that thing where like they would take videos and then like that were freely available and then put their watermark on it. And I think he got in a fight with Low Tax, the guy who founded the Something Awful things, the Something Awful forums. The recently departed Low Tax. And yeah, like that early, like that early video, like a lot of these like early websites like crack.com or like I'm trying to think like a few of those like College Humor, they didn't make any of the content that was on there. They just took content that was freely available and then put their stamp on it. And then kind of sold themselves to like other companies in that era where like people were like, this could be the next YouTube, and then it wasn't. But remember you're the man now dog.com?
Why does it sound familiar? What was
Well,
that?
you're the man now dog is the quote from the Gus Van Sant film Finding Forrester, where Sean Connery goes, "You're the man now, dog." And you're the man. The website used to just be that. It was just "You're the man now, dog" in all caps, and just the audio of Connery saying "You're the man now, dog" on loop. But then it became this thing where like you could submit whatever you wanted to it. And it was one of those early websites where like memes kind of started. There was early meme stuff, like emo stuff. There was early Conan, like Conan stuff got big on there, like edits of his videos. Just weird, like a lot of weird early internet humor that's a mix of like silly pop culture references, insanely niche in jokes, borderline racist stuff that like you at the time you're like, this is just edgy comedy, and then later you're like, actually that was just racist. Like,
Yeah.
they were one of the early websites that like remember when like the internet went to war with the Church of Scientology, like the like 2006, like where they like were like, we're gonna bring down the Church of Scientology. Like, a bunch of guys wearing Guy Fawkes masks and shit. Like, that didn't happen, unfortunately, but
No.
it was one of those early like, oh, the internet can actually lead to shit happening in real life. I can't think of. I know there's stuff I'm missing that was like early internet content that was like the stuff that kind of raised us, you know. Like, do you remember Waterman? Do you remember Waterman?
No, I
It was like
don't.
a Flash video series. It was basically like, this is like, I mean this as an insult. It was basically Family Guy if it was like a Flash animated series.
Yeah, I have no recollection of this.
Yeah, it was like huge on Newgrounds back in the day, in as the way you could be big on Newgrounds, which doesn't really mean anything. And the crazy thing about that guy is that the guy who owned Waterman made a movie, a Waterman movie, starring Leslie Nielsen.
What?
Leslie Nielsen did a voice in it, and he's like basically the main character. He got Leslie Nielsen to be in it. It was never finished and has never been released. So there's a like Leslie Nielsen movie just sitting out there, an animated movie. Yeah.
Did they release that? I kind of want them to release that just for
you can find,
Leslie
I believe
Nielsen.
the first 10 minutes are out there somewhere. So I remember watching that at one point. It was one of those things where like the guy tried like crowdfunding it a few times, right? And it just never went anywhere because Waterman was never as big. Also, he's one of those guys where Speaking of the Charlie the Unicorn guy, I remember the Charlie the Unicorn guy back in the day where you had to go like on an obscure forum to find this, being like, yeah, I worked with the Waterman guy. He's kind of a huge asshole. And he was like, inexplicably, like, this guy is like, he's really good at producing. Like, he can get big names for his projects, but he's kind of a huge asshole and impossible to work with. And I think he just kind of burned every bridge and then never got the movie finished. Yeah, they started making it in 2007, and with lines recorded before Leslie Nielsen's death in 2010. And there's been no more information released about the movie since 2011. So, but that was like, that was internet content, man. Like, that's one of those ones where, like, I remember watching it, laughing at it, and then if I watch it now, I was like, oh, this is terrible. Like, goddamn, man.
You
It's
know,
like
versus
a completely different internet landscape that, like, also just isn't preserved anywhere. Like, it doesn't exist.
yeah, that's a really like unfortunate thing about it. It's like it's just not gonna
Well, to bring
be
it
available,
back,
you know.
to bring it back to late night, a lot of the early Carson stuff was not preserved. Like, a lot of the early Johnny Carson years, like, most of that stuff's gone, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And like before that, like, who hosted the Tonight Show before? It was like, was it Jack Parr who hosted the Tonight Show? Yeah, Steve Allen and Jack Parr were the two hosts before Carson. I think their stuff is even less preserved. Look, I was looking up like some early television stuff recently, and like, it is crazy how many of the first television shows, it's like there's nothing left. Like, there are no episodes available anymore. Like, no one bothered to preserve it.
Yeah, I know. I've definitely brought this up before. I don't know if I made an episode where we talked about it, but like the Siskel and Ebert at the movies, like countless episodes are gone.
Yeah.
You know, it
Are,
just,
are those but are those ones really gone though, or are they just like sitting in a vault somewhere?
I think those are genuinely gone because they did so many like on a weekly basis that like whatever, I don't remember what studio it was that they did them at, but like they would just they would use those old tapes and re-record over them for like sports or whatever.
I guess when they were still that must have been when they were still the local guys, like before they went national.
Mm-hmm.
Because like you can find a lot of their stuff, surprisingly.
No, thankfully you
like,
can.
There's
Yeah.
but I think that's more like, because they weren't at the movies at first. They were like sneak previews or something. Do you remember? Like, it was.
Oh yeah, like those are probably like
Yeah,
way harder to find even than that.
Yeah, it's the really old version is definitely gone. But like, I think from like 85 on, I think it's pretty preserved. But even then, it's like half their, like, I think like about a decade's of work that is mostly missing, you know. Like, you can find it, you can find some of it though.
Mm-hmm.
That's a hard thing. I mean, yeah, but like, who would think to preserve it? It's like, it's a movie review. It's not meant to be saved, right?
Yeah.
And how many great Siskel and Ebert fights were lost to time?
Yeah, and it's like, look, even if you don't like them, it's like, shouldn't all this stuff be preserved? It should be like accessible.
Although, did you ever see? You've seen the Life Itself documentary about Ebert, right?
Yeah.
Like, they show the clips of Ebert's like first time like doing a movie review for like the news, and it's like so bad.
Yeah.
Like, it was like, as you know, in Swedish that name means mirror. Like, it's so bad. Like, it's kind of hysterical. So maybe those episodes have been destroyed for a reason.
No, but they should still be, available.
Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, for history, what the fuck? I mean, if Jerry Lewis can finally hand The Day the Clown Cried over to fucking, the Library of Congress, like, we're about a year away from when The Day the Clown Cried can finally be screened.
Good fucking Lord.
I mean, I guess that's a failed. What is that? Is that a failed blockbuster or awards contender?
I think it'll fit the bill for both. I'm gonna say awards contender.
Because it's like Jerry Lewis being like, I am gonna tackle the horror of the Nazis. You think Criterion will put it out?
Oh God. I genuinely don't know who touches that besides like rep theaters.
Yeah, I mean, people are good. It's good. It has such a reputation though that people are going to do it, you know.
Mhm.
And I mean, it's entirely possible that it's one of those things where once we see it, we're like, oh, I guess it's not that bad. But like the stories you've heard from people who have seen it, it does sound like it's actually as bad as you've heard.
Yeah.
You know, like Harry Shearer, I believe. Harry Shearer's friend was helping Jerry Lewis move and was like, hey, I found The Day the Clown Cried on VHS in his house, and they stole it for a weekend and watched it. And Harry Shearer is like, it's the worst thing ever. Like, it is genuinely the most offensive movie you'll ever see. But yeah. I mean, it's weird. People I don't know. It's that question of because there is a limit. Like we can preserve all this stuff all we want, but there is just a point where like a lot of this stuff is just going to disappear one day, like
it is, but I do
just,
think it's like kind of almost our duty to try to preserve as much of it as possible.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with that.
Yeah.
But it is that it's that sad thing. It's the thing of like you wonder if like when the Odyssey was first written down, if like the Odyssey was the like Grown Ups 2 of its era, like people were like, that's a fucking embarrassment. Like, fuck that. But it's the one that survived. I always think about that where it's like, what if the weirdest shit is the movies that survive 1,000 years? And you just by default, they'd be like, this is a classic. Like, because it's all we have,
Yeah.
Or it's like the Epic of Gilgamesh, where like there's huge chunks of the epic that are actually missing. So like, isn't like there like the part where like Gilgamesh like fights a guy where it's like, oh, there was a guy who was the Great Bull of Heaven was attacking and all this shit was going down, and Gilgamesh had to fight this guy and they were sworn enemies. And then like a huge chunk of the story is missing, and then literally when the story picks up, the guy he was fighting, they're now best friends. Like, and we have no idea what happened because that part of the story is lost.
It's like in Game of Thrones when
A little
Tyrion gets his
bit.
head knocked out, like
Yeah.
he gets knocked out, and
Yeah, it's
like,
a
oh,
little,
the battle's over. Yeah.
Yeah, well, whatever. Shit worked out. Who cares? Like, I just think about that where it's like, who knows, like what, and then like what was destroyed for like political agenda reasons,
Yeah.
Like, I mean, that's
the
why
great lost art out there,
that's why like the patriarchy is so damaging, because like they will destroy art that doesn't conform to that sort of thing,
Mhm.
And it's why it's like we like a lot of the women poets aren't as preserved as some of the male poets and shit like that, and it's fucked up. And it's one of those where you want to go like, because a lot of these stories are written way after they happen, and you're like, well, which part was the true thing? Like, which are like, was there a different version of this that wasn't so male centric or something like that? Like, I almost like sometimes you read those Greek myths and you can almost read between the lines that there might have been a different version of the story that didn't treat the women horribly. Like,
Mhm.
but yeah. I mean, it's also why like not to this has nothing to do with what we're here to talk about, but like that's why it is such bullshit for anyone to be like the Bible should decide what our society does, right?
Yeah, that's fucking stupid.
Well, like it's one thing to be like, look, no religion can out like do the other, right? But let's say you truly believe that like God is real and all that shit. We know for a fact the Bible was edited by committee. Like there are huge passages of the Bible that were voted out by committees.
Mhm.
It's been edited over and over again. It was written with human biases. We can prove that for a fact. You can't use that as a document for how to live your life,
Yeah.
And but that's where like you get like the really religious nuts believe that like if anything was changed, God was working through the people that changed it, like that's what those people believe. That's why they're like, well, if God wanted people to be poor, they should be poor. Like,
yeah, it's just like fucked up. It's like, well, then we got to kill God. Like,
yeah, I mean,
yes.
but it's like, no, but like that's his grand plan. You can't see it, Diego. You can't see it.
Fuck the plan. No one has a plan.
He's got a grand plan for all of us.
I don't think I'm the most mature person in the world, but I do know I'm mature enough to know that there's no grand plan to anything.
You know what always drove me
just,
nuts about the grand plan thing is that the grand plan is we are an infinitesimal little dot in this massive universe, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I would assume if there's a grand plan, this massive universe has something to do with it. And then all the people are like, the grand plan is the world's going to end 10 years from now. Like, and it's like, we barely left here. Like, why'd he make all this other stuff?
Yeah.
That always kind of drove me nuts. Even as a kid, when like I still believed that stuff, I was like, oh, it's kind of bullshit.
Yeah.
But anyway, back to the late shift.
Yeah. Haven't even touched the Gospel of Mary yet.
we haven't even talked about the true Gospels, the Old New Testament written by Bill Carter, the Late Shift and the War for Late Night, which are two books I have read. I've read those more than I've read the Bible, to be honest, which is a little shameful to admit. But the Bible's also fucking boring. So
I like the Book of Job.
I mean, yeah, there's
find it
moments. There's a lot of moments in the Bible. There's also a lot of like. There's also a lot of like, here's a bunch of rules that don't make any sense anymore because it was written when people lived in a fucking desert. Like,
and God help you if you're a woman in the Bible.
Oh, God help you if you're a woman ever.
Yeah.
Like,
No, yes. But specifically in the Bible because of our point of reference in the conversation.
Yeah.
That's all I mean. How good is Kathy Bates in the late shift?
Kathy Bates is great in this.
Yeah,
I mean,
she's the best part of the movie.
I was gonna be like, when have we talked about Kathy Bates? I realized I think the only time we talked about her was when she appeared in Red Face in the movie North.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
Is this post or pre-North?
This is post North.
She has a weird career.
She does. Everyone loves her as an actress.
Yeah.
I always feel like she could still be bigger.
She really could, but I also like she is like John Goodman when she shows up. It's like a reassuring presence, you know?
Yeah.
Where you're like, oh, thank God. Like someone here to fucking quell this shit. I think she pivoted to television for a little bit. Like she had a TV show on Netflix for a little bit.
Of course she did. I didn't know that, but of course she did.
I think it was about like weed or something. Like it was like she runs a weed dispensary or something like that. She also American Horror Story. Remember she like did like 4 seasons of American Horror Story?
She did a couple of those. Yeah.
Yeah.
I tapped out in her first one. Not her fault. This, that show. But yeah, of course she killed it from what I saw.
That show's not very good though, so I can't really judge.
Yeah, it's not.
It's camp for people who don't know what camp is.
Yeah.
Also, it's been a while. I can't think of the last time I saw her in anything. Oh, she was in Richard Jewell.
Oh yeah, and she's good in that.
She's good. I mean, it's the thing. It's like the movies are bad. She's good in them. You know. Like the only one I honestly can't say that for is North, but that's like North is like a train wreck on so many levels. And that's literally just her doing a like favor to Rob Reiner, right? It's also like she's in Titanic. And
that's
it's like when she shows up, you're like, okay, now the movie's getting good. Like, as the unsinkable Molly Brown.
Yeah, that's when the movie gets good. Titanic.
Yeah, it really is. I'm not joking.
Oh my God, we're not doing
great
this.
In that fucking movie.
Yeah, she is. That movie's great as a whole.
Movie is very good.
Oh my God. All right. It's not as good as Late Shift, obviously.
I saw Titanic. I did the 3D re-release of Titanic. It was really good. I'm not being disingenuous.
All right.
I think it's like a perfect screenplay, but it's also like fucking whacked out of its mind that this is how we portray a fucking real life tragedy now. Like,
no, it is. But...
Also, James Cameron has no grasp on class warfare. I'm sorry. Like, he understands that like rich people are bad and poor people are good, I guess, but like he doesn't really know how to get beyond that.
No, but like for a movie, I don't know if you always need something more for a blockbuster, I guess. It's just a little hard to
I'm just saying,
get in between that.
It stops Titanic for me. It's where I go, Titanic is a really good movie. I'm not going to sit here and be like, Titanic, great movie. But it is an insanely watchable movie for a 3-hour movie about a boat that fucking sinks. More watchable than fucking Way of Water, I'll give you that much.
Oh my God.
You thought you were having trouble convincing me Way of Water was good before. After seeing John Wick 4, I don't know how you're going to convince me Way of Water is a good movie.
Way of Water is a good movie. John Wick 4 is also a
You
good
notice that when
movie.
people talk about how good Way of Water is, they only share clips from that last hour.
No.
You ever
There's
notice
plenty
that?
of other shit that they could share and should share.
But they don't because it's not good. And
I
deep down they
do.
know it. No,
I
you don't.
do.
Daigle, you like everything.
That's not true. I hate Scream 5.
You like Scream 6 though. So
Yeah, because Scream 6 is good.
yeah. Way of Water, bad movie. Poorly made. No, that's a lie. that's
No,
lie.
that's incorrect.
It's a masterfully made mediocre film.
No, and no. What I will say is I also don't think The Late Shift is terribly made. I just think it kind of scratches the bare minimum of like, yeah, all right.
You know what The Late Shift has over Way of Water though?
0.
It's 90 minutes.
No, The Way of Water should have been 5 hours.
Way of Water could have been 90 minutes considering how that movie was paced.
No,
'Cause
absolutely
it only gets
not.
good in that like last hour.
No. I showed that to people that were not pro Avatar this last weekend, and it fucking killed.
I don't care
So-
about those people.
No. I'm just saying
They don't get a
clearly
vote.
worked.
They don't get a vote in this.
Why? Why not?
Because they're just fucking people you found.
No, they're a family.
I know you. Yeah, I know you. And that means by extension, I kind of know I get a window into your family. That
Oh my
means
God.
nothing to me.
All right. Fuck it.
I'm just fucking with you.
Yeah.
But,
All right. How do we do this? How do we get
I
into
gotta
Late
say this
Shift?
though, like the more I think about Way of Water,
Mhm.
like the fact that like that movie literally went from like I hated that movie with a passion to by the end I was like, pretty good. Like that does speak to quality in the movie.
Yes, it does.
that
I'm
it- that
glad
it
you
was
can
able
admit
to-
that.
Do that big a turnaround. I'm still pretty sure it's only in that latter half, in my opinion. But that like if I ever sit down and watch Way of Water again, I might just not watch the first half. But that last half pretty solid for what it is. Hopefully James Cameron can get the fucking pacing good for the next movie.
He has spoken openly about how like him and the writers, because he have a writers' room to plan
Yeah, he
out
has, like,
the
a huge-
sequels, which
You
is
got like
fucking
multiple
nuts.
teams of writers to like work on
Yeah,
these
and they're
sequels.
like wildly talented people.
Yeah.
Him and them both openly said, because I like devoured every interview with them, right?
Mhm.
They were like that fucking opening act was the hardest thing out of any of the sequels to plan out,
Mhm.
because you basically have to establish the new status quo, the new conflict, all the new characters,
Mhm.
the new fantasy elements with like I guess Navi Jesus, Sigourney
Mhm.
Weaver. They said like they've not said that they're unhappy with it, but I'm willing to bet they're still like they didn't fucking nail that, because I will say
They
opening is the
absolutely
wonkiest
did
part.
fucking nail
No.
that, and it's
No, I think it's
hysterical that
great.
James Cameron agrees with me on this, and you're
No,
like,
no.
no, it's actually great.
I do think it's great, but they've been very honest about like that was fucking hard to figure out what the fuck was, how do we introduce all this.
I will
stuff.
agree, it did look very hard, and I can't. It would have been a challenge, so I can't really be that mad that they didn't succeed.
Hmm.
But they did okay ultimately. But you could lose about 40 minutes in there.
I don't know about that.
Just cut to the fucking whales that can like write operas or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
You got to introduce that way earlier than they did. But it was that whale's last day of retirement, Diego. I can't get over. I cannot get over how manipulative that was. That was so fucking ridiculous.
All right. Is the Late Shift manipulative?
Absolutely. But
Okay.
I wonder, here's something I do wonder before we get too into it. Like they make Warren Littlefield look like a real boob in this movie. Warren Littlefield played by Bob Balaban. Warren Littlefield was the head of NBC programming for a while. He was like in charge when like Seinfeld and Cheers and shit were on the air. He was one of the development guys who's president of NBC. In the book, The Late Shift, he honestly comes across a lot more competent and seemed to had more of a level head than John Agolia. And I don't know, it might have just be this like weird beef between NBC and HBO who produced this movie that they wanted to make Littlefield look a little worse. Because in my opinion, Agolia comes across a lot worse in the book as just being arrogant and like not really understanding what's going on in the grand scheme of things,
Mm-hmm.
But remember HBO used to do like TV movies all the time. Like, I don't know if they really
Yeah.
do them anymore.
The last one I remember getting like a lot of play, like in the lead up to its release, was something with Michael B. Jordan and Michael Shannon. It was based on Fahrenheit.
Yeah, they had Fahrenheit 451. I do remember
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's
It
like
didn't
it's
get
okay.
a great reception from what I remember. I never saw it.
No, I don't think you'd like it. I didn't like it very much.
That is, it feels like it's so weird. They're like a little early. It feels like now would be a really good time to do Fahrenheit 451.
Yeah, do it.
Although you have to
now.
remember that like a big part of that book that like a lot of adaptations seem to forget is that like it's not just about book burning. It's about like it's like Ray Bradbury being like television is going to kill us all. Like, and I honestly think that like that is a little more relevant these days.
Mhm.
Where like you have like the TVs that can like talk back to you and like make you part of the TV shows and shit. I think if I remember, spoiler for the book Fahrenheit 451, but fuck you, but you've been to high school, you should have read it by now. I believe when like the whole city is gonna blow up at the end of that, like that the one character's wife, they describe like she doesn't even notice that like everything's falling apart because she is like literally absorbed in the television show and like her television friends that are like talking back to her and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that might have been. There was the Deadwood movie, but that's like a kind of different thing,
Yeah, which was fantastic, by the way, for people that saw Deadwood. Go check that out if you haven't.
It was weird. HBO for a while seemed to occupy this weird market of like stuff that like should be made, but also isn't good enough to get a theatrical release. You know what I'm saying? Like there's the Sunset Limited, the Tommy Lee Jones directed adaptation of fucking the Cormac McCarthy play.
Mm-hmm.
There's Recount, the movie about the 2008 election recount. I mean 2000s Al Gore recount, which is pretty interesting if you've ever seen it. Not like these aren't like triumphs of filming, but they are kind of like, I'm glad someone made this,
Yeah.
Cinema Verite, which is about like the first reality show kinda. With what's his name's in that?
Tim Robbins.
Tim Robbins, but
Gandolfini.
James Gandolfini, yeah.
And Diane Lane.
Yeah, I remember really liking that. Too Big to Fail, which isn't very good, by the way. Just kind of like about the financial crisis, but it kind of misses the point completely.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of like banks are fucked up, huh?
It's like, yes.
Yeah.
I agree.
But they had this weird brand, because this is definitely an example of something that like I'm kind of glad it got made into a movie, but also I couldn't justify this being like a theatrically released film.
Mm-hmm.
Like when you went to go, it's a TV movie, you're like, oh, okay. Like that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, it definitely feels like it, like you definitely
they rarely get fancy with it.
Yeah, like it's very basic like coverage of like scenes, stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I can't think of a single moment that's like very like sorry
there
to
was
use this
one
word, but to use cinematic.
There was one that really stuck out to me.
Is it the close up on Kathy Bates' face when she's surprised?
No, when did that happen?
That's like
when Leno like freaks out on her.
Yeah.
No, I wasn't thinking of that. I was thinking there is the moment where when Carson announces his retirement and Leno gets the news for the first time, like Kathy Bates calls him up and is like, hey, Johnny's retiring. And like Leno has like that mix of like, he's like, it's actually a pretty good performance in that moment where he's like, it's a mixture of, I'm excited because I have the Tonight Show, but I'm also nervous because like that's a lot of pressure, and like he has such a weird relationship with Carson at that moment, and they do the like Hitchcock Vertigo zoom in on him.
That's what, yeah.
That's like the one. There's also like a couple times where they get creative, where like when it's supposed to be like Letterman going back and forth with like his agents on the phone. And they'll get a little creative, like trying to be like, look how hectic this moment is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like where like the camera angles get a little slanted and stuff like that. But there isn't a ton. You're right. There's not a ton going on.
Yeah, and honestly, it makes it a little harder for me to talk about this one, which is why I'm glad you have like even more notes
I have
about like
extensive notes.
about the other stuff.
But what's your history with like late night television? Now we talked about a little bit in the original recording, but let's go over it again. Like, why not?
Yeah, it's definitely always been a staple in my life. My parents always watched it. Not so much my parents, but other family members and older people I knew did like Jay Leno.
Mhm.
But it's always been there. My mom would talk about watching Letterman. I didn't really watch Letterman myself very much,
Mhm.
but I know my mom and dad really liked Letterman. Like he
Yeah,
was kind of the guy.
my dad was a big Letterman fan
Yeah.
and talked about the like era of like if you were at a party, you would leave the party to get home in time to watch Letterman.
Yeah. Wow.
That's how
Yeah.
big.
TV used to work like that. I think
Yeah.
people think we're exaggerating, but no, that's true.
I mean, that was like literal must see TV. Like you had to go watch it. Like
Yeah.
you had to, they talk about that. I mean, that was like they always talk about the first 5 years of SNL being that too, where like people would just like go home to on Saturday nights to watch SNL, which is crazy to think about when you think about the quality of that show.
I know. And I will say for people that like that, that's like a staple of culture that I have been to parties on Saturday night where people are like, oh, you see the SNL clip. And I'm like, I don't say it because it's always rude, but in the back of my mind, I'm like, I don't give a shit, but all right. And they'll pull up a clip from the episode that just aired, like if it's a late going party, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? So like some stuff still has that power, but it's different now.
Well, now
You
it's
know?
it's YouTube. It's just like it's the same as hey, did you see that video on YouTube or like TikTok or something like that, right? Like,
Yeah.
and someone just and then you go no, and then before you can walk away, they shove their phone in your face and you watch whatever they want to show you.
Yeah.
And I mean, we all do that. It's
Mhm.
just, but it's just such a different world, you know. And I guess I wonder. There's actually been talking. It's like right now we're going through the second great Twitter blue check debacle, with the weird shift that's happening right now to the paid blue checks, but then they're keeping the legacy blue checks, but like there's no consistency
Yeah.
with what's going on. Because this straight up Elon Musk is behaving in a way very similar to a grifter. I'm not going to say that's what he's doing, but the behavior seems to be very similar to it.
I
Or
would
maybe he's
say
just
an alleged grifter.
maybe he's just so good at business. I don't see the big picture. But it from the outside, it looks like someone desperately trying to shake down some of their bigger users for money. And it's not working at all because why would it? But they talked about one of the appeals of Twitter was like this sort of unprecedented access to celebrities, right? Like you could tweet at a celebrity and they would tweet back. Now, of course, like obviously the bigger people, it would become like PR teams and stuff, right? Like, but there were definitely accounts that were like run by the guy, you know, especially in the early days, where it would just be like, oh no, you are straight up tweeting. I mean, we brought up Albert Brooks's Twitter, like you would tweet at Albert Brooks, like an Academy Award nominated writer, like,
Yeah.
and you could just do that. And I think that kind of changes like our weird access to celebrities of just that, you know, it's not like celebrities are just like us. It's just now you don't need a like gatekeeping TV show to introduce you to the celebrity.
Yeah.
Because like I said at the start of this movie, they bring up that at the time, which is like early 90s, late night television is bringing in $70 million for NBC. That's how much money late night made for NBC at the time. I don't even think they make a fraction of that these days.
No, there's no way.
There's no money in late night anymore. But I mean, I was looking up like failed late night talk shows, and they'd be like, they promised 7 million viewers, but they only got 3 million. And it'd be like 3 million would make you number one today. Like, that's crazy that like that was enough to get you canceled back then. Because it's just, I mean, it's just the shift. It's just not what it used to be anymore. But yeah, my dad talked up Letterman big. Leno was just the one you knew though, right? Like you knew Letterman because I mean not Letterman, you knew Leno because he did all the cameos in all the movies, right?
Yes.
Remember he's Jay Limo in the Cars movie?
Oh my God, that's right.
Because of the big chin. It's like, oh hey, he's a stretch limo.
And you know what else I know him from? The Crimson Chin on the
Oh
Fairly
yeah,
Odd
he was the
Parents.
Crimson Chin. I always forget that. He was unironically great as the Crimson Chin.
Yeah, that's his best thing ever. That's the best thing he's ever done.
It's so weird, like, because he so rarely does anything outside of the Tonight Show. It's weird that was the one. How did Fairly Odd Parents have like an insane roster of guest stars?
Maybe that's something that holds up even better, like at least those early years.
I don't know if the show
I
holds
don't
up,
know, but maybe that's my suggestion.
every now and then clips will come on my thing and I'll be like, oh, that was actually pretty funny. But like, I don't watch, like, there's no like time to revisit Fairly Odd Parents. Like,
I've never done that. So, I'm just suggesting that's what it is. I don't actually know.
But like, they got Billy Crystal did a guest appearance.
That's right.
Like, fucking Norm Macdonald was on it. Like, I guess you could get Norm for anything. But like, they had a lot of guys on there,
Mm-hmm.
to the point where you can tell they wrote the April Fool for Jerry Seinfeld. Jerry Seinfeld said no.
Yeah.
So they just got a guy who did Seinfeld's voice. But I just think that's bizarre to think. Like, I don't know why that show was the one that got the big guest stars, considering that it was airing at the same time as like SpongeBob, which is like a cultural phenomenon.
Mm-hmm.
That also got huge guest stars. Like, that was one that like had Johnny Depp on back in the day when he was like the biggest star in the world, and like everyone still liked him.
Oh yeah.
So
Fast forward a couple years, and it's just like,
no. It was also like Will Ferrell would give interviews where he was like, to be like, well, if you weren't doing this, what would you want to be doing? He's like, I'd want to be writing for SpongeBob. I think that's the funniest show on TV. But yeah, I just think about how we're oddly omnipresent Leno was, just like without being a child who watched late night,
Yeah, people just knew him. He was fucking as popular as Batman is now.
Yeah. I mean, he does all the cameos,
Mm-hmm.
He's in any movie where they need to cut to. The only time I can think of, because like Letterman never did that. Can you think of an example Letterman did where he was like a
No,
guest?
he was kind of insulary though, right?
Yeah. Well, he's known for like he gets really self-conscious and embarrassed. Like, he didn't like doing, like, he's done like it was one of those where I think he had Robin Williams on at one point, and they were like, oh, let's show a clip from like Mork and Mindy, because he had done a guest appearance on Mork and Mindy back in the day. And you could just tell that like Letterman is like slowly dying inside watching it. Like, he just can't watch himself. So I don't think he liked that stuff. He is in the movie Cabin Boy. Have you ever seen Cabin Boy?
I've never seen Cabin Boy. What is that?
Cabin Boy is one of the weirdest movies ever made. It is directed by Adam Resnick, starring Chris Elliott, who are both Letterman guys. Chris Elliott, you know who Chris Elliott is, right?
I'm gonna say yes. Oh my god, I do know who Chris Elliott is.
Yeah, he's on Schitt's Creek, but also from our childhood, he's probably most known for the evil snowplow man in Snow Day, and he's the camera guy in Groundhog Day. But he's one of those guys, like, he pops up in a million things, right?
I mean, Scary Movie 2 was another. Okay, go back to other movies that I didn't think were funny, but other people thought were funny. Scary Movie 2. He's in that. He has like
he's the guy with the messed up hand.
Yeah.
That like the one guy won't grab it when he's like gonna fall to his death.
Yeah, and
it's like, take it. This is my good hand. That's all I remember from that.
Like the impersonation he just did is funny, but like, that movie's not.
Well, that's what's weird about, especially those Scary Movie movies. It's like, I don't think any of those are really good, but they get talented people in them that can deliver good jokes occasionally.
Yeah. I talked about that in the Scream episode Gina and I did, which I hadn't seen Scream 6 yet, but like, this is worth noting too. I think the problem with those movies is that they're satirizing a satire.
Yeah,
they're making fun of a satire. So that's like, they start with that and it goes off the rails from there.
Yeah.
And I do like that first one, but that stops it from being able to be like a truly great satire of its own accord. It's like, you're picking the wrong target. You're almost there.
The other thing I can think of from there's that this like occasionally scary movie would get like really insane with their jokes, like that one scene where the woman's hat just keeps getting bigger with no explanation.
Yeah,
Like,
Scary Movie 3 might be my favorite.
Yeah.
Because of stuff like that. Or
well,
like
it's
they
one of
take
the
shovel.
Zuckers, right? One of the Zuckers came on board to do that one.
I think so.
So I think
Well,
he just had like a bunch of leftover jokes from like movies they never got to make.
yeah, well, like there's that one moment where Anthony Anderson like picks up the shovel and knocks
Yeah, I
the
was gonna.
alien's
Yeah,
head off.
well, first he cocks it like a shotgun and like a bullet comes out, and then and he hits the alien's head off and he has the amazing line, "Without their heads, they're powerless," which is incredible.
Yeah.
And it's like an extended Leslie Nielsen is the president of the United States bits that are like,
oh yeah,
actually really fun. He's playing Joe Biden like 20 years before Joe Biden. Like he beats up a bunch of handicapped people because he thinks they're aliens.
That's so horrible.
I know. That's clearly just them being like, we're gonna get so offensive for this one scene because like we're just gonna try and shock you. And but anyway, back to Cabin Boy, which is this weird like parody film of like, I don't know what you even say. It's a weird parody of like, I don't know what of like early adventure films, like Harryhausen-esque adventure films. It's like incredibly narrow. And it stars Chris Elliott. It was like a massive bomb in its day. It's become a cult classic. Tim Burton was gonna direct it before going on to do Ed Wood. And it was kind of like the Chris Elliott vehicle of him trying to be like, here's what I'm gonna do after Letterman, after I'm done with Letterman. And on Letterman, he did like a ton of weird characters and skits on Letterman. One of the big recurring ones was the guy who lived under the stairs. And he's a guy who lives under Letterman's the seats in Letterman's studio. But what's so weird about that skit is that like that's the joke, right? It's like, okay, there's a guy who lives on the stairs and he's like crazy. And they'll cut to him and he'll be like, yeah, Letterman, I'm angry at you. And then Letterman will be like, wasn't that funny, guys? Let's give it a big hand. That was our Chris Elliott. Chris, come up here. Let's get the audience. And then like him and Chris would get into a fight. Like, it was a weird like double joke. It was so bizarre. But Cowboy's this weird, bizarre comedy. You should check it out. It's actually pretty funny. It's like a cult classic, but Letterman has a weird cameo in it as like, I think a guy selling shit. Like, and Letterman makes fun of when it bombs. Letterman makes fun of it in his monologue constantly. Chris Elliott and Letterman seemed to actually have a good working relationship at a certain point because he was like, he came on a bunch during the later years of Letterman, including that last year. So, considering a lot of guys tend to not have that relationship with these late night hosts. Adam Resnick also is famously a guy who he's like Larry Sanders. He does Letterman. He does Get a Life, a show with Chris Elliott, which is one of those like one season and canceled type shows, but people are like, actually that show's brilliant. Like you got to check it out. And then he writes two of the most reviled movies of all time, Lucky Numbers with John Travolta and Death to Smoochie with Danny DeVito.
Oh, is Death to Smoochie not a bona fide classic?
Have you seen Death to Smoochie?
I have not seen Death to Smoochie.
Death to Smoochie is one of those movies that's like 90% there to being like, this is actually hysterical black satirical comedy, but it doesn't get there. And because it misses by that much, it doesn't work. Like it comes so close, but it does have some like insane moments in it. Like but it is so insanely dark. It's insane that a movie like that had like a $50 million budget. And I think Ebert has the famous quote where it was like, only enormously talented people could make a movie that bad.
Oh.
Worth checking out because it's just so bizarre. Lucky Numbers, on the other hand, is not good at all. There's no redeeming value to Lucky Numbers. But those are some early Letterman guys. But I don't think I watched a lot of Conan back in the day. Were you Conan?
I've always loved Conan.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, before his
did you watch
his shift
him
to the Tonight Show and cable too.
Yeah, that was the thing. I got into him when he took over the Tonight Show. And that was kind of my big into late night. So and learned the disappointment the millennial generation would come to learn forever.
Yeah. I mean, that is kind of perfect
Yeah,
Like
no,
that is a
100%.
good summation.
It's just as we're about to achieve something, the boomers coming back in and steal it from us.
Yeah, it's the whole narrative right there.
Yeah, it's the entire country fell apart. It's the Conan the Tonight Show. It's all right there.
It's like
And then,
9/11, and then Jay Leno takes back the Tonight Show.
yeah, the two worst crimes of the 21st century.
Yeah, we peaked early.
Yeah, we kind of did actually. Don't worry, we're trying to find a new one.
We'll get there.
The Republican Party is working day and night to find the next villain of the 21st century.
I wonder why their base is dropping out. Anyways,
it's kind of cool that like most Republicans are just dying.
That is kind of cool. Yeah.
But hey, hopefully let's keep this going. Let's
Yeah, we got to pump these numbers up. These are
we got to pump
numbers.
these numbers up before they change the voting rules to only white men who can definitively trace their lineage back to slave owners can vote. Like which is what the Supreme Court will eventually say was what the Constitution intended. But great times, right, Diego?
Yeah, it's all. I'm so happy all the time.
I'm so like positive.
This is gonna be
everything.
Fun. That's all I got.
Well, all right.
All
right, let's talk about The Late Shift.
Yeah.
The movie opens with a flash forward to the day David Letterman goes to CBS. He leaves NBC for CBS. I want to say that most of what's said there is like word for word what was said in that conference, which is an odd thing that this movie gets kind of crazily right, is that a lot of the stuff that happens in it was exactly what happened. There's only one moment that I know was like kind of truncated for dramatic reasons that when we get to it, we will get there.
Okay.
But I will say in this opening, it becomes readily apparent that John Michael Higgins is not doing a good job as David Letterman.
He's not great.
He's not great. He's playing him with way too much energy. I would recommend you can find the press conference for when because that's crazy thing about the press conference was held because a late night talk show host was moving networks.
Mm-hmm.
Like that wouldn't happen.
No, not now.
But that's how much power these guys had at the time. But watch the real version and watch how Letterman delivers the exact same jokes. These jokes were the ones he did that night. Watch how he delivers them versus how Higgins delivers them. And it's kind of like, oh boy, you really don't get it. And I love John Michael Higgins.
I do too. I think this is a good summation of the problems with the movie too. It's like he's on a different level of performance than the movie requires. And the movie itself, even though it's portraying things accurately, like you're saying, doesn't make it that much more interesting.
Yeah.
Like the subject matter is interesting to me. Like I'm really interested in all this stuff now. So the movie didn't like fail or anything like that. It's far from it, but it's also just not that engaging. Like to watch the narrative, I'm interested in the actual context historically.
Yeah, and it's one of those where like if you don't have time to like hunt down the Bill Carter book and read it, like this totally does the job, right? I mean, like you can just watch this and be like, okay, I get what happened, but you get the basic gist of it. But it is that. Did you ever see that Laurel and Hardy movie they made a few years ago? Stan and Ollie. Did you ever see that?
No, I didn't.
It's very okay, but also like not good. And a big problem that movie has is that it's a biographical film about two comedians, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like it's about two of like the famous like comedy guys. And the movie can't really decide, is it going to be a straight biopic or is it going to like showcase their comedy? And it does this weird, like in the middle thing where like the movie will suddenly like out of nowhere just do a Laurel and Hardy bit. But at the same time, it's a movie about like the last tour Laurel and Hardy did. That's like deadly serious. But then there will be like a gag of them like dropping their luggage. And it's like boobery, like from their old movies. And it's a choice. I can tell they were trying to go for something. I don't think it succeeded, but it doesn't really get there. On the other hand, you have something like, remember that there was that Three Stooges movie from a few years ago.
Yeah. Well,
Farley
like
Brothers
go now.
We brought it up a few times for whatever reason. But that was a movie that it's not a, there is a biopic of the Three Stooges that was produced by Mel Gibson, by the way. Because Mel Gibson was a huge Stooges fan. Did you know that?
I didn't.
He
That's
does, because he does
weird.
Stooges shit in, like, he puts Stooges references in a lot of his work. Like, remember he does like Curly in Lethal Weapon.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Also, the original ending for Passion of the Christ was Jesus, Mary, and Joseph running away from the cops. I'm sorry. That's so stupid. When they nail Jesus to the cross, he goes, you can really tell in Gibson's work.
Good Lord.
Come on, that's funny.
It is funny. It is funny.
I'm being funny. Don't abandon me. But that Three Stooges movie was just straight up like, what if the Three Stooges were still around?
Yeah.
It's a little weird, but like it's a way you could do it. And now you got this thing where it's like, all right, it's not a biofilm because it's not really about these guys' life. It's just kind of this moment in their careers, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they're comedy guys. And frankly, like, as much as I find it interesting, I have to admit there isn't much substance to. Did you know that this comedy guy behind the scenes isn't that funny or whatever? You know, like, where it's like Letterman's kind of like a weird, like got like bipolar disorder or whatever. Like, or Jay Leno's kind of like, there's not a lot there. Like, he seems kind of like not with it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it's true. And I kind of like reading about it, but there's nothing like narratively that interesting, you know?
Yeah.
And it becomes this weird thing about, like, we have to tell this true story, but we also have to showcase these comedy legends. And we don't really know, there's no creative way to do that. So we're just going to have these guys do like weird imitations of already existing material. You know,
Yeah. It doesn't have a way to make the material itself engaging other than the fact, like, well, the material is engaging enough, but like you have to do something more when you're making a movie, you know?
And I think it's also just harder to get Letterman's whole vibe. Like, Letterman has like that skit they do, like where they, like, the CBS guys are watching and it's just a bit where like he hits Paul Schaefer in the face with a bat or something, which is like trying to but like that wasn't a bit I don't think Letterman did. And if he did, it's certainly not a memorable one. And but then like you go to Leno, and Leno's like much more classical stand-up. So all you have to do is get a guy who sounds like Leno to just do Jay Leno type jokes, right?
Mm-hmm.
He does the joke about like, it's like, the new study says that you're actually safer in an airplane than you are in your own bathroom. And he's like, that's strange to me because I can't remember the last time I was in my bathroom and I took a step and fell 40,000 feet.
Yeah.
Like, you know, it's like kind of like classic Leno type jokes. And so, but like I think that's why Daniel Roebuck, who's making his third appearance on this podcast.
Yeah.
Having appeared in two Rob Zombie joints, Halloween 2 and The Munsters.
Yeah.
He was fantastic in The Munsters. Munsters made my top 25 of the year, by the way.
Yeah. Not quite there for me, but I did like that movie a lot.
I love that movie. That was so much fun. But I think he just by default does better with Leno, just because Leno's kind of more specific. Also, it's harder to get in Leno's head, so like they don't even bother.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think like Leno himself is kind of a caricature, you know, like the big head, the big chin, the bobby hair, and stuff like that. So it's like, okay, the fact that it doesn't maybe feel completely like a real human being is fine, you know, versus John Michael Higgins as Letterman, where he's like, you know, even like the Letterman like intro, it's like, it's David Letterman, you know, it's like,
Letterman's whole thing was that he looked like a square, you know, like he doesn't look hip, he doesn't look cool, and then he like lets you in on the joke later that he's actually insane. Like, like it gets surreal later, but the joke is he looks like he's just an average guy, and then it's like, oh no, but like I'm gonna do something that doesn't make any goddamn sense whatsoever.
Yeah, and Higgins doesn't have that in for Letterman.
Yeah.
And I don't know why or who's responsible for that. Like, it's not awful, but it's not very good.
Yeah, it's not like the worst, but it's just not Letterman at all.
Mm-hmm.
It's one where like once you notice it, it's like so obviously fake. Like
Yeah.
it's
And I think
fun.
the problem is that it's not just not Letterman, like it's not a very good like performance as a whole because of it, because he never finds like that linchpin to connect his performance to a person.
He never finds, but it's like I'll just say, like, I'm as much as I'm fascinated with Letterman, he's not like a compelling character in general. Like, and it's a weird plot. The plot is who's going to get the Tonight Show, which is something that exactly two people on Earth can relate to.
Yeah.
The two stars of this movie. Like, none of us have ever been in that position, and we'll never be in that position. Like, it's not a very relatable story, and then it's you just watch Letterman be like, I don't know, I made a bad deal. Like that's it. That's the movie. There's no like arc where it's like this is the culmination of something, or they try to make it be about like Letterman kind of finding a way to stand on his own, because that's what he kind of struggles with because he lacks a lot of confidence. But even then, they don't really tie it in that well. Especially when it ends with a note of like, oh, by the way, he was successful for like the first 2 years, but then Leno kicked his ass.
Yeah, that is a very strange note to end the movie on.
Yeah. What's even weirder is that it has the Michael Ovitz became president of the Walt Disney Company, which he only lasted at for 16 months.
Yeah. Huh.
Which we'll get more to that. We'll get to that. I believe he exits the Walt Disney Company like a few months after this airs, even.
Oh my
so at the
God.
time he was president, but like he only lasted like a short period of time. All right, that's real quick. So like it's the flash forward. We find out like we were told that because it's like if you're watching this, you know what happened. You know that CBS got Letterman. You just maybe don't know how it happened.
Mm-hmm.
So the story is the CBS executives are watching. They're watching clips of Jay Leno and David Letterman comparing the notes of like how well they're doing, and being like, well, we know that NBC's vulnerable, that Carson, he hasn't announced a retirement, but he's gonna end at any moment. Like they know in the next few years he'll be done. And both these guys clearly want the Tonight Show job. Like it's the dream of every comic who's going to replace Johnny, who is coming up on having hosted the Tonight Show for 30 years and turned late night into a $70 million empire, which is crazy. No one on television now has as much power as Johnny Carson did. Like that really doesn't exist anymore. Just the story of every comedian talks about, where it's like, you went to the clubs, you got your 10 minutes, you went on the Tonight Show, you got invited over to the couch, and you got a sitcom. That was the career trajectory of every comedian in this country for like 20 to 30 years. That was how you got famous, because Johnny Carson could anoint you. If you went on the Tonight Show as a nobody, the next day, everyone in the country knew who you were.
Yeah, we just don't have that.
There's just nothing like there is no mainstream media like that anymore.
Yeah. And like I guess people might say like when you go viral or whatever, but even that isn't like getting to know you as like, even if it's just like a celebrity persona, like it's not the same thing.
Yeah. Well, I'll just say I'm not going to give names, but there's some sort of discussion going on my feed right now about like some people are complaining about some internet figure, right? But I don't know who the hell they are.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, but a lot of people are tweeting about it. I actually just tweeted just now, there are so many things I'm glad I know so little about. Because there is that weird thing of like, it's famous in like specific circles, but it doesn't go outside of that. I mean, I had that thing where like I introduced you to VTubers like a little over half a year ago, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is like slowly turning into this major empire online. I think more people are probably watching VTubers than are watching late night shows.
God damn.
So they're getting more
right.
Yeah, they're getting more. I mean, more people probably watch most Twitch streamers. I'm honestly a little surprised no one has tried to do the late night talk show format on Twitch,
Mm-hmm.
The like, hey, it's Mr. Beast and with his guest, fucking Ed McMahon or something. I don't know. Ed McMahon's dead. But like some guy being like, hey, let's try to do the late night talk show online in some capacity. I wonder if you could do that, if you could kind of recreate the must see. The interesting thing about streaming is that the streamer can interact with the chat in a way that late night talk show host could never do,
Mhm.
like if the audience was just yelling the whole show, it wouldn't work. But if it's just text at the side of the screen, the host can decide what to focus on and what not. And it can feel like they're interacting with the audience in a bizarrely parasocial way,
Mhm.
I think there might be a market there. Someone should try that and then send me the money for the idea. Let's do it, Diego. Let's you and me.
Yeah, fuck it. Let's do it. We'll get
I-
great guests on. Like,
I'm the host. You're the band leader.
all right, I know how to play music.
You get to be Ed McMahon, which is just like laugh at every joke.
Oh, even better.
You are correct, sir. Can you imagine that guy had no talent, but was like next to Johnny Carson for 30 years? And everyone knew who he was. But yeah, Carson was just fucking huge. Like it was, I think there's actually the story that like Rodney Dangerfield famously had a feud with Carson early in his career. So it kind of fucked Rodney because like Rodney couldn't get on the Tonight Show,
Mhm.
So Rodney, when he was still a comedian, was like doing roofing. So he would go to nightclubs and do his bit like no respect. And then he would go and do someone's roofing. And finally he made up with Carson and Carson had him on. And Rodney was doing roofing for some guy and came in and be like, oh, hey, can I borrow your TV for a minute? And watched his appearance at this guy's house who he was doing roofing on. Like he watched it in the guy's living room. And that was the last house he worked on. Because the next day he was so famous. It's weird to think Rodney and Carson didn't get along for a bit because Rodney's kind of the perfect Carson guest.
Yeah.
Watch those old clips. You can watch those clips now. They're still hysterical. You like Rodney, right? I'm not like fucking.
Yeah, no. But like also the older clips of like older talk shows, like they really hold up. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, we talked about like Dick Cavett a lot. I love Dick Cavett.
Yeah.
Program, and like those conversations were also much more conversational and like intuitive or even investigative,
Yeah.
And
Yeah, it's much more
like kind of
conversational. It's much more about showcasing the celebrity, right?
Yeah.
It's making them look in the best light possible. Like Carson only ever hated one guy, and that was Uri Geller. Which for legal reasons I will not say why Carson might have hated Uri Geller. But maybe you should look up The Amazing Randy talking about Uri Geller's appearance on The Tonight Show. That's something you should look into because
I actually don't know this.
It's well, you know who Uri Geller is?
No.
He was a guy who I'm 100% being serious when I say we should be careful with how we phrase this for legal reasons because he's one of the most litigious guys on earth.
Okay.
But he made the claim that he had psychic powers. And he could do the spoon bending. He could be like, okay, draw a picture and I will cover my eyes and then I will guess what the picture is. I can guess which things have, which cups have water in it. And so allegedly he claimed that this was due to psychic ability. Now, Amazing Randy, who was a magician who spent his career debunking a lot of people who also claimed to be psychics to show that it wasn't true, was also good friends with Johnny Carson, who was also a magician at one point in his life. And they recognized that what Geller claimed to be psychic abilities was very similar to old magic tricks. So I'm not saying they were. I'm saying they were very similar to magic tricks. So Carson refused to have Geller on for a long time, even though he was very popular. And then finally, he said yes to Geller and called up the Amazing Randy and was like, Randy, how can we set up the show in a way so if he really has psychic abilities, he'll be able to prove them without doing tricks? How do we make sure he can't pull off any tricks? And Randy gave him instructions to be like, do this, make sure you bring your own silverware make sure the table you put these plates on is very solid so it can't move in any way. It was all these ways that created like controlled experiments. And Geller goes on the Tonight Show and just dies and can't do any of his psychic abilities. Now, Geller has claimed it was because of all the negative psychic energy in the theater. So that could be what did it.
Oh, okay.
But,
Clearly, yeah.
Yeah, clearly that could be what did it. But if, Amazing Randy, who was eventually sued by Geller, by the way.
Oh, did he win?
I think he did win, but it was like a prolonged legal battle. It's one of those where like he was in the right, but Geller had much more resources than the Amazing Randy did. But Randy claims that they made it so if he could really have psychic abilities, he would have been able to do it. And Randy, for those who don't know, he recently passed away. He did he had what was called the $1 million challenge, which he really had $1 million in an account, and said if you can prove a supernatural ability under test circumstances, we will give you the $1 million. If you are psychic, we will test your psychic ability, and if you prove it, we will give you $1 million. And you can help write the test. We will both come to terms on what the test will be, and if you can do it, you win $1 million. And no one ever won. Believe it or not, Diego. In fact, no one ever made it to the first test. There was the preliminary test they were supposed to do, and no one ever even passed that. Which by chance, someone should have accidentally passed the preliminary test. So that's how bad some people who claim to be psychics were. But yeah, like it was like the only time Carson like used his powers for evil was to sabotage Uri Geller. Allegedly.
I have to respect that.
It's interesting. Although it's that sad thing of like, even though it kind of humiliated Geller, he still got like more press as a result. Like it's that like double-edged sword of trying to disprove that kind of stuff.
Yeah, the Batman Returns, like discrediting someone publicly doesn't really work in real life.
Mm-hmm.
You don't get your chasing the penguin back to the sewers moment.
Yeah.
The penguin just gets more popular.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what happened with Donald Trump.
I was really confused about where you were going with that for a second.
Okay, sorry. I'm glad I elaborated.
I was like, the Batman Returns. I was like, oh yeah. Well, that was the thing. We desperately wanted the Trump administration to end that way, Although he might be getting arrested. He's indicted.
Yeah, which is, I'll take the ones I can get.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at right now with that.
It is such a like Al Capone getting caught for tax evasion though. Like
it is, yeah.
It's a little depressing, but who knows? He might convince his followers to attack the DA office, and then he can be charged with inciting another riot.
Yeah, but I just don't want anyone to get hurt because of
no, same. But I'm just saying, everyone should be really fucking careful for the next few weeks.
No, absolutely. Like he will incite some shit through this. Like,
yeah,
there's stuff coming out right now about how he wants to be like to have this really showy like arrest event. He
thinks it'll help his campaign.
Of course he does. Of course he fucking does.
I think we might actually be beyond that point. I think he's got everyone on his side who's going to be on his side.
Mm-hmm.
And it's diminishing returns at this point.
Yeah, that's what I feel too. Like I wasn't just making a joke about the Republican base dropping out. Like that's a real thing that's like happening. And there's shitty people out there. There's always going to be shitty people out there. But enough people.
It's why they're scrambling.
Where this is.
It's why they're scrambling to change all the voting laws, because they really can't win without strict voting laws. Like if we had an actual democracy in this country, which we don't, the Republicans wouldn't even control a fourth of the Senate.
Yeah, they had to rig all this shit because they're the lesser group.
Yeah,
they're also lesser human beings.
Yeah, there's that too.
Yeah.
But hey, all right. But anyway, we're talking about Carson. This, the Carson kind of that power and kind of that. So this is why Letterman was. We have to explain why Letterman was so revolutionary, because it might be harder to see. So you have to imagine that was late night talk shows. Was basically, it looked like people hanging out at like your grandfather's place, right? With like shag carpeting and shit like that. It was very informal. Carson did some bits, he did like the Great Karnak and shit like that, where he puts the card up to his head and like predicts the joke that's going to be in there. Like, and he did his opening monologue and stuff, and had comedians on, but it was much more laid back, and there wasn't this kind of like you got to get in, get out. Also, like the early Tonight shows were like 90 minutes long too. Like they were really. It used to be like literally like all night, basically.
That makes a lot more sense now. Everything's like chopped up into like 30 to 60-minute blocks now.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, now it's like we've ceded so much territory to advertisers, and it's like out, yeah, like 30 an hour blocks. Like there's not that weird like 90-minute thing anymore. So like Letterman, he started as a weatherman. He was a weatherman. He was also a radio host back in his day. He was miserable in the job. Obviously, his then wife encouraged him to get into comedy, to move out to LA, to try and become a comedy writer. They literally threw everything they had in the back of a truck that I believe he still owns, by the way. That's the type of guy Letterman is. Drove out to LA. He had a promise from a talent agent that was like, I can get you jobs. He drives straight to the talent agent office. He arrives in LA the day the talent agency shuts down. So this guy was like, I can get you work. He gets there, the agency shuts down. So he's basically fucked. He begins doing comedy at the Comedy Store. Have you ever heard of the Comedy Store?
I have heard of the Comedy Store.
So everyone knows the Comedy Store is founded by Sammy Shore, co-founded, who lost it to his ex-wife, Mitzi Shore, as part of a divorce settlement. And Mitzi Shore is kind of like the tyrannical ruler of the Comedy Store for almost 30 years. This is this like legendary era of like Robin Williams going up there, Jimmy Walker, Paul Mooney, Robert Schimmel, Richard Jeni. Do you know Richard Jeni?
Don't know Richard Jeni. I do know some of the Comedy Store stuff though. I actually do know about that.
Richard Jeni was he's in The Mask. He's the Jim Carrey's friend in The Mask. And he's kind of famous. He was famous for like this guy who was always like on the cusp. He was like, everyone's like, this guy's secretly brilliant. And he tragically was one of these guys. He like battled with depression his whole life and like took his own life fairly young. And it's sad because he never made it. It was one of those guys like he was always so close to making it. Look up his stuff. It's really good. Louis Anderson was going. Lane Boozler, Byron Allen, Jack Handy. Do you know Jack Handy?
No, not Jack Handy.
Jack Handy used to have the Deep Thoughts with Jack Handy, which was a thing. I believe it used to appear in like Omni magazine, but later became a staple of SNL. Let me look up some Deep Thoughts with Jack Handy real quick. Because they're like written as like letters like to the editor type stuff, but they're just kind of insane. So let me see if I can find a good one. All right, like Jack Handy. If you go flying through time and you see somebody else flying forward into the future, it's probably best to avoid eye contact. How about that?
Yeah, I guess, yeah.
If I ever get rich, I hope I'm not real mean to poor people like I am now.
That was pretty good.
If trees could scream, would we be so cavalier about cutting them down? We might if they screamed all the time for no good reason. I mean, this is like they kind of read like Onion headlines almost, like before the Onion. Like it's really bizarre stuff. I can picture in my mind a world without war, a world without hate, and I can picture us attacking that world because they'd never expect it. I mean, that was Jack Handy. Look up Jack Handy quotes. Deep Thoughts of Jack Handy. They're kind of great. But yeah, it's like this legendary era of the Comedy Store. And like, of course, and like Leno is like the big guy at the time. When also another guy there was George Miller. George Miller, who was a huge influence on Letterman, basically got Letterman into the Comedy Store. He was a big influence on Norm Macdonald. Passed away, I believe, in like the early 2000s. When he was diagnosed with leukemia, Letterman paid for his medical expenses and eventually paid for his funeral costs.
Oh, that's actually quite nice.
Yeah. So, yeah, it's just and also if you ever wonder where Pauly Shore came from, it's the Comedy Store. That's why Pauly Shore was famous. There's no bigger explanation. Did you ever watch anything with Pauly Shore in it?
I can't say that I have off the top of my head. Let me check right now. There's probably something I'm just forgetting.
I'm sure he had cameos and stuff, like where the joke is. Can you believe Pauly Shore's here?
There
He was
was
on-
that Pinocchio movie that came out 2
Oh
years
my
ago.
God.
Yeah, do you remember that?
Yeah, I do. Fuck.
Oh no, it was just last year. There were 3 Pinocchio movies last year, and only
Yeah,
one
that
of
was
them was
that.
good.
Yeah, that was that weird, like, Pinocchio's big. Like, what the fuck was that?
Yeah. I don't know.
I mean, he was in Encino Man,
Oh, there we go. A
the Brendan Fraser
Biodome.
movie.
Do you ever see Biodome?
I have never seen Biodome. I just
Okay.
know the joke.
Yeah.
Like, everyone makes the Biodome joke is like that's like an example of a terrible movie.
Mm-hmm.
I have seen In the Army now, which is like him in the army, which I don't believe.
How could I be so foolish? He is in both Goofy movies.
Yeah, that's probably the big where he basically is just Pauly Shore, but like as a goofy character.
Yeah.
Pauly Shore gave this hysterical interview once where I think it was to Joe Rogan, where Joe Rogan was like, "You used to be everywhere, man. Like, what happened?" He's like, "Yeah, I don't know, man. I really don't know what happened. I was in Encino Man, and that made a ton of money, and then I was in Class Act, and that made less money, and then I was in Son-in-Law, and that made less money, and then I was in the Army now, and that made less money, and I was in Jury Duty, and that made less money, and I was in Biodome, and that made less money, and then I don't know. I just don't get work anymore." Like, I'm over exaggerating it, but he basically said something like that. Where it's like, no, I think I can tell what happened. like from the outside looking in, I think I can tell what happened. I think the only thing I really knew him from was he had a guest appearance on Futurama as himself. And the joke being he had been frozen like Fry for the 1000th anniversary of Biodome or something like that. Like, that was the joke.
That's very funny.
Hey, in the future, maybe it's a cult classic.
Yeah, maybe.
Here's something crazy I found out in my research, though. The Comedy Store did not pay comedians until 1979.
Oh.
It was like you go up and you do stand up, but you have to have a day job. Like, you're not going to make money doing this.
And to be fair, a lot of those people still don't make money, which is tragic.
Like there ended up being a 6-week strike, which included both Leno and Letterman striking. So, hey, good for them.
Yeah.
In workers' rights, and they won, and that basically set the precedent that comedy clubs would pay money,
Oh, okay, good.
And it's kind of like that shift that happened recently. Remember, podcasts started paying people recently,
Yeah.
like that used to not be a thing. And I get it. Like no one thought podcasts were going to be this profitable, and now it's like shifted where it's like, okay, if you do a guest spot on a comedy podcast, you get paid money. So I just think that's interesting. What do you know of the Comedy Store other than its existence?
Well, it exists. It's still the modern hub of it. Like, I know friends that go, like, basically whenever they see someone who's interested, they're like, they could just drive down,
Although famously, the kind of like tyrannical nature of Mitzi Shore controlling it led to like the alt comedy boom of the 90s, because a lot of those guys couldn't get into the Comedy Store.
Ooh.
Because like there was a very set, like, here's what comedy is. I mean, he's canceled now, but there's a story of like Louis C.K. like he didn't even get a word into his act, and she said no.
Oh,
and threw him out.
Yeah. Like, it's weird to say "aw" about that guy right now, but like he, before
that was the attitude at the time. That's where you get shit like Largo. Like Largo was like kind of the underground comedy scene in LA for the longest time. I think it's still around. Largo's still around, right?
If it is, I don't know about that one. Let me check.
I think Largo was, because I think Conan,
yes,
when COVID happened, Conan did his show out of the Largo to like keep it making money.
Yep.
So
owned by Mark Flanagan.
Okay. That's where, if you ever wonder why Paul Thomas Anderson early movies are full of weird, obscure comedians and like bit roles, it was because he used to go to the Largo all the time and like just hang out with the comedians. That's why like Patton Oswalt has a 2-second cameo in Magnolia.
Yeah. No, but I know the Comedy Store is kind of like the comedy place, at least on the West Coast, right?
Yeah. I'm sure it's still pretty big. I mean, there's like that, like the Laugh Factory,
Oh yeah.
some stuff like that. I think the Comedy Store is like the definitive, although the Comedy Store is the one that like Mark Maron hates, right?
I think so.
Where he's like, I hate going. Well, because
talked about Mitzi. That's how I know Mitzi.
Yeah. Like a lot of comedians have those stories about Mitzi, but also I remember Patton Oswalt in his book, Silver Screen Fiend, which is about like him kind of talking about being addicted to movies, but it's also this really nice little novel about like the alt comedy scene in the early 90s. He says that the Comedy Store has cosmically bad vibes. And that before it was the Comedy Store, it was a club called Cicero's, which opened in the 30s. It was basically connected to organized crime. And Mickey Cohen survived an assassination attempt there. And allegedly, like, bodies were cut up in the back. Like, it's one of those places.
Holy fuck.
So, like, he's Van Nuys was like, I don't believe in ghosts, but I do believe in vibes. And he says that the Comedy Store has some of the worst vibes on the planet. The way he describes it sounds like the Overlook Hotel of comedy clubs. Like, but yeah, like, Jesus, so Letterman like gets big at the Comedy Store. This is like early Letterman sucks story. Shortly after that, he divorces the wife that convinced him to move out there, basically. Ooh. And it's basically because he started cheating on her because he was like staying out late at the comedy clubs, right? Mm-hmm. And he describes it really weirdly. He gave an interview where he was like, I believe he goes like, he said, I was a real dork about it. And it's like, that's oddly accurate, but also way too gentle a way to phrase what you're doing. Like, and he was like, I felt really guilty about that. I shouldn't have done that. It was bad. And then he said, but I found out later that she was happily married. So like, that was at least some comfort. And it's like, that's a weird way to look at it, Letterman. Like, she straight up convinced you to move out there. She gave up her life so you could have your dream, man.
Yeah. Fuck.
It's a little weird, you know? Mm-hmm. But Letterman's first job before late night with David Letterman is the David Letterman Show, which was a morning show that NBC gave him. And it's basically what his late night program would be, just in the morning. So it was targeted at like the complete wrong audience. It lasted 5 months on the air. But this is where I believe he meets Marilyn Marco around this time, who becomes head writer and is also his longtime girlfriend throughout the 80s. Marilyn Marco is like the secret genius behind Letterman's work at this time, you know? Mm-hmm. A lot of the stuff that becomes iconic. They say she brought the surrealism to Letterman's stuff. So she deserves a lot of the credit for the early Letterman years. So that show gets canceled, but it was a critical hit. It won a few Emmys, and there was like a letter writing campaign to keep it on the air, but it didn't work. NBC kept Dave on the payroll for about a year. And he became a rotating guest host on the Tonight Show. For about a year, he had 22 guest host appearances on the Tonight Show, and 5 times was just a guest himself with Johnny. And kind of develops this relationship with Carson. So NBC, Carson Productions, and then Letterman's own company they developed the Late Night Show, which is designed to replace Tomorrow Coast to Coast with Tom Snyder, which no one remembers. Although Letterman, you can hear interviews with Letterman where you can tell he's really bitter he didn't get to call his show the Tomorrow Show. It's just late night. He really wanted to call it the Tomorrow Show.
I wonder why.
And he gives this thing where he was like, NBC had this perfect thing. There was the Tonight Show, the Tomorrow Show, and the Today Show. He was like, it was perfect synergy. And I couldn't get the rights to Tomorrow Show. So it had to be late night. And now it's late night. So now it's the Tonight Show, late night, the Today Show. So like that irks him to this day, which is kind of funny. Letterman gets his show. It quickly kind of develops like this cult audience and becomes a major hit, you know? Mm-hmm. And Letterman is like the complete opposite of Carson, where Carson is all about prestige. Letterman's show is mainly about failure. They would have bits on the show that were basically designed to fail and go wrong. He was very antagonistic with some of the guests. He's very mean, especially in the early days. It didn't totally go away, but he's really mean in the early days. And it's this thing of he it was kind of, it added a cool factor to the show, because it was like, if Dave liked a guest, you knew it meant he really liked them, you know? Because if he didn't like him, he showed his contempt for the guest. Famously, Cher called him an asshole live on the air.
Oh my God.
You can find it where she's like, you really are an asshole. They made up eventually. He got in a fight with Shirley MacLaine live on the air. I don't believe that episode is ever re-aired for the longest time. Crispin Glover came on trying to do like a bit, and Letterman clearly hated it and hated him.
That's the one I'm familiar with.
Yeah.
It
like,
is kind of iconic on the
It's
internet.
iconic, but it's also like so awkward.
It's brutal.
It's brutal.
It's
so again,
brutal.
it's the opposite of what the Tonight Show was, which is about like uplifting celebrities. And Letterman is kind of about like dragging celebrities down. It's also, there's the long running feud with Oprah. Him and Oprah like hated each other for a while, which was like, there's a lot of ambiguity about what happened, which who knows if it's like willful, Letterman trying not to remember his part in the whole thing. But like she said, she had a horrible experience being a guest on the show, where like the audience was like booing her, and Letterman was a dick to her, and then she didn't go on forever. And then Letterman starts making fun of the fact that like she would do every other talk show but his, and had a journal that he kept for like years that'd be like, how many days since Oprah's last appearance?
Jesus.
And he did it for like years. And then they finally made up at some point, and they did a whole show built around the idea that they had made up. And it was like a big deal when that happened, to the point where Oprah was like one of his last guests. So I think the story there was that when Letterman finally had a kid, Oprah, who like hadn't spoken to him in forever, sent him a box of children's books or something like that. And that was their like way of being like, let's just end this feud. Like, and they were like, okay. And then they made up, but it's weird. Like that, no one can challenge Oprah. Really, no one can.
Yeah, no.
And Letterman did it for like over a decade.
Yeah, now he would get like criticized. He would be destroyed for that.
He would be destroyed on like multiple levels.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Not just that. Obviously.
Yeah. Like it would. No, but like I'm saying, like the Oprah thing would be like bad on like multiple levels for him, but he was able to hold his own. Like, although Kimmel very openly hates Oprah. Like Kimmel's very open about how much he dislikes Oprah. So I don't know, maybe, but but he doesn't like go after her all the time. So
yeah.
He did the top 10 list, the top 10 list, which was a staple of the show.
I do know the top 10 list,
which was started as a joke. It was meant to be a parody of top 10 lists. The first one was done in 1985, and the first top 10 list was top 10 words that almost rhyme with peas. It included words like heats, rice, moss, and ties. That is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And it's one of those things where like what's hysterical, they did it until the very last episode, where they brought I think they brought 10 celebrities out to do the final top 10, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like it was like Seinfeld, Jim Carrey, Chris Rock, Tina Fey, Julia Louis-Dreyfus, Barbara Walters. I think Peyton Manning, maybe one of the Mannings came on and did the last top 10 list. But in 1986, just a year after doing it, they did top 10 reasons to stop doing the top 10 lists. I looked up some of my favorite ones, which were top 10 reasons why TV is better than books. And one is can't read and drive at the same time. And then books are written by pasty skinned Greeks, TV full of chesty babes. Yeah. The top 10, the Ayatollah's top 10 reasons to live. This is when the Ayatollah was on his deathbed. Which included ruthless and insane successor might not be ruthless and insane enough. And still hoping Sinatra will reunite him and Salman Rushdie. Salman Rushdie, remember he had a hit put on him by the Ayatollah Khomeini?
Oh my God. Yeah, I actually do
Yeah.
remember that.
And it continued for so long that there was an assassination attempt within the last year and he lost an eye. Does anyone remember when this happened?
No, I don't remember that.
Yeah, he lost an eye.
What the fuck?
He got like knife attacked. He lived, but like, goddamn, man. I gotta give him credit for sticking for like living, like, fucking
Yeah.
outlived the Ayatollah at least. And then also, I don't know if you remember this, but when Letterman was winding down, he was like, like that last year was like every great guest ever, like it was like, because it was going to be everyone's last appearance. Al Pacino came on, not as a guest, but he's like, I want to branch out into comedy. And he's like, I'm not good at comedy, but I think I can help you with the top 10 lists. And he's like, well, how are you going to help? It's like, I'm just going to do the numbers. So it's just Al Pacino being like 10. And then they cut to Letterman doing what was number 10 on the list. It's so bizarre. It's one of the most bizarre things ever. There's just like, Letterman starts doing like random shit. I'm talking about he had the Will It Float skit. You remember Will It Float, which he did until like
yeah, I know that one.
Which is literally like they would just bring something on and just throw it in a tank of water to see if it would float. That's the entire bit. This was revolutionary in the 80s. There was stupid pet tricks and stupid human tricks, which is literally be like, get a pet on to do something stupid and then get a guy on who could do something stupid. That was later on his CBS show was turned into Is This Anything? Which is literally they would bring something on, a guy would do something, and then him and Paul Schaefer would have to debate if it was anything. Yes.
What?
They'd be like, I don't know if that's something. That would be the bit. There's throwing stuff off a 5-story building, which they did all the time. There was running shit over with a steamroller, antagonizing executives, like interrupting the Today Show by like shouting through a bullhorn while they were live recording. There's the story I told you on the last recording of trying to deliver a gift basket to GE and getting thrown out of the building. The weird gimmick episodes, they would do they talked about the slowly rotating camera episode for a whole episode the camera rotated,
which I like. Just hearing that is wild. I want to see that.
You can find it's on YouTube. You can find the whole episode. Another one worth checking out, not Letterman but Conan did a kids night episode, which is they just bust in a bunch of school children, like elementary age school children, to watch the Tonight Show. To watch Conan. And Conan would be like the guests that night were like Dave Foley from Kids in the Hall and an economist. And if the show was boring, if the kids were bored, they would have to yell boring in order to scare away the boring monster. It's one of the most, you can find that episode on YouTube. It is insane. Like, it is like, why did they do this? But like they deliberately picked 2 guests that would not appeal at all to children. Some guy from like CNBC or something. There was also the 13 different camera angle episode where they would have 13 different camera angles of David Letterman, which one would be like a close-up of his forehead, like, or his shoes and stuff like that. And those were the only angles for the whole episode. To go along with the failure one, there was an episode where the heat in New York City and the studio was so unbearable, Dave just sent the whole audience home and just recorded himself wandering around the empty offices of NBC, and that was the whole episode. It is him like going like, hey, let's see if we can find anyone here. And oh god, who's the woman from Young Frankenstein. Not Madeline Kahn, the other one. Oh God, I gotta look her up. She's great.
Terry Garr?
Terry Garr, who was like the only guest, and like they kind of like ambush her on camera. And like she's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Like they go in like her dressing room, like, "Hey, we don't know what to do. You got anything?" She's like, "No, I'm ready to leave." Like she was a regular. She did a lot of Letterman back in the day. I think she's retired because I think she has is she like she's like sick or something, right?
I actually don't know. Let me see.
Yeah, she has a multiple sclerosis.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, she was just such a gift. To look up Terry Garr's appearances on Letterman are some of the best. Like, look those up; they're great. She could really go back and forth. She was like one of those like women get so undervalued in comedy. She was hysterical.
Yeah,
God bless Terry Garr.
Yeah. Also has a great bit in After Hours. Scorsese's
Oh
movie.
yeah. She's great in After Hours.
Yeah.
And then, of course, now I went into more detail. I'll go into less detail this time, but another part of failure was the great Larry Bud Melman, who was this guy they just found and just put on the air because he just couldn't. He genuinely lacked any acting polish and couldn't do the skits and often fucked them up in the middle and would deliver every line by like yelling as loud as possible. All I'll say is I won't go into too much detail. Larry Bud Melman is the best. Look up Larry Bud Melman at Port Authority on YouTube. You can find it. It is one of the funniest videos on YouTube of just a skit just failing in its entirety and airing to millions of people around the country.
Yeah, I've been meaning to watch those since our initial recording of this because like you sold the fuck out of me on Larry Bud Melman.
Yeah, early Letterman stuff. It's fascinating. I recommend like looking up a lot of early Letterman stuff. The other thing was like he would just like go out onto the street and like made like neighbors like regulars on the show. Like there were these two, I believe they were Pakistani guys who owned a like American souvenir shop, like kind of one of those like stereotypical New York souvenir shops. Mujibur and Siraju, who like they just became regulars on the show, like because he just went out and found them one day. Like the deli, there's the Hello Deli, which is still across the street from the Late Show Theater, which is I believe like the only small business still in that part of New York City. That guy, Rupert G, the owner of it, became a regular on the show. Like they would just check in with him every few weeks. They would call random numbers in the building next door until they got someone who they could see through a window and then made her a regular on the show. Like this was revolutionary at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Like it seems so obvious now, like in this age of like shitty prank channels on YouTube, but like all this stuff was like crazy new at the time. He basically, it becomes like Letterman becomes the hot thing. He's like the hip new show on television. Marilyn Marco ends up stepping down as head writer because working with Letterman for a prolonged period of time proved to be fucking impossible. Mainly because he was impossible. He was one of those guys, he's impossible to please. They show a little bit of that in the movie where like after which is a real thing that happened. I don't think that was Sandra Bernhard, but there's this scene in it where they go to commercial and the guest's like, how you doing, Dave? And he writes on a piece of paper and just shows there, just says, I hate myself. Yeah, which he really did to someone.
Oh my God.
Yeah, he really did that. And he would do this thing. There's stories of him being like, just like that was the problem. Like Marilyn Marco would say because she was dating him at the time, that the show would end, he would leave, and like the whole drive back to their place, she would have to hear him be like, the whole show was a fucking failure. Like every joke sucked. I fucked everything up. Jesus. And she said at a certain point that was unsustainable. And at a certain point, the relationship was unsustainable. So like she stepped down. She stayed as a writer for a little bit, but then like just left and like broke it up with Letterman, but was still living with him when he started dating Regina Lasco, who's the woman who will eventually become Letterman's wife. Letterman's got some weird stuff like that in his. I mean, he had famously had a baseball bat in his office that he would just use to hit things to like let rage out after shows.
Oh, that's super healthy.
Yeah. You know what? They actually show like that does not help with your anger. They actually have studies that show that. So, but I don't think he yelled. Like this movie makes him yell a lot more. I don't think he yelled. I think it was like that thing of like it was scarier than yelling. You know, like when you're with someone and they just go like, I fucking am so angry. Like if someone like quietly says they're angry is worse than them yelling that they're angry.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was the vibe Letterman gave off. Now Leno at this time, let's discuss Leno's Nixon-like rise to power, which is a comparison other people have made, by the way. And also, there is a reference in this line where I believe John Agolia compares himself to Kissinger at one point, where the one guy's like, I feel like Nixon at this restaurant. He's like, well, if you're Nixon, then I'm Kissinger. Like, you had been charged, that war would have gone nuclear. So there is a direct parallel to throw back to the Nixon episode we recorded a few weeks back. Leno was big at the Comedy Store before Letterman, but Letterman kind of rocketed ahead of him. Leno had done a successful guest spot on The Tonight Show, but his follow-up appearances weren't as successful, and he was like quickly dropped. Letterman kind of rockets ahead of him. Leno looks like he's kind of dying. Letterman brings Leno on, and Leno goes on to be the most, like, he has the most appearances of any guest on Letterman's late night show. He appeared more times than anyone else in those early years. I believe he had the record until Letterman left NBC. And that basically revitalized Leno's career. He basically saved it. And I will say, as someone who's never really gotten Letterman, I mean, never really gotten Leno, look up Leno's appearances on Letterman. It's a very different Leno, and he's actually like really funny. So look up those. If you've ever been like, why was Leno big? It's like that kind of answers it. Leno ends up becoming one of the rotating guest hosts for The Tonight Show, which included, at the time, Letterman. It was Letterman, Leno, Gary Shandling, and Joan Rivers. Those were the 4 guest hosts that were kind of in rotation. Which brings me to my next point, which are the failed people that tried to compete with Carson in the 80s. Because the first one was Joan Rivers, who got her own late night show on Fox. Did you know this?
I did not. No.
Joan Rivers got her own show. It's kind of infamous because she didn't tell Johnny Carson she was going to do this. And Carson was so infuriated when he found out, he blacklisted her from the show, and she never appeared on the Tonight Show again.
Fuck.
Yeah. Johnny Carson, also super aggro dude. It lasted, here's the weird thing. The show itself lasted 2 years, but Rivers was actually fired after around a year. Like, she did like a year and a half of the show, and then it limped on with like rotating guest hosts, but it didn't go anywhere. Fox was in no position at the time. It was because Fox was the new network at the time. They couldn't get network clearances. Joan Rivers was kind of edgy. She was a woman, and like they kind of owned a lot of conservative networks at the time that were like would refuse to put her on. And like these networks, Fox didn't have the muscle to like force her on the air in any way. So like it was ill-conceived all around. Kind of dies really quick. They briefly entertained replacing her with Howard Stern. Howard Stern shot 5 test shows for a possible late night show, and then it never happened. So because of that, it happens in 1986. That is what leads to making Leno the permanent guest host, because at the time, the other 2, other than Joan, there was Leno, there was Letterman, who by that point had late night, and then Gary Shandling had It's Gary Shandling Show, the sitcom. So he was already busy with another show. So it made sense to lock Leno down so he couldn't go and try and start a competing show. Briefly mentioned at the top of the movie, CBS had tried late night before with the Pat Sajak Show. You know Pat Sajak, right?
Oh, clearly, yeah, he's a fan favorite.
Yeah.
I
No,
have
but do you
no
really
idea
know
who that
Pat?
is.
You
No,
have
I
no
don't.
idea who Pat Sajak
I have
is.
none. No,
He's been the host of Wheel of Fortune since 1981.
that's not true.
It is true.
There's no way.
He's been the host. Although here's the thing, he briefly left to do the Pat Sajak show. He left Wheel of Fortune to do the late night show. And then when that ended after like 2 years, he went back to Wheel of Fortune, which is where he has stayed for the rest of his life.
I have never learned that man's name until this
Wow.
exact moment.
If he's listening, he is all right. I got some inside gossip.
Okay.
I know someone who did Wheel of Fortune back in the late 90s, early 2000s. A family friend of ours said Pat Sajak was the bitterest, meanest motherfucker on the planet.
Holy shit.
Just like between commercial breaks, like mocking the advertisers and like the audience and like being like, who the fuck buys this shit? The producers of the show bullied one of the contestants into basically having an emotional breakdown before going on the air because she had a dress that was the same color as Vanna White, who's the woman who does the hitting the screen on Wheel of Fortune.
Mm-hmm.
And the producers like, you can't do that. And they made this woman scramble at the last second to find new clothing. And if you watch the episode, the family friend of ours kind of got fucked because he was first in the rotation. He would get most of the word, but then fuck up. Then the woman after him would solve the puzzle and get most of the money. And then the woman after her was the woman who had the emotional breakdown, who basically scored 0 points the whole show because she was just not there. Like, because the producers broke her behind the scenes. CBS hated working with Pat Sajak. Said he was one of the least ambitious people they've ever worked with.
Oh my God.
Seemed to have no idea that his show wasn't successful, even though it was floundering constantly. Would show up late, do very little practice, and then go on the air with an unprepared show. And then just leave without like meeting with the writers or anything. He's probably most famous for an episode where someone let Rush Limbaugh guest host. And Rush Limbaugh used his time to rail against abortion and affirmative action, and he was booed and heckled by the audience.
How long did that show last again?
It lasted, I believe, let's see, did I write down a little over a year?
Yeah, even that seems a little long for me.
They're saying in the beginning, I'll get to it in a second. It didn't last very long. Now he, again, talking about his least ambitious stuff, he only showed up 4 of the 5 days of the week. He didn't even record the Friday show, which was a guest spot. Now, Letterman and Carson both had the same deal. They didn't work Fridays. They would usually tape a Friday show on Thursday. That's what they did towards the end of their careers. Letterman kind of did it for most of his career. But they had earned that position. Pat Sajak thought he was entitled to that. Because of this setup, the last episode aired on a Friday and wasn't even hosted by Pat Sajak. The last episode of the Pat Sajak show to air was not hosted by Pat Sajak. What a guy.
Yeah, he sounds like a real living legend.
Oh, yeah. And that he is somehow still alive.
Yep.
And man, did you ever watch Wheel of Fortune?
Oh my God, I watched it so much when I was younger.
I'm not like.
Yeah, no,
really?
no, I'm being 100% serious. Yeah. Well, like sick days from school or whatever. Like,
that's what you'd watch on sick days. I'd watch cartoons, man.
I didn't have cable.
Oh, all right.
Yeah.
I guess I'm showing my middle class privilege.
Yeah,
having the Time Warner Cable Company ruin my life.
No, I told you I'm house sitting as I am recording today. I'd come to this house, my grandma's, to watch cartoons on the weekends.
I did the opposite thing because I would be at my grandparents' house and they would have Wheel of Fortune on. I mean, if late night television barely exists, there is still that daytime game show TV, but talk about something that has no cultural impact anymore.
Yeah.
Like the average age of those audiences is dead.
Well, they're on their last legs for sure. Like if
Yeah.
prime time is on its last leg, well,
Well,
actually, you know what? I'm gonna give it to prime time because apparently there's still tons of numbers in those, but we
my
just don't hear
my
about them.
maternal grandmother used to watch would watch Wheel of Fortune a lot. Like I'd go over and see her during the day and she'd be watching Wheel of Fortune. And guess what? She died last year. So
Oh, I'm sorry.
hey, what are you gonna do? She died from being old too long. I loved her very much.
I'm glad to hear that, I guess.
Very, yeah, hey, shit happens. She was a very kind old lady.
Oh,
Although,
that's good.
like, also like one of those things where all her children are fucked up, so I bet you she wasn't a very kind mother. So
Oh,
although she tried to make up. I mean, my grandfather was the same thing where my grandfather like was the classic like fucking like slap the kids around type thing when he was raising my father. But like the moment I'm born, he turns into like cuddly grandfather. Like
yeah, like your grandparents are not the same people as they were to your parents and shit.
yeah,
And like
they suddenly realized they might have made a mistake.
yeah.
All right, so Pat Sajak they mentioned in this that the affiliates for CBS were basically replacing Pat Sajak before he was even taken off the air fully, which they had the power to do because that's how bad his ratings were. Who they replaced him with was Arsenio Hall, who had the Arsenio Hall show. Now you know Arsenio Hall, right?
Yes, I do know Arsenio Hall.
You know Arsenio. Arsenio, this is funny because he's basically connected to both these previous shows. He was one of the replacement hosts for Joan Rivers after she got fired, and he popped as a host. He doesn't immediately jump into television. He kind of tries to do a film career. He does Coming to America with Eddie Murphy, which is great. And he gets a syndicated talk show produced by Paramount. It premiered the same month as the Pat Sajak show, but did so well that he basically replaced Sajak on CBS in some markets. So, which is kind of crazy to think about. He was the first guy to really kind of underline how old Carson was getting. He tapped into what was called the MTV generation, or if you're a racist, what you call the urban markets. That was what that's what a lot of people, it's weird reading this book by Bill Carter because it still like goes, it's that weird, like, he wasn't very talented, just hip, which is like that weird, like coded racism type stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like yeah, he was like a hip hop type guy, but not really a comedian. And it's like, oh boy. Did you ever watch? Have you ever seen any of the Arsenio Hall shows?
I saw his newer show when he came back.
Well, yeah, he came back briefly because he got
Yeah.
some heat from winning like season 7 of The Celebrity Apprentice. And
I didn't even know that's why that was. But
yeah, he got some heat from that.
Boy.
They brought him back. It lasted a year. And then the moment he said, I don't think Donald Trump should be president, Trump like did one of those like 70 tweets being like, Arsenio Hall a failure. That show sucked. Classic, like the commander in chief of this country picks a fight with a fucking talk show host.
Fucking stupid country.
But there's an episode of Arsenio Hall I know you will love. There's an interview he did. He held an interview with Jason Voorhees.
What?
Promoting Jason Takes Manhattan. It is Kane Hodder in full Jason getup. He comes on, sits down, Arsenio asks him questions, and he says nothing. That's the whole interview.
Oh my God.
So it'd be like, are you getting angrier in your older age? And they would just cut to him, just nothing. So, or the one he's like, I noticed you killed less people in this movie. Are you getting soft? And like Kane Hodder just like slowly turns his head. It's
amazing.
It is
amazing.
Fucking hysterical.
I'm watching that immediately after this.
You should check it out. It's the best. Jim Henson famously gave his last interview on Arsenio just 12 days before his death. And then Arsenio is maybe responsible for Bill Clinton becoming president. The Arsenio Hall show is famously the show where Bill Clinton goes on and plays saxophone with the band.
Yeah, that might have done it.
Which is like the first, like, oh my God, we have a hit president. Like, that's the first time that happens. So, which is kind of wild to think about. He's around for about 5 years, like a combination of just like bad, like career decisions, and then basically getting boxed out by Letterman and Leno. Kind of like they kind of come along. He kind of gets boxed out, and like eventually leaves the show. Now, what did Paramount replace the Arsenio Hall show with in 1994?
Hang on, I'm gonna Google this one.
No, don't Google it. Just take a guess. Take a guess. It's another late night guy, but I won't say who.
Will I know them?
You will know them.
Okay.
You will 100% know them.
Conan.
Not Conan.
Damn, too early.
Because Conan's NBC. Yeah, a
Oh,
little
that's
early.
right. Yeah.
And this is Paramount. He was replaced by the also short-lived Jon Stewart show.
Oh,
Jon Stewart's first foray into late night television, which is a show that basically no one remembers. I've seen a few clips of it. It's actually pretty damn good.
No.
It's actually pretty good. Like the skits are kind of hit and miss, but he gets an amazing interview out of George Carlin. Like he does this amazing interview with George Carlin. Now we're going to take a quick detour into the Daily Show because two of the producers of the Jon Stewart show were Madeline Smithberg and Liz Winstead, who went on to create the Daily Show in 1996, within a year of the Jon Stewart show going off the air. The Daily Show was pitched as a replacement for Politically Incorrect with Bill Maher. Does anyone remember Politically Incorrect with Bill Maher?
Nope.
His original late night talk show host show before what's his show now? Real Time with Bill Maher?
Real Time with Bill Maher.
Yeah. Which I watched for like 2 minutes back when I was like an angry young white boy.
Yeah, but, even like when that was me, angry white passing boy.
Yeah,
I was like, I don't like this.
Yeah, but like I had that like 5 minutes where I was like, yeah, you tell him, and then wait a minute, this guy sucks. Like,
yeah, that's my badge of honor that I called bullshit immediately.
All right, good.
Yeah.
Famously Politically Incorrect with Bill Maher. It was on Comedy Central, moved to ABC. Then shortly after 9/11, he makes a comment where he tries to say that the 9/11 hijackers aren't cowards.
Whoa.
Like he was trying to make some point about the American military. Maybe don't make that point immediately after 9/11. And his show got taken off the air. So that was the end of Politically Incorrect.
All right. Well, rare censorship win.
Politically Incorrect was also that show. Remember that woman who ran? I think she ran in Kansas in like the 2010 midterm. She was a Republican, and she was accused of being a witch. Do you remember this?
No.
This is one of those like stories where like the Republican Party is never going to get crazier than this, and then of course it did. But like there was a clip of her on Politically Incorrect, like being accused of being a witch, and that kind of like tanked her campaign. That was a big deal at the time. That was that weird one where there was her claiming to be the witch. There was the guy running in New York who like attacked a reporter after a news conference.
Oh my God.
Yeah, this is like peak, like the Republican Party is getting insane, like Tea Party. And then there was the guy who said who was against abortion in all instances, including rape, because a woman can't get pregnant from a rape. That if she gets pregnant, then it's not a rape. That's something he actually said on the campaign. All three of those people thankfully lost. Unfortunately, they all are the foundation of the modern Republican Party. I always forget the Republican Party just keeps deciding to get crazier.
Yeah, and it's gonna get worse. It's never gonna get better. It's just gonna get worse until we defeat them.
Until we decide the Democrats are actually the conservatives and the Republicans are fascists, and then maybe we can get an actual left-wing party in there.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
That would be nice. It might actually happen, but we'll see.
I think it'll happen eventually.
Yeah.
Eventually.
It's like one of those things where it's like, is it going to happen in the next 5 years or the next 10 years?
Yeah.
But all right. Now I've brought him up. Let's see if you remember him. Do you remember the original host of the Daily Show before Jon Stewart?
Yeah. I can't remember his name, but I know it's a guy something. Fuck. I know who
I
it
brought
is.
him
I
up.
just
I
can't
know.
say the name.
'Cause
Fuck.
I've done this rant before.
Craig Kilborn.
Craig Kilborn.
Yeah.
Craig Kilborn was the original host for 2 years. He was picked by Comedy Central, not Smithberg and Winstead, the actual creators of the show, who did not get along with him. Stephen Colbert, who was a correspondent at the time, described the experience as you wanted to take your soul off and put it on a wire hanger and leave it in the closet before you got on the plane to do one of those pieces. Everyone was apparently miserable for those first 2 years. The two women who created it wanted to make the show more politically focused. Kilborn kind of just wanted to make it more host focused. Kilborn gives this interview with, I believe, Esquire. Liz Winstead said, I spent 8 months developing and staffing a show and seeking a tone with producers and writers. Somebody else put him, Kilborn, in place. There were bound to be problems. I viewed the show as content driven. He viewed the show as host driven. Kilborn gives an interview for Esquire where he says a joke in massive quotes, where he says, Liz Winstead, the woman he's referring, Liz does find me kind of attractive. If I asked her to give me a blowjob, she'd give me a blowjob.
Oh my God.
She quit the show as a
Yeah.
result. And within a year, he went on to replace Tom Snyder, who we mentioned earlier, who was the person Letterman replaced. Tom Snyder was the original host of the Late Late Show, which followed Letterman. It's this weird like intermingling of this stuff.
Yeah, that is a little wow.
Kilborn hosted that for 5 years before leaving and being replaced by Craig Ferguson, who I think we both loved.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Both
Top
loved
2 of my favorite late night guys.
Yeah, he was great. I miss him every day. He might be coming back. Like
yeah.
that's the rumor. Kilborn left to host a new show in obscurity. Because now no one remembers who he is.
There is I mentioned the random New Girl tangents once in a while.
There's the New Girl thing.
Yeah, there's a New Girl reference.
There's the Wes Craven movie Cursed, in which he appears in it as himself, as the host of the Craig Kilborn show. And famously, that movie sat on a shelf for over a year. So by the time it came out, Kilborn was no longer on the air. And then one of the most cringe, embarrassing moments. Remember when Jon Stewart left the Daily Show, there was that last episode, which I did watch live. I'll admit, I watched that live when it happened because it was kind of a big deal. It really did feel like the end of an era, Say what you will about Stewart and the Daily Show. But they had a bunch of cameos from people from over the years in kind of a farewell. Kilborn appeared in the montage to be as a joke, I knew you'd run this show into the ground. That was the joke.
Mm-hmm.
It's very clear no one in the audience recognizes who he is. No one knows who Craig Kilborn is.
Oh.
And you can barely find any clips from his Late Show or the Daily Show. It's just completely scrubbed from existence. As far as anyone's concerned, Jon Stewart was the only host of the Daily Show, which became this media little middle cable empire,
Mm-hmm.
Launched a ton of comedy careers. Aged weird, but yeah. I just find that shit kind of interesting.
No, it is. It's just there's this whole other we're talking about archival stuff early on in this episode, and it's it's important to have all this historical documents. That's what they are now,
Well, it's also this is what the platforms for comedy were back in the day, and I worry that we're losing it and that we're ceding territory to people like Joe Rogan,
Mm-hmm.
that he is becoming the new anointer, and he anoints people who aren't funny and just are kind of they have a weird political agenda,
Yeah.
He doesn't really anoint comedy guys. Although I heard Netflix gave Chappelle some sort of deal where there's going to be like Dave Chappelle Presents, and he's kind of like promoting like certain comedians. I've heard some of the comedians, like, say what you will about Chappelle, I don't like him, but I've heard like some of the people he's been showcasing are actually funny. So there's at least that.
Yeah, I mean, before he like openly became a piece of shit, like, he was kind of another living legend,
Yeah.
like he was a funny guy.
Chappelle is one of those guys where you're kind of hoping like he can turn it around at some point and realize he's being a fucking dick,
I really do. Yeah. I'm not giving him the benefit of the doubt or anything.
No,
that.
that's not me. Not me at all. It's
yeah.
just like secretly, it's like, but whereas like on the opposite end, where someone like we're like J.K. Rowling, I'm like, I don't need her to come back. Like she can go away forever, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that is like the lay of the land of late night at the time, is that like Arsenio Hall, Carson's going to go any day now. It's about getting Leno or Letterman. Letterman has a 3-year deal that he's basically locked into with NBC, but Leno only has a 1-year deal. So he's like the vulnerable one. So CBS makes a run at him. Just want to see if you had anything. I don't want to.
I don't really have anything else.
I just don't want it to be me babbling.
No. I think show. Right here you kind of have to take the rest of the way. I'm not sure how much more I have to add.
Okay.
On this, to be fair.
Yeah, I believe like I'm doing a lot, but like once we're done with this build up, it's mostly over. Like, well, we got to talk about Helen Kushnick, Jay's manager at the time, played by Kathy Bates. And you said you like her performance.
She is fantastic in this movie. You said this is a pretty accurate depiction of events as well. Right?
This is an accurate depiction of events. Here's the weird thing. So Helen Kushnick kind of has this tragic life. She was briefly Letterman's agent as well, which is a weird thing. She was briefly his agent. She becomes Leno and kind of like quickly hones in on Leno is like my meal ticket. He's going to help me. Like, I'm going to be able to build my entire career around Leno. She has this tragic life because her younger son, when he was admitted to the hospital as an infant, was given a blood transfusion with AIDS contaminated blood. This is in the early days of the AIDS crisis. This was not like, it was very unknown at the time. Her child dies. It's very tragic. Her other child basically gets thrown out of the I believe like Catholic school they attended, because this is at the time where AIDS is still very much the gay disease, and everyone is still afraid of it. Everyone thinks you can get it just by like standing near someone with AIDS. And she and her husband become these kind of like early crusaders in the AIDS fight. There's very brief mention of it. Like the opening scene of her is her on the phone yelling at someone, being like, "It's a benefit for pediatric AIDS, you piece of shit." Like that's like her first line in this. That's how she talked, by the way. That's not made up.
Okay.
She was that aggressive. She was that aggressive getting Leno the Tonight Show and fighting for pediatric AIDS.
That's kind of awesome.
Yeah, it's weird. And there was this insane quote she gave to like the Catholic Church where she's like, "The same God that has our little boy now is an angry God, and he will send his vengeance at you." Like that was a quote they sent to this school that kicked their kid out. And they were on the early.
I'm a fan now.
Yeah. Well, here's what's weird. So like, there's that angle where like she had this whole thing. Her husband kind of dies unexpectedly on his deathbed. Jay Leno promised her husband that he would take care of Kushnick and her child. She has a very strange relationship with Leno. All that being said, like that is this weird, like tragic and like heroic side to her life, right? Like, and there's also like stuff where like she didn't like, it wasn't like she was out there being like, yeah, AIDS, it's the gays' fault. She wasn't one of those either. Like they were on the record of being like, we do not blame the person who donated the blood. They did not know they had AIDS. Like they were like, we don't blame them. We blame the hospital for trying to cover it up and then like not doing due diligence about it, which is like where they kind of had their battle. If anything, this movie makes Helen Kushnick look better than she probably was. She was so much meaner to people.
Oh,
She was really cruel, mainly to the staff. She like would make people like she would drive people to tears. People have gone so far as to suggest they considered the relationship between Kushnick and Leno to be a type of abusive relationship.
oof.
That trying to wrestle Leno away from her was kind of a challenge because of how controlling she was. So, you know, there's two. It's that classic thing of like there are two sides to a lot of people. You know,
Mm-hmm.
that on some side you can be heroic like that, and others you can kind of be a little fucked up. Now, there is a benefit of hindsight thing where Leno in this movie is like a kind of weird innocent. You know, like Helen is the villain.
Mm-hmm.
Leno is not the villain of this story, right?
Yeah, at least in the picture.
in the depiction of it. With the benefit of hindsight, knowing how the Conan Tonight Show thing falls out, you question how much was, because the story is Leno would kind of turn a blind eye to Kushnick's behavior because it benefited him, right? Which is like its own kind of like wrong, but not like complicity, you know? Like,
Yeah, it's the
she
again
makes
not
a
complicity,
comment.
but it is a common thing for people in that industry to do.
She makes a comment in it that's pretty accurate. Where it's like you don't want to know where the lambs are coming from, right? Like she's like, I do the slaughtering, like, but you don't want to ask where the food's coming from. And like that was kind of their relationship. Now it's like you wonder how much was he privy to what was going on, you know?
Yeah.
Like it makes you wonder a little bit.
Yeah, the knowledge of the aftermath of Leno's career really does color this whole movie differently.
Yeah.
Like from top to bottom.
It's strange. But Leno is still such a weird guy. It's hard to put a finger on him.
Yeah, like I'm not saying he's like evil incarnate or anything like that, but it's just like I don't trust this iteration any more than I do the normal person.
He's oddly like Machiavellian and like his scheming, but also is like a guy who's like the one thing you get that like seems to be the most consistent thing is that Jay Leno is a guy who struggles to express his emotions. Like he really struggles with that. And the people are like, because of that, they can't make heads or tails of him. And some people are really put off by him as a result. But yeah, it's one of those like benefit of hindsight. It's hard to tell how much the famous bit in this, which is the story that gets planted, where it's like, there goes Johnny, which is the story that Helen Kushnick allegedly plants to be like, to kind of like pressure NBC into giving Leno the Tonight Show. Because Brandon Tartikoff, who was the head of NBC, moves to Paramount. Warren Littlefield, John Agolia take over, and they are kind of incompetent. They don't have a good feel for late night. They don't have the ins there. And they're kind of just looking at this from like almost like an accountant position where it's like, well, we have this deal with Leno and we have this deal with Letterman. We want to hold on to both of them. Let's sign Letterman. Like that's basically what their decision comes down to. It's not, there is no real long-term thinking happening there about like what consequences this would have. But Helen planted that story. There's a scene in this where Leno's like, I just want to call Carson so he knows it didn't come from us, right? That happens in this movie. Now, that's a little different in real life because here's what happened in real life. The movie's just kind of like, well, okay, Jay. In real life, Leno calls and goes, hey, Carson, I just want you to know that this story didn't come from us. And Carson goes, it did come from you. And then I was like, no, I swear I had nothing to do with this. And Carson's like, you can say that. This story came from you. Carson like did not let him off the hook.
Yeah.
There was like, he's like, I know this is your team. And then later, after Kushnick gets fired, Leno is like called up Carson again. This isn't depicted in it, and said, look, I told you it wasn't us. It was, I had no knowledge. And Carson is like, I can believe that. Like that you sometimes you just have to be careful of who speaks for you. Like he doesn't really like forgive him, but it's like kind of like, look, I know like you didn't have it. Like that's what agents do. Like, but it's still Carson was very much like cold-blooded, like, no, this is you. Stop saying this isn't you. Like, which is kind of wild. Now, again, Helen Kushnick also sued the author of the Late Shift book, Bill Carter, for that story, saying it was untrue. There was some settlement out of court, but there was never any retraction. Even modern printings of the book still contain that Helen Kushnick planted that story in the New York Post. And it is one of those, like, who else could have done it? Like, it really is. She's the only suspect.
Yeah.
And there's no one else who could have done it. She sued and then like she dies like a year after this movie comes out too.
I hadn't seen that when we were doing the last recording. Yeah, she died the year of the, like she dies fucking like 6 months after this comes out.
Yeah, it's crazy. And it wasn't like she died like still doing stuff. She straight up left the industry after her fallout with Leno. Like it was over after that. And you want to know, like, did Leno do anything with her afterwards? Like, because Leno's so closed off about that kind of stuff, and lays a lot of the blame of the debacle of the Tonight Show at her feet. Like history has painted her as the villain, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like she forced Carson out. She screwed over Letterman. It's her. And now here's another story that might paint this in a different picture about this story. So when Conan, so the famous story with Conan is he had a lot of heat from, I believe he hosted the Emmys. People were like, oh shit, Conan, he's the new big guy. Fox makes a pass at him to try and get him to come over to their network for a late night show. Conan has made it very clear. He's like, I will do it. Like I want an 11:30 show, but if they're going to give me the Tonight Show, I will stay with NBC. So NBC is like, look, here's the deal. We're going to sign a deal with you 5 more years, and then you get the Tonight Show. They make the deal with Conan, and then they kind of spring it on Jay, being like, okay, Jay, we're doing a contract extension, 5 years, it's done. And then you're out of here. And Leno was like kind of blindsided by it because he was still number one and he didn't understand. He was like, that was not his plan. But in that weird, like, Leno doesn't know how to express his emotion. Instead of being like, no, I don't agree to this deal, he's like, okay, I guess. It would have saved everyone a lot of trouble had he just said, I don't like this deal. But instead he's like, okay, I'll do this. And then he brings Conan on. He famously does like, Conan was my choice. He was the only choice. You know, he takes credit for the idea.
Mm-hmm.
Like, yep, this is a great idea. I mean, Conan, let's do this. In the 5 years that Leno remains, he starts getting offers from all sorts of networks, including ABC, including Sony makes a pass at him, which made like a really weird offer at him to be like, we're going to give you your own studio and we're going to make you, Jay Leno, the face of PlayStation. So you can reach a young audience. Can you imagine?
Oh my God.
His fucking giant mug on the side of a fucking PlayStation box. But like, yeah, so like that was like the thing. Like all these networks made pass. NBC panics, being like, we can't have him go to a competing network, because if he goes to a competing network and he beats Conan in the ratings, it's going to look really bad for us. So they scramble to basically keep Leno. They make this deal for the Jay Leno show, which is going to be a primetime talk show, which no one does primetime talk shows. At the time, NBC's primetime offerings were so terrible that they were like, why don't, instead of paying for expensive scripted television, why don't we do a talk show and we just air it every night? It'll help. We'll save so much money. We'll talk more about how that played out later.
Yeah.
Conan clearly isn't very happy about it. The ratings pile up that starts happening. Leno's negative ratings affect the local news ratings, which affect Conan's ratings. Leno is doing an interview with someone where they go, they ask him a question. I wish I could remember it correctly, where they go, hey, what do you think about like Conan? Like, how do you think Conan's doing at the Tonight Show? And he gives kind of a long answer where he basically ends it with, look, if they offered to give me the Tonight Show back, I'd take it back. Which was not the question that was asked.
Mm-hmm.
He just kind of throws it out there. Andy Richter does an interview with a magazine and they go, hey, Jay Leno just said this. What do you think of that? And Andy Richter goes, Well, that's not a very classy thing to say. Before that story was even in print, Leno got a hold of it and called up NBC and was like, why is Andy Richter bad-mouthing me? And Andy Richter was forced to call Leno to apologize. Before that story was even in print. And Andy Richter tells the story is that he calls up and he says that first he's not expecting that the number he calls, that it doesn't go to a secretary, it goes directly to Jay Leno. So he says that threw him off a little bit. And Leno starts immediately going on and being like, you know how these interviewers are. Like, I don't blame you and you don't blame me. They're just trying to get like a story out of us. And he's like, Andy Richter was like, I didn't say anything. Like, he was like he had this already prepared thing. He's like, I just want to keep this kind of stuff. If you feel like I say something that's not classy, I want you to reach out to me instead of saying it in the press. I just, why don't you keep it, that way? And Andy Richter goes, well, you know what? All right, we could do that, Jay. I'm sure you apologized to Conan for the comments you made. And Leno was like, oh yeah, I did. And then they hang up and Andy Richter gets up and goes to Conan and be like, hey, did Leno ever say anything to you about those comments? And Conan goes, no. So like he just straight up lied to him. Like that's weird.
That's a big asshole move.
That's so weird. So like that puts the like he might have known about that story at least. Like at a bare minimum, he probably knew that Helen Kushnick planted that story. All right, we can kind of jump ahead. So Kushnick is doing all this pressuring on the NBC executives. There's kind of like this balance. This is covered more in the book, is that like Leno and Kushnick are like campaigning really hard to get to Night Show, and Letterman is barely campaigning. Like he is not saying anything because he feels like he's kind of like, that would be wrong of me to try to force Johnny out, he's like, I don't want to do that. There is a story I told on the last episode, I'll tell a shorter version of this, where he was reached out to be like, we're going to make the deal where you're going to take us over. He was reached out to by Bombastic Bushkin, who was Carson's agent for many years, and was like, we're going to make this deal. And Letterman was like, oh, okay, cool, I'll do that. Yeah, he's like, when what does Johnny think? And they're like, oh, we're not telling him. Like, we're going to do this without his knowledge. And Letterman was like, well, I don't feel comfortable doing this until Johnny knows. And then they're like, okay, well then we'll think about it. And then they didn't get back to him. It became very clear that the talks were over. But then Letterman was in a weird position to be like, I kind of have to let Carson know about this because there's people on his team that are kind of working against him. And like Letterman mulled over it and eventually reached out, and like apparently Carson was furious, not at Letterman, but at the people like trying to do this stuff. And that was like kind of an incident where like Letterman was like, I'm never going to make it look like I'm trying to take the show away from Johnny Carson. Like he's like, I never want to make that clear. And it was very clear, honestly, early on, who the obvious choice was by Carson. Carson wanted Letterman to take over and just assumed Letterman would get it. So, but NBC signs a deal with Leno. That's like the day Johnny stops, like you take over like a week after. Like that's what happens. I think that's called a Prince of Wales clause. That it's not just there for retirement. It's also there for like if the host like gets sick and like can no longer perform, like or dies unexpectedly, right? That you are the default takeover. Like that it's both a way for the network to keep the show on the air and also to secure you as like the permanent replacement. Craig Ferguson got that deal with Letterman. He got a deal that was basically like, if Letterman leaves or dies, you get late night. You get the late show. And I don't know if you know this, Diego, but Ferguson didn't get late show.
No.
Allegedly, he's not too upset about it though, because allegedly he got like $30 million not to do it.
Okay, well.
So I think he won in the end.
Yeah, no, I could probably be okay with stuff.
I'd be happy getting 30 million to not do something.
Yeah.
I am, mind you, Letterman over the years at CBS made enough money to buy like the entire state of Wyoming if you wanted. But $30 million is nothing to sneeze at. So, and that was that weird. That's why like Ferguson leaves like shortly after that too. That's that weird like Ferguson and Letterman both announced they're leaving around the same time. And Colbert goes in, and Colbert's now like number one, right? Like he's like the kind of guy who's like regularly number one. And Ferguson was replaced by James Corden, who everyone loves.
Oh yeah, everyone's favorite.
There was like those
feelings on
5 minutes though where everyone loved him. Like there was like a weird 5 minute where people are like, "This guy's great."
Well, it's like look at him. I mean, not just that he's British. It's like he doesn't look like a normal like comedian guy like coming in for these rings. You know, he's a heavier guy too, and it's just like okay, that's great. You don't have to look a certain way to be able to.
He did have a certain like. I mean, he did that because I knew him from. He did those Doctor Who episodes, which I enjoyed him on. Frankly,
yeah,
I wasn't aware of him beyond that. And then he's in a Mike Leigh film, where he's like plays like the son of what's his name, Timothy Spall. In some, I can't remember which one.
Oh, that's pretty good casting.
He's really good in it too. It's like a drama. He's really good in it, but he's like playing like an obnoxious teenager. So like I don't know if that says anything. But yeah, there was like it was. And remember, like Carpool Karaoke was like massive for a little bit, and I honestly think the thing that damaged people like Corden, beyond the fact that like the more we got to know him, the less we liked him.
Yeah.
There's a famous like he got kicked out of a restaurant for being rude to the staff. Remember, he got banned from some restaurant. And I think what hurt people like him and Jimmy Fallon, I think 2016 actually hurt those guys. You know, like I think that election, that there was something about like we can't do this like phony bullshit anymore. We can't do this being cute stuff anymore.
Yeah, it doesn't work. We see through you now. You know, like the curtain has been lifted.
Although Conan never made that pivot to like being like a hardcore political guy, you know?
No, but I also think his comedy and like his personality is a little more like whether or not it truly is authentic, it feels more authentic.
Yeah.
He's not trying to get people to like him, I guess. Or maybe he is, but it's like
I think he has that same desperate need to be liked that like all performers have, but he doesn't have it to a detrimental degree, you know?
Yeah.
So I think anyone that gets on the air just kind of has that in general. But yeah, so because now it's like Corden's leaving soon and he's getting replaced by At Midnight. So
Jesus.
So they're not even like that just shows you where late night is these days. They're not even considering a replacement. And what are they doing with the Daily Show? Like, I haven't even heard anything.
No, I mean, you told me that Trevor Noah is leaving. I did not know that.
Yeah, it was one of those where like it was like a half a day story, you know? Like, they might be doing like I think they're doing like guest host now. Like you do that sometimes where like there's like a rotating host.
Oh yeah,
until they find someone new. But yeah, weekly guest hosts. Which included Al Franken, Wanda Sykes, Leslie Jones, Sarah Silverman, Cal Penn, Marlon Wayans. I mean, I guess. Yeah, they each host a week. Each one has done a week. So, who's that guy? Remember Larry Wilmore had that show that replaced the Colbert Report. You remember that?
Yeah, I do. And
that was actually a pretty good show. I don't know why it got canceled. It wasn't doing that bad.
No, but maybe, you know what? Because that was like 2015, 2016, right?
Yeah.
That's that era where they're still trying to get TV numbers the way they used to. I really think the problem with that show wasn't the show. It was that people like
an old school mentality behind the scenes.
Yeah.
And if he just held in for 2 more years, really, 2 more years, if they had just kept that on the air, he would probably be as big as the Colbert Report.
Yeah.
Like he was in the perfect position.
Absolutely.
God, those executives are morons. I mean, that's
beyond fucking stupid.
That's Viacom, right? Like Viacom owns Comedy Central.
You know, I actually don't know. I used to know these things better. I
think Viacom does. Well, I don't even know Viacom. I think Viacom merged. Yeah, CBS bought Viacom. Now they're Viacom CBS. But yeah, because like Viacom has basically tanked most of their networks because they're also Nickelodeon, and Nickelodeon is not doing well either. Because there's the remember Cartoon Network tried for like 5 minutes to do live action shows and then immediately abandoned it.
Oh yeah. And it just never took off.
It never took off, and it only happened because the guy who got forced out because of the Aqua Teen Hunger Force bomb scare. He gets forced out. A new guy comes in. He's like, we got to pivot to live action because at the time, the Disney Channel and Nickelodeon were making a fortune with their live action shows. Like stuff like Drake and Josh, iCarly, and Hannah Montana, and they were basically being able to launch their own pop stars.
Yeah, it's gonna take some time to realize. That's the Drake and Josh theme song.
Oh, okay. I have not watched Drake and Josh in about 10 years.
But if you look inside, you'll realize. Just turn around.
You know what? You know what is something that has stuck out in my memory forever about Drake and Josh? Remember they ran over Oprah.
Yes, that's the best. I don't know if the show holds up.
It
that
probably
is amazing
doesn't.
that was like a subplot in the show. It's like Josh loved Oprah and then he ran her over.
He ran her over. He straight up ran over Oprah with his car. That was an actual plot on a children's show. But there's an episode where the climax is Drake and Josh dressing as the Blues Brothers and performing.
Whoa, yeah, I do.
And they show a clip of the Blues Brothers in the show, which is like a hard R rated movie. Like they say the F word about 1,000 times in that movie. This is not for kids. And they have to edit the scene so like carefully to make sure they don't show anything to adults, but just so they can make sure kids know who the Blues Brothers are. What a weird choice.
Very strange.
But
fuck
anyway,
Dan Schneider.
Yeah, fuck Dan
throw
Schneider.
that in there.
Yeah, I just want to throw it. Yeah. That's a good one too. So Cartoon Network tried that pivot. It failed. They doubled down on cartoons. Makes sense that a network called Cartoon Network should do cartoons. Ends up being the right bet because over the next decade, cartoons become cheaper to produce and make more money through merchandising, whereas live action shows cost more to make, don't make as much in merchandising, and less people are watching them. And it's the thing that like quietly fucked Nickelodeon, is that they bet so heavily on live action shows. It's like, remember like Sam and Cat, like that like last era of the like I think they're still doing it, but like there's no value to it, and they're too stuck to it to change. And that's why they're doing like, that's why Fairly Odd Parents hung in for like a decade longer than it should have. And that's why like SpongeBob, not only is SpongeBob still on the air, but they're still doing SpongeBob spin-offs.
Well, they just started after Greg Hillenberg passed away.
Yeah,
he did not want that. And that's fucking gross.
Yeah. But that's Viacom. And Viacom is also like one of the chief people to be like, they've kept all their media off of YouTube. Like they hate YouTube. So it's really worked out for them. But hey, so all right, after just sorry to go on that detour. It's
fine. This episode is detours.
Yeah, but it's mostly just about late night stuff. Johnny Carson gives the surprise. It was a surprise appearance at the upfronts that week, which turns into his surprise retirement announcement, which is basically word for word what happened. He did all those jokes and then just went like, oh, by the way, it's going to be my last year. Which that is wild. Like he just did that. Can you imagine like if you're Warren Littlefield or those guys, like it's a kind of crazy.
Wake up one morning and then suddenly you hear this guy's like,
well, you bring Carson out, Carson who like doesn't do public appearances, you bring him out being like, wow, we got Carson, this is great. And like Littlefield talks about in the book, Littlefield's like, I was so excited to do it because I got to say, here's Johnny, which is his big thing, He was like, I was so excited to do it. And then that was immediately replaced with panic after his surprise announcement of retiring. And then he also, that night, he went on, because he was in New York City, he went on Letterman and like as a joke, gave him the $1 million Ed McMahon sweepstakes win. Like the joke being like, I'm retiring, you're going to win, you're going to take over. Like Carson just assumed they were going to give it to Letterman. And that's not what happened. All right. How long have we been recording?
A while.
Almost 4 hours. There's a lot to cut out though, because like we kind of we took some breaks, we did some other stuff, right?
Yeah.
All that talk is the first 20 minutes of this movie. All of that was covering the first 20 minutes. And 20 minutes into the movie, the drama is done.
Yep.
Leno gets the Tonight Show 20 minutes in, and he keeps it for the rest of the show, the rest of the movie.
Yeah. It's not even really like it's maybe accurate to real life, but it's not that interesting to watch it unfold. You know what I mean? And it's just like, yeah, nothing's gonna change. Like dramatically, nothing evolves.
Yeah. The fun thing is like the watching like Ovitz like work around the like draconian contract he had, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like where it's like, well, Letterman can't pitch to anyone, but the networks can pitch to him, like shit like that, you know?
Yeah. That's
like,
you know what?
That's
that is
kind
a
of
good
fun.
moment when Bob Balaban, I think, is the one that says it, right?
What does he say?
Like we can't talk to them, but legally,
Bob
we can't stop them
Balaban
from
is
talking to us.
against it. Bob Balaban's against Letterman. He's Warren Littlefield.
So that Treat Williams.
Yeah, Treat Williams is Michael Ovitz. Who Michael Ovitz was the head of CAA, which is like the creative artists agency. He popularizes packaging, which is the idea of not just getting an actor on a movie, but you sell the actor, the writer, the director, the script, like all in one go, right?
Yeah, which is very beneficial to people trying to get stuff made now, and also incredibly unbeneficial when you're trying to figure out how to make your first movie and maybe could use a little hand once in a while.
Yeah.
But you don't need to hear me vent about stuff.
Hey, but so you can blame him for that.
Yeah, fucking
he's also
Treat Williams.
I also think he's responsible for Steven Seagal. I think that's the story. Is that like he met Steven Seagal at like some like yoga thing?
I've never hated a man more.
Yeah, and was like,
I'm sorry. I just have to say, I've never gotten the Steven Seagal thing. I'm sorry.
I get how terrible he is. There is something kind of compelling about how bad he is, but other than that, he's not talented in any way, and also is a bad person.
Yeah.
So there's the double-edged sword of that. There is something about him just like being like so bad at what he does and like acting like he's still Schwarzenegger,
Mm-hmm.
Like I was, there's the famous stories of him, like he hosted SNL, which is like the famous SNL episode they'll never re-air because of how bad it was. Yeah. And Bob Odenkirk tells a story where he sits down with the writers. He's like, I don't know what your show's about. I don't know the show. Gonna have to explain it to me. And Odenkirk's like, you've never heard of Saturday Night Live? Like, and like just didn't understand any of the comedy, any of it. But yeah, Ovitz was like, this guy's really compelling. Let's put him in action movies, and that's where that comes from. So he's but the Seagal thing, we forget the Seagal like arc is like maybe 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
Like he doesn't last that long.
No.
And then like once it's done, it's done. He does what's that movie he does where he's like fighting oil executives in Alaska or something? That was his big thing, is that like he protected the environment. That was his thing.
Mm-hmm.
But I can't remember what's On Deadly Ground. Like that movie is one of those, like, it was so atrociously bad it basically ended everything almost immediately. There's also one where like he would sign up for action movies and then like in the middle of filming be like, I don't think my character should kill people because killing is wrong. Like there's too much violence on the screen. And so like the directors and actors would have to trick him into like killing the bad guys. Like there's all sorts of who's that guy? Oh god, he's one of those character actors. I can't remember his name. It's like Steve Tobolowsky or something like that. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do. Steve Tobolowsky, a really great character actor.
Yeah, great character actor. Look up him talking about working with Steven Seagal. He tells this like brief story where he played like a murderer and Steven Seagal refused to kill him even though it was in the script, and basically like how they had to talk him into doing it. It's a great story. Look, Seagal stories are interesting.
Yeah. But all that stuff is more interesting than anything he's ever done as an actual actor.
Basically. So yeah, like Ovitz, they meet with Ovitz, who's like he was huge in Hollywood at the time. He's kind of like nothing now, but at the time he was huge. It's also funny where it's like from the get-go, CBS is like the only option, really. And that's not even just true for like hindsight 2020, the movie. That was like true at the time. Like people like CBS is kind of the best option. Because they can get the clearance, they can get all that other stuff. Fox, in the movie Rupert Murdoch, they show it. Rupert Murdoch came himself to pitch to Dave. That really happened, which is like kind of crazy to think about, you know? Like the fucking Brian Cox from Succession goes to pitch to David Letterman. Fuck
off.
Yeah, basically. And I brought this up in the other episode. We'll bring it up again. Fox didn't get him. They said they can give him the 11 p.m. time slot, which gives him the jump on Leno if he goes with Fox. They don't get Letterman. Instead, they produce 5 fabulous weeks of the Chevy Chase show.
Oh, good Lord.
Yeah. Chevy Chase had a show that was on the air for about 5 weeks. Now, Chevy's weird because Chevy's like kind of an asshole, but he claims he was like, I never wanted it to be a permanent thing. I was just going to do it temporarily, which you're like, okay, but then why did you have them build an entire studio for you?
Yeah.
They built an entire studio, which looks more expensive than any other studio you've ever seen. It's like, it's crazy. They put like a whole like billboard out front. Show lasts 5 weeks. It's a disaster. Famously, Conan says that like he credits those 5 weeks of the Chevy Chase show kind of taking the heat off him for a little bit when he took over. But also like the moment Chevy Chase was canceled, like the press like tried to kill O'Brien and said he was like the least funny guy on television. That first year for Conan was like super rough, you know?
Yeah.
Like Tom Shales like really attacked him and was like he should go back to his old job as Conan Oblivion. I think it was the comment. Now, to be fair to Tom Shales, one of the famous things that happens, Tom Shales gave like this vicious attack against Conan. And then later when Conan got better, like before anyone else had, Tom Shales was like, look, I was wrong. I apologize. I was too mean in my criticism. And Conan's actually managed to turn it around and made a really great show. Which is kind of a rare thing to see.
That is
from critics, you know.
Mm-hmm.
ABC, we get a cameo from our boy Bob Iger.
Woo!
Big Eye Iger.
Woo! Uncle Bob. That's what the fans call him because they love him so much. Because we definitely
shit. If you've ever called him Uncle Bob, kill yourself.
I'm not gonna say whether I agree or disagree with that statement Matt just made, but I will say you're a loser.
That's a bad thing to do. Don't call him that.
Yeah, the man who probably wants to run for president as a Republican.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Save your soul. Repent right now.
Yeah, repent. Jesus Christ, repent.
Yeah.
Although, wasn't it funny when Disneyland fucked over Florida recently?
No, you know what? Yeah, you take the ones you can get. I think we said that earlier about the Trump thing. Take the ones you can get, you know?
That was kind of wild.
Yeah, the enemy of my enemy is not actually my friend.
But let them fight.
Yeah, let them fight. Exactly.
Let them fight, man.
Yeah.
But it is kind of crazy.
Take each other out.
Exactly. That's how it's gonna go down.
100%.
They're gonna eat each other. We won't even have to do shit.
I was just fucking having this conversation yesterday. I was talking to my friend about this. Like, you know, we discovered capitalism was stupid, like, you know, later in our lives for our short period of time that we've been on this earth so far.
Yeah.
Like people our age specifically. But, you know, we kind of learned the lesson thousands of years ago with Alexander the Great. What's that quote? Like, Alexander wept for there were no more worlds left to conquer. It's like, yeah, infinite growth isn't real. Like, that's not the point of that statement.
And then you can't hold on to everything, like, forever. Like most people that when they finally get everything, it, like, immediately collapses.
Yeah. So, like, how fucking stupid are capitalists?
I mean, well, that's why Wolf of Wall Street's so great, because that's like that movie's very much about how like it's an addiction, you know, which is why that movie's so frightening. It's like he can't even stop, you know.
Yeah.
There's that great. There's that no, not that. There's that great scene where he's like, remember he gives that speech where he's like, "I'm leaving the company" initially.
Oh yeah,
that long scene. That is like it's a great scene, but it's also like one of the most chilling scenes in 21st century cinema. Because it's him being like, if he leaves, he gets away with it, right? He gets to keep all his money. He's fine. All he has to do is leave. He basically has to do nothing. And he ends with like, I'm not leaving. I'm not fucking leaving.
Yeah.
You know? Because he's addicted to it. It's this scary thing of like, they can't even stop themselves, you know? Like they can't, it's an addiction. They cannot stop themselves. That's what's scary about capitalism. It's less the stupidity, it's that they really are addicted to making money and they cannot stop themselves. And that when they do finally fuck everyone over and it does all finally come out, then they also don't face any consequences. And they aren't told what they're doing is wrong because that's our culture. And like the majority of people want to be like them.
Yeah.
That's what's scary about capitalism.
Yeah, that's fucked up.
You know, but you know, you can OD on money too.
Yep.
I'm just saying.
And if it's not the money, it's the shit you're gonna buy with it that'll take you out.
Hey. But it's just kind of wild to see Bob Iger in this. And what's weird is like the book which is written way before Bob Iger is anyone. Like at this point, Bob Iger is the head of ABC, which is a network that's not doing well, which will get bought by Disney and do even worse. Bob Iger, the book is like, everyone can't stop talking about how nice a guy Bob Iger is. Like, which is like a weird reputation he's kind of maintained, that people just kind of like him, you know, like compared to most executives. That's not me saying Bob Iger's a good person. I'm just saying that like the general vibe people get from him is that he's a good guy.
Yeah, the general like presence is much softer and kinder than you know, typical Hollywood executives.
Yeah, he's not like one of those like bombastic guys. Like he's not kind of like out there swinging his dick around like the current head of Warner Media is.
Yeah,
but
he's the classical conservative, you know.
Yeah, kind of.
Like on the surface, like people like, oh well, you know, I disagree with them politically, but whatever.
Yeah.
And it's like, you know, now in this day and age, we're like thankfully moved past that for the most part.
Yeah.
We're like, I disagree with them politically, and also I beat them to death in the street.
I will not say that, but
yeah, maybe I'll cut back on that one.
But now ABC. So I got to go on a brief ABC tangent.
Yeah, by all means.
ABC. There is they can't get Letterman basically because they can't clear 11:30 for him. Letterman was like, ABC was probably our second choice, but they couldn't clear 11:30 because they had Nightline. So they would have had to start at midnight. When Jimmy Kimmel eventually gets his show for ABC, it goes on at midnight for like the first 10 years. So he like starts a half hour later than everyone else. Now he's up to 11:30. I'm not exactly sure what changed. So one of the things that happened, so this is not covered at all in this movie, but it's big in the book, is that Littlefield and Nagoya are trying, like Bob Wright is like, we can't lose Letterman. We're making $70 million in late night. Like losing him, we're not going to like lose money, but we're going to make a lot less money if he goes to a competing network, which is exactly what happened. And he's like, we can't lose him. And they're like, don't worry if he goes. We have a deal signed with Dana Carvey for him to take over if Letterman leaves. And despite Dana Carvey's agent going to the press and saying, no, we do not have a deal, NBC kept saying, no, if Letterman leaves, we'll put Dana Carvey in. If Letterman leaves, we'll put Dana Carvey in. Letterman leaves, Dana Carvey says no, because they don't have a deal with him. And that's what leaves it open for, at the time, it came down between Conan and Gary Shandling. And Conan was only picked because when they lost Dana and they were like, fuck, we got to find someone quick to replace Letterman. They have to tell something to shareholders. They go, well, we put Lorne Michaels in charge of finding whoever's going to take over, just to like, you know, calm people down, to be like, we're on it. Don't worry about it.
Mm-hmm.
Conan had been a writer for SNL. Lorne Michaels calls him up and is like, hey, I want you to be the head writer for the show we're developing. We don't have a host yet, but I think you'd be good. And Conan's like, I don't know, I'm kind of into performing. And Michaels kind of pushes him a little bit. They eventually have a phone call that doesn't end on great terms, frankly. because Lauren was really counting on Conan to be the head writer, and Conan's saying, no, I want to be a performer. And they're like, okay. Conan's like, well, I didn't mean to, but I kind of burnt that bridge. Gary Shandling is the other choice, and he says no. He's like, I don't want to do it. And they're like, fuck, who are we going to get? And it's like, we don't know anyone. It's like, well, what about, do we have a head writer? And it's like, no, Conan wants to be a performer. And like literally like in the meeting, they're like, hey, wait a minute. Like he wants to be a performer. Why don't we just get him to be the host? And that's how Conan becomes the follow-up to Letterman, despite having zero hosting experience. Goes from being a writer, although he's like the writer during the golden age of both The Simpsons and SNL, you know, like Conan has like this insane career. Now Dana Carvey goes off to ABC to make the Dana Carvey Show, which is like a primetime attempt at comedy. It was the follow-up to Home Improvement, which is this famous for it had this murderer's row of people were working there. Robert Smigel developed it. Louis C.K. was the head writer. Fucking Colbert, Stephen Colbert was a writer and performer. Steve Carell was a writer and performer. Fucking Charlie Kaufman started there. Charlie Kaufman, Academy Award-winning screenwriter of Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind, started there. And the show lasted 7 episodes and got canceled. Part of it was that Disney buys ABC like in the middle of the development of it. And Dana Carvey was trying to make this like really like aggressive show. And ABC was a family-friendly brand. Do you know what the first skit on the Dana Carvey show was?
I don't.
So the executives for the premiere got minute by minute Nielsen ratings because they wanted to see what happened from the transition. So they are transitioning from Home Improvement, which at the time was the #1 sitcom on TV, right?
Mhm.
I think it had like 11 million viewers or something like that, something insane. The first skit, this was the opening skit for the Dana Carvey Show, was him dressed as Bill Clinton. Because, you know, like Dana Carvey's famous for those impressions, right?
Right.
It's like, hey, it's like Bill Clinton. He's like, I'm gearing up for my re-election campaign, and I've decided, like, I want to prove to the nation that I not only am I commander in chief, I can be a nurturer to a new generation. So, I am not joking with what I'm about to say. I want to stress that I'm
Okay.
not making this up.
All right, holding my
He
breath.
goes, I have gotten hormone injections. So I have working animal teats on my body now. And I can breastfeed puppies and kittens. And he opens up the shirt, and there is a prosthetic working 6 teats on Dana Carvey, Bill Clinton, that can squirt actual milk. And they're like giving animals for him to breastfeed. This was the opening skit. They lost 90% of the viewership within the first 2 minutes.
And that sounds like a fucking Eric Andre bit or something.
It kind of is. It's one of those like it's alt comedy stuff. Like that was the problem. It was alt comedy material that was airing at like prime time. I highly recommend, if you have Hulu, I highly recommend the documentary Too Funny to Fail, which is about the Dana Carvey Show. And you can kind of see some of the insane skits they were doing. I want to say, you know what the skit they almost went with instead of the Bill Clinton one, this is the alternate one, was a fake documentary about the making of Oliver Stone's Revolutionary War. So it's Colbert as Oliver Stone talking about his take on the Revolutionary War. And it's Oliver Stone being like, yes, it's true. George Washington didn't have a documented coke problem, but our version of George Washington is an amalgamation of several people in his life. And it's like Ben Franklin and John Hancock are in like a gay relationship. Like it's all the like shit that like Oliver Stone was doing at the time. That was the other skit they almost went with. So
yeah, ahead of its time is what you're saying.
really ahead of its time. Another skit. I just want to bring this one up just because it is one of those like, how did they get away with this? They did a skit called Grandma the Clown. And what's wild about this skit is that no one from the actual show is in the skit. They just wrote this skit and aired it. And it's an old lady with a walker dressed as a clown. And the walker has clown shoes on it. So whenever she moves forward with the walker, they make like, you know, like the funny clown noise. And she has a little horn. And she goes in front of a bunch of children and she goes, "The days are rushing by, children. It'll be over before you know it." And it is like no one is laughing. It is like it's again the Norm Macdonald like roast thing. I'm just like, it is so fucking funny, but it's also like not like, it's so bizarre. That was wild. David Letterman was a huge fan of it to the point where he had a guest appearance on it, which he never did those, and he lent them Larry Bud Melman for an episode. So Larry Bud Melman had an appearance on the Dana Carvey show. The other was Jerry Seinfeld was a big fan, and as a joke, they were like, "Well, we have to find a way to improve the ratings. ABC's not doing good in the ratings." So they're introducing a new show called The Viewers. And The Viewers is like a family. And they're like, "Oh, hey, Seinfeld's on." And they sit at the TV and the camera just films the TV. So you just watch an episode of Seinfeld. The camera just slowly zooms in on the TV as they watch an episode of Seinfeld. So the joke is ABC is airing NBC on their channel in order to get better ratings. Watch that. That documentary is really good. Check that out. But that's where Dana Carvey went. And then Dana Carvey I think he just returned to stand-up. Like Dana Carvey doesn't really do much these days.
No, he had a moment there. Like, I mean, maybe
Yeah.
that stopped with the Master of Disguise. But
Yeah, the Master of Disguise kind of was like a disaster.
yeah.
That was like him trying to be like, I need my own Austin Powers, and it just failed miserably, you know?
Yeah.
That's a movie that really can't decide, is it for adults or is it for children, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember, do you know that the Turtle Club scene was filmed on 9/11?
Yes, that's my favorite fun fact ever.
just gotta bring that up whenever possible.
Yeah, it genuinely is an amazing fact.
Yeah, the only other people to pitch at Letterman were like Columbia Pictures, and Paramount, which were both offering syndication because they don't have networks. Columbia Pictures, of course, owned by Sony. I already told you the Sony story about wanting to make Jay Leno the face of PlayStation. And Paramount was Brandon Tartikoff, their old buddy, who used to be the head of NBC, coming in and being like, "Yeah, Arsenio followed by Letterman. It's perfect." And it's like, no, it's not. And not shown is Disney. Disney did pitch. I don't know what they could have offered, though. They didn't have a network. I guess syndication. And Michael Eisner pitched himself, was good friends with Ovitz, and was like apparently furious when Letterman passed. Like, was like really, really angry about it. Ooh. But again, that close friendship is what leads to Ovitz becoming the CEO of the Walt Disney Company for a year. But like that leads to that they end up having a falling out at the end of that. Yeah, crazy stuff. Those late night wars. So there's the Helen. So like I can go through the rest of the stuff fairly quickly, you know.
Yeah, mostly
like,
because the rest of the movie is just like boring.
No joke. I wrote 4.5 pages of notes, right?
Mm-hmm.
I literally just finished. I just finished 4 pages. I have half a page left for the rest of it. So I can be really quick. So there's the Helen refusing to say anything about Carson on the last show. That really happened, but it's even worse than you think because Leno's first guest was Billy Crystal. who kept bringing up Carson, and Leno just being like, yeah, and not saying anything about it. It looked really bad on Leno's part. There's the Helen versus NBC News thing, which the movie makes it primarily about the Republican National Convention, right? That goes a little long.
Yeah.
They had set up a thing because, like, actually, most of these late night shows aren't always live, like they occasionally are, but they decided, hey, Jay can do some topical humor by doing live shows after the conventions. This one just makes it look like a Republican. She's yelling about them not cutting Reagan off, which we can both be like, hey, she's in the right there. She's a hero for a moment anyway. But the real story is, like, she was a problem. She complained all through the Democrat convention, which was the night before. And then the Republican one was when she, like, snapped and sent the audience home. So it was like a 2-night thing. And that was like a big deal because, like, then you don't have a show to air. And you know, like how you make deals to advertisers. You go, we think we're going to get this many ratings. Here's what we're going to charge you. And that all fell apart thanks to Helen.
I can actually speak a little bit about that, having dealt with like trying to get advertising funds for newspapers. Maybe I'll be like quartered for this or like run through the streets, but you don't lie about your numbers. You never do that. I mean, I'm sure some people do, but don't do that. But you basically have to just like lie about your qualifications almost, and be like, hey, we can show this to this many people. I don't think that's ever been true about like papers or like numbers and TV shows and movies, right? Like, not everyone who sees the product that you're going to be promoting your advertisement in is going to see or even care about the advertisement. Like it's all a lie, right?
It's a deeply flawed system.
It's not real.
The Nielsen ratings are notorious for being like the least accurate system ever, but it like determined what went on TV for like 40 years.
Yeah.
Know?
Like and it's all just made up bullshit. That's why, like, I totally go with your read about this being like maybe a signifier of, if not the death of culture, like the death of like America.
Yeah.
You know, like it all kind of traces back to the way these corporations and these people run late night.
Well, it's incredible how short-sighted everything is in this movie, because, like, again, they make the deal with Leno because they only have a 1-year deal with Leno and they have a 3-year deal with Letterman. Like, that's so short-sighted. Like, they have no understanding of how Letterman is going to react negatively to finding out he's not going to get the Tonight Show. Like, they should have known there was going to be some blowback there. And then, like, well, we have a contract with him. Like, that's, you know, what can he do? And then when they're having problems with Leno, because of course they're going to have problems in the first year, like, then they're like, well, we have to play nice with Letterman in case we want to replace Leno with Letterman, you know? Like, these are not long-term thinkers, and these are the people making some of the most important entertainment decisions in the country at the time.
Yeah, these are not serious people.
There is still basically a monoculture, which is going to die pretty early in the 2000s, but it still existed, and these are the people running it, and they don't know what they're doing. And they're all just trying to save their own ass, which is what a lot of this comes down to, right? Like, I mean, they talk about the one guy. What's the guy's name? Let me look real quick. 1 second. I just had his name. Sorry. Give me a second.
That's fine. I have one small point about Bob Balaban that I just think is really funny.
That he's fantastic.
Well, he's fantastic. Weird that he's played an NBC executive twice.
Oh yeah. He's and guess what? He's playing Warren Littlefield on Seinfeld, by the way. That's who that character's based on. Because they famously pitched the story of It's a Show About Nothing was famously like the pitch that really happened. And Warren Littlefield was like, no. Like,
yeah.
We're going to talk more about Seinfeld in a minute. Oh God. I can't find the guy's name. I'm sorry. I had it written down somewhere, but the CBS guy, the British guy who's in charge of CBS, right? He got the job to get Leno or Letterman because he was the only guy in the meeting about Pat Sajak that said, I don't think Pat Sajak's a good idea. That's how he got the job to take over what happens in late night. That's all that it took. There was no expertise involved. It was just, he was the one guy who was like, I don't think Pat Sajak's a good idea. And there's the booking war that happens. And then Helen gets the redefinition of duties. The whole thing where Leno is like, are you going to fire me? That conversation really happened. Where they're like, Warren Littlefield was like, we have no idea what he really meant by any of that. Like, they're like, are you looking for like a legal excuse for firing her? Like, what are you trying to say? But I get that Leno's probably coming from a position of, I just need someone to be straightforward with me for one fucking minute, you know? Like, I do feel his frustration during this because like no one can just come out and say we want Helen gone and like we're gonna fire you if you don't get rid of her. They have to do like this weird like, oh, we're gonna give a redefinition of her duties or whatever. This leads to the Leno and Helen falling out. I don't know if her smashing stuff in her office really happened, but I know they had an argument which ended with Leno smashing, I believe, a picture frame, and not a symbolic picture of them. That's movie dramatics, obviously. It was more like, I think she was like being really erratic, and he tried to he was like just trying to get her to shut up, basically. And like she got ejected from the lot. He stayed in contact with her for a little bit, including like paying her like for like one more month's salary, even though you really didn't need to, and then allegedly cut off all contact with her.
Damn.
And he is so embarrassed by these first 18 months, the time she was in charge. They've never been re-aired. He made sure they were never ever re-aired. No clips from them, nothing.
Wow.
So he's really ashamed of that time. It feels like when you read between the lines, there's an unfortunate, like, it's hard because Hollywood is full of assholes and idiots, right? And like hindsight kind of changes things. There's a lot of weird, like, passive sexism in how they talk about Helen, you know?
Yeah.
That, like, it's hard to tell. Like, I don't know if her behavior is honestly that strange compared to other Hollywood executives, right?
Yeah, but she
like,
just happened to be a woman.
But she happens to be a woman because there's a lot of talk of people being like, we think she has mental problems. Like, that's how erratic she is.
Yeah. And that doesn't like absolve her of like her attitude and like the genuine like uncomfortable
exactly. I'm sure there are guys who are as big assholes as she was that just weren't treated the same way. If there's anything, I think if she made a miscalculation, I think she saw the power and clout the Tonight Show gave Johnny Carson. And she thought that from day one, the Tonight Show with her running it and Jay Leno hosting would have the same power. And that was the mistake she made, you know? Like, she wanted to jump to, we can control who's booking. We can block people from being on other shows. We are the only game in town. You have to play with us. And she took like the hard line agent thing that worked being an agent for like road comics, where you have to be that vicious to protect your client, because like comedy clubs can really rip the client off, you know?
Yeah.
They can really rip performers off. So like, you need that attitude. And I think she tried to apply it to this executive role, and she just wasn't built for it, you know? She just had maybe she could have done it, but she had the wrong attitude, and Leno certainly wasn't helping things. So it went pretty bad for her. There's a weird story in the middle of this that Jerry Seinfeld, who was Leno's friend, wanted Leno to have a cameo on Seinfeld. Was like, I think it would be great. We could do an episode about Jerry going on Leno, because they're like really close friends. He calls up Helen, and Helen yelled at Jerry so much and so badly that Jerry complained to Warren Littlefield and was like, I'm never going on the Tonight Show ever again.
Wow.
Like, this is awful. This woman treated me terribly. And it's this thing of like, it's one thing to say no to like a guest appearance. She attacked someone who had an NBC show. Like, it's someone on the same network, and it looked really bad. him and Leno, of course, made up after Kushnick left. Like they're still really close friends to this day. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a moment. All right, so there's two guys that hang around Letterman throughout most of this. There's Peter LaSalle, who was Carson's guy. He comes over and basically like he's with Letterman, I think, until the end. He might have retired like a year before Letterman retired, but Peter LaSalle is like quietly this kingmaker in late night because he's also the guy who kind of like goes, Craig Ferguson is the next big guy. Like he singles out Craig Ferguson. The other guy is Robert Morton, who was Letterman's producer, played by one of those guys, John Capelos. I don't know how to say that name. I apologize. But he's one of those guys you see pop up in like a million things. He was the janitor in the Breakfast Club.
Of course. I remember that.
Now, what's weird about Robert Morton is that Letterman tends to keep quiet about the behind the scenes of his show. He rarely gives interviews. He doesn't really talk about that kind of stuff. Robert Morton, shortly into the Late Show, like 3 years into the Late Show, he gets fired by Letterman. And not only does he get fired, Letterman in an interview calls Robert Morton a diseased limb, which is like honestly very like Letterman. We know he's an asshole behind the scenes, but he's very rarely an asshole in public, you know? And like that's kind of what I to this day I have no idea what really happened there. I've tried to find answers. I've never been able to find them. And it's weird. It's one of those weird things watching this movie because they're portrayed as being like super close, and apparently that wasn't the case. So, which is kind of interesting. Peter LaSalle, you know, he gets Bob Wright to kind of meet with this stuff. The Bob Wright stuff with like trying to keep Letterman is really condensed. Peter LaSalle didn't like set up a meeting with them like on the fly in the way he did. He just reached out to Bob Wright. Bob Wright was like, I want to meet with Letterman. And Letterman was like, look, I know my agents are going to say this is a bad idea, but I'm going to do it anyway. I just want to sit down and admit to Bob Wright what I want. And he goes to Bob Wright, like basically like, look, we're ready to do an 11:30 show. Like he's like, at the end of whatever happens at the end of this, I'm going to do an 11:30 show. I'd love to stay at NBC, but you've already given that position away. And that's what really puts the fuel on the fire of NBC being like, okay, do we fire Leno and replace him with Letterman, or do we keep Leno? Which becomes what the third act of this movie is really about. Do you have anything? I just don't want to.
No. I want you to because like I don't really have anything else for this. I
am wrapping up real quickly here. This is like I'm basically at the end. So there's the famous NBC conference call where Jay Leno hides in the closet, which really happened. That's a real thing.
So fucking ridiculous.
Yes, he told that story. That's the only reason we know that story is that he bragged about it, not realizing that it makes him look like a fucking lunatic.
Yeah.
But here's something weird, and this is true. This is accurate to what happens. Dick Ebersol is on the conference call. Dick Ebersol is vehemently against Leno in this. He's like, Letterman's the guy. Leno, he's a terrible interviewer. He's not going to do well. He's ends up being wrong, but he sticks with NBC. He ends up being like Leno's biggest defender during the Conan Tonight Show debacle. He was very much like I fucking hate Dick Ebersol. like, reading in the War for Late Night, the fucking book, he comes across as like one of the biggest asshats on the planet. He's like he tries to spin it. You can tell the War for Late Night's a weird book because the Late Shift is very much like you get a lot of like raw nerve people just being honest. The War for Late Night is a lot of executives trying to cover their asses, you know. And Dick Ebersol is partly like, I knew Conan would never succeed as host of the Tonight Show. Like he does a lot of that.
Oh, fucking asshole.
Yeah, he's one of those guys. And famously, he was like, I want to do a press release to defend Jay Leno. And he wrote this whole thing and he sent it to like the NBC News. And they're like, look, Dick, that's great, but we think this will actually make us look bad. We don't want you putting this out there. And then he's like, fuck that. I've been Jay Leno's #1 supporter this whole time, which isn't true. He was vehemently against Leno at this point in the story. He's like, I'm Jay Leno's #1 supporter. And he releases the press statement without NBC's approval. And it's a statement that calls Conan O'Brien and David Letterman, who had been mocking Jay on their shows as the debacle goes down, call them both chicken-hearted and gutless.
Oh,
And it basically
shit.
like the whole behind the scenes, like everything exploded as a result. So fuck Dick Ebersol, he's an idiot.
What's he up to?
I think he's retired.
Okay,
I think he's one
probably
of those
for
guys
the
that's
best.
like, yeah, a lot of these guys, most of these guys are like John Agolia passed away. Warren Littlefield retired. Bob Wright retired and founded the horrible eugenics organization Autism Speaks. A lot of these guys are either retired or dead. I don't think most of these guys are playing, but one guy, this is one is a little sad to me. Rick Ludwin. So the closet Jay is hiding in is the closet for Rick Ludwin's office. Rick Ludwin was the NBC vice president in charge of late night and special programming. So he oversaw all that shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's been described very positively by Conan O'Brien, by Seth Meyers, by Jimmy Fallon, by Saturday Night Live. He passed away in 2009. No, not 2009, like 2015, I think, sometime after that. He passed away. And all those guys did tributes to him. Now, when was the last time a TV show did a tributes to a vice president of programming? Right?
Yeah.
By all accounts, he was
a
a very beloved figure. During this time, he backed Leno over Letterman. And part of it was like, he was like, I'm a big fan of Letterman. I think he's a great at comedy, but we've already made the deal with Leno. And Letterman is kind of like such an asshole. He's hard to work with. And he's been mean, not just to me, but other executives. I don't think people will put up with that for too long. And like, that was his concern. So that's whose closet Jay is hiding in, Rick Ludwin's. So he backs Leno in this instant. Ends up being right. When the Conan Tonight Show debacle goes down, he backs Conan in the fight. He says he just goes like, look, I'm giving my 2 cents. I think you should go with Conan. Like, we've picked Conan. We already have him. Let's go with Conan. Now, for a plethora of reasons, they don't go with Conan. Partly, it would have cost them more money to pay off Leno to leave due to his contract than it would have cost to pay off Conan, which is really what it came down to. That's what that whole thing came down to. Leno, in retaliation, stopped speaking to him. And he's supposed to be the vice president of late night programming. And how can he do that if the host of the Tonight Show isn't talking to him? And by all accounts, he had a passion for late night. He loved doing it. And Leno basically forced him out of his position at late night. 2 years later, he left. And then he passed away in 2019. Now, Leno says that he didn't like Rick Ludwin because it was Rick Ludwin's idea to replace him with Conan, which isn't true at all. Every executive told Leno that's not true. You have to know that isn't true. Even Lauren Michaels, who also sided with Conan during that, but also was like, look, I'm not angry at Jay. I just think Conan's better. Was told Jay to his face, like, Rick Ludwin had nothing to do with this. You can't blame him. But Leno still blamed him and forced him out. And the other thing Rick Ludwin does that people maybe don't know about is that he is the reason Seinfeld stayed on the air. Seinfeld was going to get canceled after the first season. Rick Ludwin liked the show so much, he gave money from his division, which he doesn't have to do. He gave money from his division to primetime programming to get more episodes for Seinfeld, and that saved Seinfeld. So Rick Ludwin's like this unsung hero behind the scenes for that kind of stuff.
Wow.
He also saved The Office, the American version of The Office. He was a big champion of that early on. When Jeff Zucker, the head of NBC at the time, after the first episode, wanted to cancel The Office. Which, like, yeah, stupidity all abounds. Now, that really paints Jay Leno in a bad light. And I gotta say, when I talked about the tributes that were being done, I think Conan O'Brien, who is like doesn't really talk about Jay Leno or the Tonight Show thing much anymore, but I think he did like a subtle fuck you on his tribute to Rick Ludwin, where he showed an old clip of of Conan interviewing Seinfeld, where Seinfeld is like, yeah, Rick Ludwin saved Seinfeld. And like they point to Rick Ludwin, who's like standing by, like he was at the show that night, and like Rick Ludwin kind of gets some applause. And Seinfeld goes, without him, this would be an empty box. And to me, that's a quiet fuck you at Seinfeld and Leno, because Seinfeld was one of the biggest backers of Leno during the Tonight Show debacle. And was like, Conan fucked it up. Conan got himself fired. Leno did nothing wrong. That was Jerry Seinfeld's take, basically. And I think Conan was like, hey, if you like Leno so much, he fucked over the guy that made you a billionaire. So I don't know. I found that a little interesting.
No, it is interesting. It is like
it's fucked up. It's that thing of like when like again, so like I talked about this in the last episode. David Letterman got caught with the sex scandal where he was having consensual but still wrong sexual relationships with interns on his show, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing that happened. It only came out because a boyfriend of one of the interns tried to blackmail him, and he had to testify in court, and then he admitted to it live on his show. And he basically didn't face any consequences for it, which is wild, you know? Mm-hmm. If that happened today, it would tarnish his whole career, right? We know for a fact that happened. We know for a fact that David Letterman is a tremendous asshole, kind of a lunatic. But anytime you read stories about how late Jay Leno carries himself behind the scenes, he comes across as the bigger asshole. It's so weird, you know? Mm-hmm. And it's a guy that all these years later, I still can't make heads or tails of. But like the stuff that leaks out about him is so bizarre. But now all these years later, it's like he doesn't have any cultural footprint, you know?
Yeah. He's just vanished from the public consciousness in a way. Like you talk about Conan, people know because his stuff's still going viral. Jimmy Fallon, you know, whatever. I'm not a fan of his show.
Jimmy Fallon had the moment, but like,
and he still does have moments, even though like the most popular thing he's done recently, and I don't say popular as a positive here, is like he got caught hawking the NFTs, and he might be in some hot water with that. There's other people who like even James Corden, like his guests will make his show popular, even if it's not him. Leno's got none of that anymore.
Yeah.
It's just gone. It's like he didn't exist.
And part of it is that he never really maintained an archive. Like there are tons of like tribute specials to people like Letterman, to Conan, to all of late night television, and Leno has refused to do any of those. He has no online presence, partly because he didn't own the Tonight Show when he hosted it. NBC owned it. Mm-hmm. So he didn't own any of that material. It's NBC's what to do with it. Like, whereas Carson in his later years was able to negotiate ownership of his show. Letterman owned his show. And Conan owned, you know, his later show, and eventually made a deal with NBC where he can air old clips from his show. Cause like, what are they going to do with it? But there is no online archive for Leno in any way. But then you got Kimmel. Kimmel was one of those guys who like, he developed an online presence with like the I'm fucking Matt Damon video and shit like that. The early viral video stuff, which was like, when that happened, it was like huge. And now you're like, okay, it wasn't that funny, but mm-hmm. I mean, it's yeah. And honestly, the funny thing is, I think Kimmel ended up being the biggest benefactor of the Tonight Show shakeup, because he wasn't like doing great in the ratings. So like Kimmel and Leno have this weird history where Leno almost went to ABC, but in order to go there, he would have had to negotiate with Kimmel to move back by a half hour. Kimmel had in his contract that his show had to start no later than midnight, something like 12:05 or something like that. That was when it had to start. So like they developed a relationship. They talked over the phone. They met a few times. And Kimmel was like, you know what? Like, I'm not a giant Leno fan because Kimmel worshipped at the feet of David Letterman. Like, famously, he had like a Letterman themed birthday party when he was in high school. Like, he was such a Letterman nerd. And took his side during the whole debacle. But then he was like, you know what? I could work with Leno. And then he kind of realized Leno was just playing him so he could get a better deal out of NBC, right? And he felt kind of used by that. So the Conan Tonight Show thing happens. Kimmel goes on the air and hosts an entire episode dressed as Jay Leno. I wish I could find this. It's not online anymore, but it was just him being like, yes, I'm taking over all of the shows in late night now. Like, he gives him this like the goofy ass voice. And he's like, you know what ABC stands for? Always bump Conan. Like, he's doing jokes like that. And he hosts the whole show and like does terrible jokes as Jay Leno. And he was like, that was really funny. The next day he gets a call from Leno. And then it was like, hey, I saw your bit. That was really funny. And Kimmel's like, yeah, I'm sure you thought that was really funny, Leno. Like, I'm sure you really like that. And then Leno's like, hey, why don't you come on my show? Like, we can kind of like, and Kimmel's like, you know what? Jay's being a good sport about it. I should be a good sport and go on his show. And they're going to do this thing because this Leno's new show was at 10 o'clock. It was a primetime show. They did a thing called 10 at 10, which is when a guest would come on and Jay would ask them 10 questions. How creative, right? So Kimmel gets the questions and he's like, hey, there's nothing in here about the Tonight Show debacle. And they're like, yeah, well, we don't want to, bring that up. It's a little testy at the moment. And Kimmel's like, I understand, but we kind of have to address it. Like, it's like the big story right now. Like, let's just do something at the top and then we can do the goofy questions. Like, we'll do some back and forth. And they're like, okay, I'll run that by Leno's people. And then the word comes back, is like, no, we're just going to do the 10 questions. And Kimmel's like, well, I'm going to look like an asshole. Like, if I do this thing and then I just go on, like, I'm going to look like I'm endorsing what Leno's doing. And he's like, he has this moment. It's kind of hysterical, kind of brilliant. Where he's like, well, the segment's called 10 at 10. They have to ask me 10 questions. They can't edit out any of my responses. So he goes on Leno's show, does the 10 at 10, and they go like, one of the questions is like, who would be your dream interview? And Kimmel's like, you and Conan together. And everyone's like, it's like, okay, yeah, whatever. That's like fine. And the next one is, what's the best prank you ever pulled? And this is like on the air. Jay Leno's audience is like laughing. This is, I can't, you gotta watch this. It's like insane to watch. He goes, the greatest prank I ever pulled was one time I said, in 5 years, I'm going to give you my show. And then 5 years later, I gave it to him and took it right back. And like, Jay is like, oh, right. Hey, oh, hey. And like, he keeps trying to go on with it. And like, no matter what question he asks, Kimmel brings it back to the Conan thing.
Good for him.
He was like, hey, I heard you grew up in Vegas. How many lap dances have you had at strip clubs? And he's like, well, I don't really like strippers because it's kind of like a phony relationship that you just have for money. Kind of like you and Conan. Like, and it's just him being like, he's like, look, Jay, like Conan and I have children and families. You just have cars. Like, why are you doing this? Just let like back down. You don't need any more money. Just let it go. And it's like insane. And I think that gave Kimmel like a huge boost because he destroyed Leno on his own show.
Yeah, I respect that.
That's kind of wild.
I really do.
I think that's what bought Kimmel like 20 years of goodwill, despite like never really cashing in on it, But,
yeah.
Where he's turned out to be the most okay host of the Oscars compared to like the other recent hosts,
Yeah, like honestly, the big problem is just he's still doing the skits, but that's a problem with the Oscars in general.
Yeah, they got to deliver food to the theater across the street.
It's so exciting.
Wasn't that fun?
Yeah, it was great. Everyone loves it.
So the postscript here, let's just wrap things up quickly, which I've been saying for the last hour. So like NBC last minute tried to make a deal with Letterman. They were like, we'll give it to you, but you have to wait like 11 months. It was something insane like that. Letterman was basically going to do it. Like they kind of downplay how much Letterman just wanted the Tonight Show. He was like, I don't give a fuck. I'll take the Tonight Show. And he lit the really, it seems like it's too perfect. Excuse me. It seems like it was written for dramatic convenience, but it was 100% the 11th hour call to Carson that he made is what changes his mind. Like that's what did it. Carson said, don't do it. Letterman didn't do it. I have just gotten the hiccups. So I might be hiccuping for the last stretch of this episode.
Fuck it.
I will try to keep it coherent. Fuck.
That's all right. It happens.
Postscript is Letterman goes to CBS. He beats Leno for 90 weeks until the Hugh Grant interview. Do you know the Hugh Grant interview?
No, but Hugh Grant is sort of like becoming a legend for me because of his recent interviews, which are very dry. And I think people think he's being a hater.
Well, Hugh Grant got caught with a sex worker. And it was like a big...
Oh, yes, I do know this one. Yes.
And he went on Leno, and that gave like this huge rating boost that Leno never lost. Leno won in the ratings forever. He's number one, basically, until his retirement. Although Letterman kind of gets the edge on him in that last year. NBC's profits rose 700 million thanks to these two chuckleheads running things. Now, despite Jay being number one, he had the older audience, so his show made less money. Letterman had the younger audience, his show made more money, despite often losing by like about 1 million viewers a night, you know? Goes on like that. Leno leaves for like those 9 months, basically, when Conan gets the Tonight Show. He comes back. People tried to spin this positive that when Leno came back, he was number one again, but ratings had dropped significantly for him, and the Tonight Show, for the first time in its history, started losing money after he came back, and that's why he was kind of forced out again to make room for Jimmy Fallon. And that one was very much a like, we're closing the door on Leno and he's not coming back. So
yeah, and it's not like some epic finale or anything like that either. It's just like he just kind of ends his run.
Yeah, it was really embarrassing because it's like the second time he did it. You know, like because he had already retired. But then even when he did the other retirement from the Tonight Show, he already had the Jay Leno show lined up. So it wasn't like he was going away. But hey, yeah, Leno basically trashed his reputation and like hurt his career. And like NBC could have hold on to Conan, and he was making money initially. They tried to spin it that he was losing money, but that was like Hollywood math shit. You can read The War for Late Night to look into it. But he had the younger demographics, which rose the profits by like 500% for the Tonight Show. You know, like that changed the entire thing. If they had stuck with him, they probably would have done better in the long run. But those guys, those executives are just such morons. And now late night is like this non-factor, you know?
Yeah.
Conan left. There's no one to replace him. We don't know what's going to happen with the Daily Show. James Corden's leaving. They're not replacing him with a talk show. They're replacing him with a game show. Fallon went from being like the savior of late night to now he's like third. Fox News started airing their own late night comedy program, which has occasionally been number one. Partly that is because only old people watch television, and it's the only conservative themed talk show, you know?
Yeah.
Like you have to imagine all the other shows are dividing up a liberal audience, and Fox News, which is why Fox News has stayed so successful, is that they have cornered the market on conservatives. I think I've covered most of it. I think I've made my point. I recommend the Bill Carter books. I think they're really fascinating. I allow people to draw their other own conclusions at the end of all of it. I find this stuff really fascinating that so much was made over these shows that now just aren't even a factor anymore.
Yeah, I mean that's like the passage of time, right? Stuff
The
that's
average episode of Best of the Worst gets more viewers than most late night shows.
fucking crazy.
So,
But yeah, like I mentioned, the passage of time, like things that are so popular, they seem like the whole universe revolves around them. Like eventually, it just stopped being important, and
Yeah.
like that's okay.
Yeah.
But it is very fascinating, and like I do need to read these books and watch some videos with Larry Bud Melman.
oh yes, that's the only thing. That's the main thing I want people to do is watch Larry Bud Melman clips.
Yeah.
He
Everything
was
else is fine.
was a
But the
hero.
Larry Bud Melman, that's where it's at.
I hope this was interesting for people other than me.
I was interested.
Yeah.
It was just a longer recording.
And I'm not even joking. Like, that is just the tip of the iceberg of what I know about late night television. Like, it is such useless knowledge, but hey, I got to use it for one episode of this podcast.
And I'm happy to have had provided that for you.
Thank you, Diego.
You're welcome.
I basically had to bully this episode into happening.
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's all good.
Sorry, I was talking for 90% of it.
No. This is fine because like I just don't know that much about this stuff. Like I think you were not to speak for you, but like maybe a little worried that you were just gonna be like it was a problem that you were gonna be doing most of the talking, but like I kind of wanted you to for this one, honestly.
Yeah,
like
I just don't want to be like too rambling, like I don't know if I'm like going off on tangents that truly aren't interesting. I really can't tell. Like I'm like, it's interesting to me. I don't know if that means it's interesting to anyone. So
well, it was interesting to me.
If you stuck it out for these 4 hours, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Next week, we already have it lined up for the last 2 episodes. We're talking Barton Fink next week.
Barton Fink.
Yeah, another Coen Brothers movie. We haven't done that in a while, so looking forward to that. And Matt, I'm gonna let you go because you got hiccups.
I got hiccups and I gotta feed my cats.
Yes, but maybe by the time this is out, you'll have something for people to check out.
Maybe we'll see.
Something in the works.
Depends on if a GameCube arrives in the mail or not.
Oh yeah, that old thing. Of course, you can find me in the links in the description below. Check out the Waffle Press also on all those links. Thanks for listening. Thanks for watching. We have been professionally unprofessional. Goodbye, everyone.
Damn, I really got one at the end.
Yes.
Wow.
No, that's a great ending. There we go.
The last part of my record is straight up a hiccup.